Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to SuperOldGameSaturday. I'm Captain D-Trag.
Yep, and I'm Nocturne Flam.
And we are playing Mega Man Legends. We're at the final part. Nocturne's playing the game for us, as has been the case. She's done the off-screen grind. We need to get the shining laser and to get everything going on. Don't worry about hitting the mic. I do it all the time. So, yeah, if it was not going to be you, it was going to be me, so don't worry about it. All right, we are all set. We are hanging in the patrol car, or the support car. But, yeah, we are all ready to go, and, yeah, feel free to tell us everything you got as far as this game, and Nocturne, tell us what's going on. Well, I say hello to Dolly Finn. Hello, everybody. Good to see you tonight. Welcome to the show. And we're going to be finishing Mega Man Legends off tonight, and looking forward to your input and anything you have to say about this game or anything else, Mega Man or gaming as it is. So, all right, Nocturne, where are we starting?
Yeah, so we're going to start off by doing some side quests that I've kind of honestly been putting off, but not for any particular reason. I've just been focusing on the story.
Oh, there you go. I get that for sure. Love the monkey. That's what Dolly Finn's saying. Yeah, you're gonna love Data, who is our monkey, who is voiced by I'm trying to remember Okune Otani, who actually is the voice of Pikachu in Pokemon. We're gonna get some stuff with Data later in the game, but as ElecVerse said, Dance Monkey Dance, he's there, and he is gonna take care of our shields and saving our game. So yeah, with that, where are we going, Nocturne, for that?
So right now, so the side quest we're gonna start with is one that actually has two parts that involve a certain amount of time passing in between. I've actually created save files so we can skip those times. And technically, we've already started this. Remember Jim and his gang? They're working on creating a bit of a clubhouse of sorts. And we've already given them the pickaxe that they needed. And right now, we're actually going to go off and get his saw.
Alrighty, let's do it. Skate off. That's the other thing with the jet skates. I'm finally saying it right. Unlike last month or 3 weeks ago. Alright, so yeah, we're definitely looking forward to continuing this and concluding this. And yeah, there you go. As I said, Nocturne's been a bit of a trailblazer in this one because it's the first time that it's been a game being played on this program that I have not been playing, but it's because this is her jurisdiction. Same case as when the Crocheter is on for Shadow Hearts in a couple of months. Hey guys, hey ElecVerse, good to see you tonight for the finale of Mega Man Legends. As Nocturne and I, we are continuing on. She's taken us to complete Jim's gang's quest. Alrighty, so hope you're doing well, ElecVerse. Good to see you tonight. Let us know anything else you got on Mega Man Legends as we go. And it's been the case as mentioned with this game, anytime we run to cutscenes with dialogue, we will mute the mic. But yeah, we were still going to be there. And we will keep tabs on everything you got to say, and we welcome you to the show. Alright, so, now, as you mentioned, what we're doing is getting the axe. Or no, we got the axe already, we're getting the saw.
Yep, getting the saw.
Yeah, so find a saw for all of you Myland's Secret Castle fans. This is a way better game than that was. And there's definitely going to be a connection to that, I think in May, when we do something sort of like that. It's not going to be that one. But I have to get with Edwack a little more on that one. But alright.
So, we go back and talk to that same construction worker who gave us the pick.
And who's wearing a Metuel hat?
Yup.
Nice attention to detail there. Okay, so yeah, he threw his away. So I was just like, who throws a saw away? That seems like a weird case.
Oh. Unfortunately, the talk button is the same one as the jump button and the button I need to hold in order to activate the jet skates.
I ran into that trouble when I was doing the stuff for Mega Man 64, which, by the way, just to get into this while she's going to get the saw, we're going to be doing editing on the show after we're done. The show you're seeing tonight is going to be everything we got. The other side quests that we're not going to be able to show off will be appended to the YouTube site version in a couple of days, and also, Nocturne, this is going to be a fun one for you. I'm going to be showing you Mega Man 64, including, yeah, her kicking that trash can lid. It looks weird as anything in that one. But her first reaction on top of that, as well as all those other things. So, other stuff going on. I know Myland's Secret Castle from the Angry Video Game Nerd. Yeah, that was, yeah, definitely, that was a classic episode of his, for sure. You ever played that one for NES?
I'm sorry, which one?
Myland's Secret Castle.
No, I never even heard of it.
It's from Hudson Soft. The same people would go on to make Mario Party, and they also made Mickey Mousecapade for NES for Capcom, which actually Ed Wack and I are going to be doing. But it's a very weird game, one about secrets, but you don't know really where you're going. Even to the point where you're saying, like, I'm looking at Nintendo Power magazine for cheats for this. It's like, find certain things like Super Mario Bros. 2, get to Birdo. But hey, getting started on this one.
Alright, so if you noticed, the first can that I kicked had its lid fly off, and this one does not.
Mm-hmm.
That means this one has an item in it.
There you go.
And it happens to be the saw we need.
Yeah, it's much easier to get the saw in this game than it is in Myland's Secret Castle. And Bomberman, yes, because Hudson Soft also made Bomberman, of which we should definitely do a Bomberman game. Actually, I think Edwack has one of the rarest ones, which is Bomberman 64, the second attack for Nintendo 64. I'll try to see about that at some point, because he loves both those Bomberman 64 games. At some point, for a bad game case, we could do the Act Zero game on the 360, if you're familiar with that one. Chat, or you? It makes Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic 06 look like the best games in those franchises. It is a futuristic reboot of Bomberman that came out the same year, actually, Sonic 06 in 2006. You run around in kind of a weird view for it. There's only local multiplayer, and you die once, you have to start the entire game all over again. Even if you've gotten to level 100. It is a good experience. But alright, you got the saw, so yeah, what's going on?
Alright.
Have this fixed up so we won't even recognize it. Okay.
Sure, we'll come back in a little while. I mean, a couple minutes.
Yeah, how are we doing that, by the way?
Reset.
Yeah, you're running multiple save files, which is a good idea as far as this, just to kind of make it run simpler for the purpose of that. But hey, that is a smart case, and as I said, I've done that before for certain things, so we just show off everything we can, and as I said, the stuff we can't show will be in the YouTube site video, and so there's going to be more added value, so it fixes the idea of, okay, we're doing stream if there's something we miss, or just the idea of, okay, it gives you another incentive to watch in a couple of days. Usually, like, Wednesday night, Thursday tends to be when those upload, the way I run them. But, alright, so what's next?
So, as long as I didn't screw things up.
I mean, it's fine.
This should be the one after he finishes building the place using the saw.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, a saw and a pickaxe can go very far. We're talking about Bomberman Act Zero. Yeah, briefly, just to get a sense of, alright, the bad Bomberman game, but then it's like, well, that bad Bomberman game feasibly, but it's like, yeah, we'll play better Bomberman games to start, but yeah, here's the nice house.
Yep, and you'll notice that it's gotten bigger.
Yeah, with this saw and many other tools, my crew and I built this 23-room palatial mansion. And you can too, if you stay tuned the next half hour, I can probably fix that. Alright, so the base is finished. Alright, so yeah, with you coming in here, yeah, they have their swag table. And you get to take your share of the glory.
Alright, so here we get the Marlwolf shell, which I believe is used in creating the shield arm.
Okay. Yeah, because as I mentioned when I first started playing, I've played through this game before with Mega Man 64, but I didn't get everything, so I don't really know this game as much as Nocturne here does, which is why she's playing it for us.
Mm-hmm. And now, with this, 3 more items can be picked up.
Awesome. Yeah, we're going to get into that, and I'll show differences feasibly when we edit in a few days. So finding the Bomberman on NES, the box art looks like Samus. Yeah, I'll put a picture of what that box art looks like. It is that case of, you know, when you sometimes saw box art back in the days of NES or maybe Super Nintendo and Genesis, how much does it necessarily represent the game that you're going to actually get? But it was that interesting case of seeing like Bomberman that way.
Well, at least in the case of the games released outside of Japan.
That's true. And then they made a game exactly like that with Bomberman X Zero, and it was Hudson Soft who developed that one, so it's like with Sonic 06, the same team who made the other Sonic games in that case, and made the other Bomberman games, in the case of Hudson Soft made that one. Actually, I'm surprised.
I accidentally went into the ruins.
We're going into the ruins, though. Don't worry. We're not going to, ignore them. But that is the irony, and see, that's an interesting case, too. I mean, but then again, it's also that case of, trying to change things. All right, yeah, here's part of the side quest.
See that little stag beetle next to next to Mega Man,
Yep.
we get to pick that up.
Yeah, it definitely is writhing around. It looks, well, I said, you'll see how it looks in the other version, because there's something very specific. And yeah, here it is. It is writhing, and yeah, look at that animation. I'm pretty sure it's worse on this version than it is on PlayStation. Yeah, stand in front of it. Trying to. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. You can't kill it, by the way, so that's a good thing to say. Alright. Fine, the other version that's on console. As you were saying also, yeah, those jet skates are a godsend, just because they'll be able to move faster. It's like when you get those, yeah, you're never going back.
And I am going to be skipping past one of the items for the moment.
Okay. Which I think is actually how I did it when I did the, when I did the off-screen stuff for this. That's also what I did. But it is interesting that way. So great minds think alike, as it is.
Yeah, I just think it's more fun to do that one last.
Sure. Yeah, meanwhile, again, calling roll on the walkie-talkie, saying, yeah, I'm 10 feet away, come pick me up.
Yep.
I love that, though. But we're also going to see a little detail of that later.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fastest way to move around when you're in an area that you can call her.
Mm-hmm. And now we're here.
Alright. There's another beetle in this area.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you can just see it now. Well, yep.
Yeah, you can. You're right.
It's a rhinoceros beetle.
There you go. Actually, yeah, you can see the horn maybe a little better than the other one's going.
However, here they only call it a beetle, which is dumb because I called the other one a stag beetle, which is accurate.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I kind of know a thing or two about insects.
There you go. No, that's good, and that also adds another perspective. It's a shame the series doesn't get a lot of recognition then, because it did in the 90s and the early 2000s in terms of Bomberman, and I guess you could say Mega Man to a certain extent, although then again, as I said, there's still stuff that comes out with both. Because like with Mega Man, we have Mega Man 11, we have the collections that come out, and with Bomberman, the most recent one was Super Bomberman R. You ever play that one?
No,
Yeah,
I've barely touched any of the Bomberman games.
Oh, have you played it? Which ones have you played, if any?
I wouldn't remember.
Okay. Yeah, my experience with the Bomberman stuff as we go along with this has been with actually two of the ones on N64, not the Second Attack. The first one, which I was not huge on, and then Bomberman Hero, which is a platform game, which I liked some style of that. And that's one that's unique. I could definitely show that at some point. I said I'll hook up with Ed Wack as far as the Second Attack. I think he'd be interested in showing that. That game cost a fortune. It was like a $300-$400 game.
Alright, so now to get the last item.
Which, based upon it, you think like, oh, they love their insects, it could be something like that, yes?
So, we have a comic book. Which, in the Nintendo 64 version is, let's say a little more than a comic book.
You'll see, yeah, because actually also one thing, we'll see this. Yeah, we need a collection, I guess, of Bomberman. I could get that, or more Mega Man stuff. Alright, yeah, this is the Action Man comic book, Chapter X. No, it's not. It's the latest issue of Erotic Girl. This is not what it looks like on the Nintendo 64 version. I'm gonna put in what it looks like. Okay, so let's build a fist pump. Yeah, there you go. It is a comic book. I guess it's an erotic comic book. And this is how it looked in the Japanese version of it on PlayStation, but for Nintendo 64 and I guess PC, I'm not sure about that. I might be able to put an edit in. Yeah, this is the cover. Because I know we were saying off screen, we're saying, does he still do that for the purpose of what he picked up in the other version? But yeah, it is. Oh, fine. We've mentioned what it is. We'll show it off when we edit. But yeah, because when they brought it to N64, they forgot to change the cover.
Yep.
So yeah, the Nintendo 64 version is more adult feasibly than this one is.
Mm-hmm. So, we're gonna hand him the stag beetle. I mean, we could be jerks and say, no, you're not gonna get the stag beetle, but...
Yeah, he'll just say, like, oh man, I'm disappointed. I mean, at first you think, like, because he's, like, the bully case initially, we think, before we, get involved with the gang, they thought, like, hey, oh, he's gonna break our wrists or something, do something like that. Yeah, keep giving him the stuff as far as it... But yeah, I guess to go back to the collection case, yeah, that would be an interesting case. We mentioned that we've been seeing collections on the way, or announced a lot recently as far as stuff. And, like, Return to Bomberman, get a sense of, like, that perspective. I can get that. And with Konami doing more stuff, we mentioned that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection last week. yeah, that'll be another one to go on.
So, just as a note, the circuits that I picked up a moment ago are involved in making a very, very strong buster part.
Okay.
And which is involved in my endgame build.
Alright, I'm going to look forward to have that. Fun fact, actually, this is going to be interesting for you, Nocturne. White Bomber in Super Bomberman R is voiced by Peter Von Gom, and who's the same person who voiced Mega Man X in Mega Man X7. Okay, thank you for letting me know that. I don't know if you were aware of that. I was not myself. But thank you, ElecVerse, for bringing that up. I said, that's a great case of that. It's like, because, as I said, we celebrate, I guess, some of the names in gaming that maybe, not that they're not celebrated, but just the idea that we want to give them their due. We were saying with the voice performance, and I think that's been the case. And honestly, ElecVerse, you kind of helped spearhead that. I want to thank you for that. We did Metal Gear Solid, not the least of which because they have the voices, the names on the screen, but also just because of everything.
And speaking of X,
yeah, there he is. Perfect. You helped that way. So thank you very much. You do get the X Buster, which I don't know if I was able to get it going in this game. How does it work? Do you know? Or fine, you know. You know exactly.
Sorry?
The X-Buster. What's it doing in this game?
The X-Buster is one of the components of the shining laser
Okay.
that I've been going on and on about.
Oh yeah, we're going to see that it is for glory. And also Peter Von Gom voiced Gray from Mega Man ZX Advent from the DS, which we will be able to show because of the Mega Man 0ZX collection.
Alright, so
for the DS stuff.
Now that we've done that, we can load the final version of the save file.
Yeah, and for this one, what? You're hitting select to pull up the reset on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, after pressing start to get to the pause menu, you just press select and it gives you the option to reset.
Okay, yeah, because as I said, there's a way to do that on the N64 one as well, but it's like, we'll get into that. We'll get into that, and you're not going to miss it. Alright, yeah, guys, we're going to need the luck feasible. Well, fine. We wouldn't need the luck if we were not doing what she did. So, yeah, we're all set to get everything going.
So, yeah, as you can see, there's a major time gap between those two files that we just went through and the one we're about to go into.
Yeah, there you go. But, I mean, as I said, that's a fine case. Because, like, yeah, we want to show what we can on this game. And it's like what I did for the final part of Kingdom Hearts, which was that I was spending 12 hours getting Sora up to level 100. So, like, same case. I appreciate you also for the purpose of that as well. Alright, yeah. So, back to town, back where we stopped last time.
Mm-hmm. And, let's see. Right, we just did that. Alright, we're going to go to the Flutter.
Alrighty.
I mean, we don't technically need to go to the Flutter, but I think it's a better area to do this.
Yeah, that's true.
So, support car to Carden Forest.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so we'll see our beloved ship once more. Alright, so they will be at the Flutter if we need them. I guess we're gonna need them, right now, yes?
Yep.
Alright.
Well, we need Roll. We don't need the monkey.
Oh, yeah, but don't worry, it's that we're gonna get our love with, Data later on, but alright. So, yeah, what's going on?
Alright, talk to Roll. Okay. I guess I do need to go to the R&D room.
Okay. That was a great playthrough, by the way. It felt like therapy for me. The Metal Gear Solid play. Yeah, that was a great one. I'm glad that you felt that way. Thank you very much again, just to go back to that, because it's been about a year since we did Metal Gear Solid. That was a great play we did, and you added so much to it, and I thank you so much for that. But alright, we'll go into that more as we go on. But yeah, you're welcome. Anytime, ElecVerse. So, and we'll get to that eventually for the next one. But go on.
Yeah, and time to be both mean and nice to Roll.
Alright, so what's happening here? It's a pretty flower you have there.
It's not pretty.
Yo, Mega Man is like...
It's an ugly flower.
I guess, like, Mega Man doesn't appreciate, botany. So, like, that's the idea of it. It's like, of course it's pretty. What's wrong with you saying a mean thing like that? Yeah, but basically, in that case, we're just gonna be sort of mean to her. Well, is this really being mean or saying we don't agree? Oh, I was talking about Kingdom Hearts. Well, okay, fine. Kingdom Hearts, Metal Gear Solid, both of them. No problem on either one of those. But Metal Gear Solid was therapy as well. Okay, sure, no problem. And I said, I'm glad you were part of both of those games, ElecVerse, and bringing everything you brought to them. And Nocturne's you, with the last part of Kingdom Hearts. Which was a great time.
Yeah. I enjoyed watching that.
Well, thank you, of course, for that. All right, so what is next?
All right.
We gave her the flower, and we finally you can have it.
So yeah, now we give her the music box.
Okay. I suppose so. Wasn't it hard? Yeah, no problem for me. Well, I always think of perhaps the idea of you won the prize. It's like on The Simpsons saying, like, you won the second prize. It's like, hey, look, I got second prize. You want second prize? Nobody got it. Stealing is wrong. Stealing is wrong. But yeah, they were giving her all the gifts. And so, as we said last time, the ring. For all of you Moonstruck fans. Yeah, we found it on the ground. Is it really nice? It's probably dirty. Well, that's true. She's not wrong. But look, this is canonical to Mega Man, really think about it, because what did you say of part 1 as far as Mega Man?
I don't remember.
He's kind of a dork.
Oh, yes.
So, I get why he wouldn't get this, but remember, we're getting the growth of Mega Man through this game. It's like the Zelda Ocarina of Time thing. Link, real man. Mega Man, real man. Doesn't roll off the tongue as well, but alright. So yeah, she'll wear the ring on her fist hands. So we'll assume it's under there somewhere. And there we go. So, we gave her the gifts.
Yeah, there's only 3 things to give her in this game, and we just gave them all.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. There we go.
Alrighty, so, we're going to be doing the cleanup case along with everything else as we complete the game, and having a good time so far with it now, like we did for the last parts we've done.
Also, I'm not sure if you've all noticed, but remember how we picked up one cat?
Yeah.
There's now cats all over the place.
Yeah, they keep coming back to the flutter, yes? Also, it looks like you were on air there for a second.
So we're actually going to go back into Flutter just for a second. So now there are like 3 cats, 4 cats in here, and I'm not sure if there's any hiding in the rooms. But yeah, there are cats all over the place.
Definitely good to see. Okay, are you going to do Metal Gear Solid 2? Yeah, at some point I definitely want to continue on with Metal Gear Solid for the second game. At some point, yeah, we will definitely do that. That's definitely on the docket going down the line. And I think for that one, I'm trying to think also a couple ways I'm handling that, because we'll run through the main game as it is, but I also want to try and see if I can't show off some of the other things. And I'm tempted, I'll try to see about this, I want to try and get Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance on the PS2, because I have the Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 HD collection. Oh, something pick up, I'll go in that second. What was it? Makes a good conversation partner. What is that?
Yeah, it's Data's cactus.
Oh, it's cactus, but not yours. So he talks to a cactus then, right?
Yep, he says it makes a good conversation partner.
Well, I guess it does.
Also, there's 2 more cats in here.
Alright, so yeah, many cats. To go back quickly to the Metal Gear Solid 2 thing, I have that Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 HD collection on 360, but I kind of want to get Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance on PlayStation 2 for that, because it has Metal Gear Solid skateboarding. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Yeah, it runs on the Evolution. I was going to play it, but it's not on PlayStation now, but Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5 are. I'm surprised that 2 and 3 aren't on there, though, the 2 and 3 HD collection, because they are on the PS3 as it is. I mean, maybe that, what was the name of that? Not the Lazarus Project, something else. The Sony thing. They're going to be feasibly having more older stuff to have access to it that way. But yeah, I mean, I kind of want to see about getting that PS2 game so we can play that. And I guess also I'll try and see about subsistence on PS3, or PS2 for 3 when we get to that. But I mean, it used to be on there. Right, because I remember, okay, thank you for mentioning that. Well, okay, is there anything else you need to go into right now before I feel this?
No, I'm just going around getting a bit of flavor text.
Awesome. Okay, so Spartacus Project, thank you. That's the Sony thing that they're planning. I guess their program they're thinking to compete with Game Pass of Microsoft's to have access to classic games, or more classic games as far as the Sony consoles are concerned. But to go back to Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, I actually know why those used to be on there but aren't anymore. They were actually taken off of all of the storefronts on everything. PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, 5, and Xbox 360, Series S, Series X, and 1, because there was licensing reasons for that, because in Metal Gear Solid 2 in particular, they use a lot of archival footage of real-world events, and Metal Gear Solid 1 did that as well. I think there was like stuff from the Cuban Missile Crisis, amongst other things. They had to relicense that feasibly, or they'll have to relicense that feasibly, so that's the reason that they're gone, and I just remembered that now, but that's the reason as to why not. It's like, hey, for our purpose, like, fine, it's something I guess you could say, like, it's a public domain case, and Twitch isn't saying, like, oh, you're, you know, taking copyright material, so it's like, yeah, no problem for us with Metal Gear Solid 2. At some point, we'll definitely do it, though, and, yeah, you will definitely be the first to know when we're going to do it. I'll definitely have that on the docket eventually. Actually, I guess quick thing before we go on. Do you have familiarity as far as Metal Gear Solid?
Not much.
Yeah, I think the most is like you might have seen me playing 2, but outside of that, not as much. But as I said, we'll definitely go through the rest of that. Oh, really? That sucks. Yeah, I mean, as far as the delisting, yeah, I mean, that was a weird case because I mean, for years there wasn't really a question to that, but for those ones they were. And we're in a 3. Oh no, actually no, 3 they pulled off for the same reason. I was thinking 4 and 5. I don't think 4 has that, and I have 4. At some point we can play 4. I mean, when I bought PS3, which we are running this on, by the way, I did make sure to buy Metal Gear Solid 3 as, like, the first game for that. But, point is, like, yeah, still, there's the availability of that, and I don't think, I'm trying to think about that as far as, like, the availability of, like, the modern stuff. Alright, well, what's next?
Next up, we need, to go back to City Hall. Well, at least the City Hall area.
Okay. But as I said, that is a weird case as far as like them relisting it, but I think Konami said they were going to try and get it back up there eventually. And hey, as I mentioned, the Cowabunga collection, a lot of people say like, Konami is giving up on gaming. Like, clearly that's the case. No, they haven't. That and the Castlevania Advance collection. So like, yeah, them seeing that thing like, well, let's have more of this. Alright, we're going back to the police station. And what are we doing here?
So, so yeah, we're going to go talk to the inspector.
And he could use our help. He lost all the money he was going to use to build his house. Yeah, speaking of things that suck that way, yeah, for him. Because, yeah, that's going to be a case that will help. I mean, this wonderfully jazzy music in the police station. I don't know if I mentioned that before, but, like, I do really like it.
Yep.
And this whole soundtrack.
It's great.
I'll say I'm not big on the big boss games as far as Metal Gear Solid. That would be Metal Gear Solid's 3. I think 4 counts to that. And I don't know if 5 does. Because, yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3, despite the name, it is a prequel to the other ones. And also, one other Metal Gear Solid game at some point we're going to play. I definitely going to do this because I do own it. It costs a lot of money. Metal Gear Solid on the Game Boy Color, which is also known as Metal Gear Ghost Babel, which is a great game. It's amazing. But yeah, big boss with a different take to that compared to certain things on that franchise. But yeah, we'll definitely get into that more. And there's something to be said about that, as we mentioned when we did Metal Gear Solid. But alright, so got to help find the bag of this man over here, the Flustered Man. Yeah, he's not the big boss, I guess, to some degree, because like, yeah, he went to the electronic shop and yeah, his bag is gone. So with this, we'll help him out for sure. What am? Okay, that's interesting. I never actually noticed that. What am I gonna do? As far as like the I guess the like a contraction for that. What am or what am? Okay, so that's an interesting case.
No, I do not want to reset.
Oh no, like, yeah, there you go. I like the stories to those games, but gameplay-wise, not a fan. And I know with Metal Gear Solid 3, just to go into this, I know the camouflage thing, which is an interesting case, but it's also kind of weirdly busted. Especially playing on 3DS. It is on 3DS, amazingly. And it amazingly kind of runs, sort of. But you can also take a picture of anything with the camera of the 3DS, and then what happens is you can get, like, a perfect, invisibility. So, again, the guards come by, and, yeah, they don't see you. It's kind of crazy. Although we play 3, we're not playing that one, because I don't have a way to stream 3DS yet. But at some point, we'll figure. I definitely want to do that eventually, but that's going to come down the road.
Alright. So, we're going to head over to Apple Market, which is that first little market area you go to in the game.
Mm-hmm. And hear the delicious music again that we mentioned to each time, because it is great. Fine, it's right here. Fine, Apple Market music is everywhere around here until you go to certain areas like Old City and Uptown. Alright, so what were we doing here?
Alright, so here we're going to the electronics store to start.
Yeah, we're going to Staple. Singular, not Staples, because that's a copyright case. This is this one. Actually, Dave, your video game nerd said on this, saying like, was Mega Man going to go into Staples? Actually, no, that's not far off in this game. Alright, so he came in here and he was window shopping, and apparently he doesn't like that. So yeah, you have to get your detective on as following their clues.
Mm-hmm. So now we need to find the Jetlag Bakery.
Yeah, weird name as far as that. I don't think we actually brought up like the name of like the Jetlag Bakery. Which makes me wonder, I guess, is Mega Man and the gang, are they potentially jet-lagged by landing here? I don't know if there's ever any perspective to that, but that'd be a thought.
It's never implied.
Okay. Alright, so he bought some bread. He had something to look up.
Alright, so now we head off to the library.
I don't think a single piece of bread will be enough for a grown man. Now, take this, all of you, and eat it. This is my body, which will be given up for you. Yeah, that is what I did when I was doing my side of this, which was, you know, skating up into the library. And you can skate in the library, and the librarian won't mind, thankfully.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw a man carrying a bag.
Also, I really like her design.
I do too, yeah.
Like, and she is entirely missable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the interior of the library is entirely missable.
Right, because it's something you feasibly don't have to do unless
Yeah.
you're doing the side quest. But hey, we're doing everything we can on this, so I get it completely. He had something stuck in his throat. So yeah, basically, in this case, you're kind of going to certain areas to get a sense of like what clues you need to have to get where the bag is. Yes, definitely so. So I mean, yeah, Dolphin agrees with you clearly as far as like the design, and that's the thing about this game just in general. I think a lot of the design. We'll get into this when we get into our final thoughts on this later on. But yeah, the design of this, there is something very unique. They clearly had a passion for what they were making on this. Capcom, the Capcom team specifically, who made Mega Man Battle Network, as like as you mentioned. And I've also been doing the collection of building up the Mega Man Battle Network stuff for future shows. But yeah, in that case, they clearly had a passion for what they were doing. You could see it as far as like everything with the character designs and everything. But yeah, we can talk to her. Carrying a bag, I did see a man who didn't look well, buy some juice. But he didn't have a bag. Alright, why don't you ask around here? I will go into that in just a second. Also, in her case, she has, I like the next line, she says, don't you watch detective stories on TV? Yeah, I always think of Shenmue, like the idea you go in the Heartbeats bar and he says, I'm looking for sailors who run with Chinese ships. What are you, some kind of TV detective or something? Back off. You little punk! You looking for some of this? And then you just knock him against the bar. It's hilarious. I felt completely lost with Peace Walker. The bosses take too long to kill, and in Metal Gear Solid 5, unless you're Spider-Man or Batman, I'd say open world doesn't work very well as a stealth game, and Dolphin as the element of Shenmue. Want to play Lucky Hit? How about trying Lucky Hit? How about a game? It's $50 a game, and the rule is... Yeah, we're playing Shenmue eventually at some point. We're going to go through both of those. We'll find the third one as well at some point, but yeah. So yeah, what's going on now? Yeah, that guy made me really angry. I get the idea of what you're saying as far as the stealth thing, just to quickly go back to this, and with Metal Gear Solid 5, although I haven't played it, just the idea like, how is that going to work for it? Alright, so yeah, you talk to him 3 times, and you get some information about the bag. He ran into me without saying sorry, so yeah, he's mad he got jilted. Yeah, it's over there. Why don't you go get it? Yeah, it's literally right over here. It's like, yeah, why don't you go walk over to the side? They're like, fine, there's the bag. We got it. Alright, yeah, so, yeah, Dolphin, you're getting into that perspective. The game pretty much invented QuickTime events, right? Well, as far as modern games, to an extent, yes. Although, when you talk about QuickTime events, they kind of were there, going back to the 80s with, I don't know if you've ever played this, chat, or Nocturne you, Dragon's Lair?
I don't really know much about it.
It's an arcade game that was designed by Don Bluth. It's like an animated film, sort of. You press buttons and you kind of go in directions. And there were a lot of games that were doing stuff like that. And actually, a lot of the digital picture stuff kind of did that. When we played Sewer Shark about this time last year, we went into that a little. That kind of does it, but with Shenmue, you're right in that Shenmue kind of had that perspective, like, button press is like, hey, if you don't hit a button right, you're going to trip over a box. And other games like God of War and Resident Evil 4 and things like that would pull from that a lot. So you did see that as far as Shenmue is concerned. Yeah, have you played Shenmue, ElecVerse? And you know, Nocturne, about Shenmue, because I can't shut the hell up about it.
I'm sorry?
Shenmue, you know because of me, because I always talk about it. It's a very special one for me, for sure. And I guess, Dolphin, you have a fandom of Shenmue as well. Alright, we got the bag, and, yeah. Yeah, what will my wife do? Is he... Hold on, what's that thing over his body, the guy's body? It looks like...
it's part of something that's actually against the wall that we're looking through to see what's going on.
Okay, so he is alive still. I think, like, wait a second, did he get impaled on that?
No, it's, you'll see what it is in just a sec.
Okay. No, I have not played Shenmue. Yeah, you're in for a treat when we do that. Absolutely. We're going to give that one a totally loving play, like this game. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. We'll definitely figure something on that. But for that, you get the arm supporter, which is...
So, yeah. That was the top of the counter there.
Mm-hmm.
See how it,
Oh, yeah, okay. So I guess the way it's handling stuff with the way the camera works. Yeah, but I do know that Shenmue is a Yu Suzuki game. That it is. The guy who made Virtua Fighter and Hang On, amongst other things.
And I believe the arm supporter is needed for a special weapon.
Okay, of which we only have 2 left. You're saying off camera, correct?
Yep. The ones we have left are the Shining Laser, of course, and also a weapon called the Spread Buster. Which, in my opinion, is one of the worst weapons in the game.
Okay.
One of them. Not the worst, but one of them.
What would you say is the worst then?
Splash Mine, probably.
Splash Mine. Okay, and chat, feel free to let us know what you think the worst weapon of this game is, or anything else that's going on.
Like, Splash Mine is good for when you get it because it's your first special weapon. But it's not a good weapon. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's the only one in the game that can actually kill you.
Well, I think the Grand Grenade is another one. We can do that.
I don't believe the Grand Grenade actually hurts you.
Okay.
Well, I'll be showing off the weapons later in the stream, so...
So we'll get an answer that way. I'm learning as much on this game as maybe, chat, you might be if you haven't played this or if you haven't seen some of the aspects of it. Because as I said, I played this game, but I don't know everything about it. She does.
Okay, we are still missing something.
Yeah, you hear that spring, that is the idea that, a roll can't make anything out of it.
Okay, time to take a look at my inventory and see what I'm missing.
I ran into that a lot when I was doing the test stuff. I will say, though, to go back to the Splash Mine...
Book. So I've got the, Ancient Book... Which means I'm missing the old launcher. Time to look this up.
Okay. They have stuff set up, but that's good as well, so we can get that going. I mean, here's the thing, I guess, to go with this. When I was doing the test on this, you were saying as far as, as far as the setup for this, for the Splash Mine. I'll tell the story then while you're doing that, which is that when I was using that, I was running through the game to get the stuff for the side quests that we won't be able to show on stream. But when I did that, I actually just said, like, well, let me bum rush the game completely. So actually, I used that on the mecha of Trons early in the game. I got only one building destroyed doing it just by dropping it right there. But I get the idea. It's a very specific thing. That, if you're not careful, you're going to die.
Okay, I actually don't know where this is talking about.
Okay.
I might not be able to show the Spread Buster today.
Well, we'll show it off. We'll add it on as far as that.
So sorry about that.
Yeah, it's alright, don't worry about it. As I said, that's sometimes the limitation, like, hey, how something like that works. But clearly, I get the idea is that I think the watchers of the show are interested in seeing, like, what's going on here, and sometimes getting that experience of, like, showing certain things off, or trying to,
Yeah, so, I mean, I am going to look real quick to see, if I can figure it out. but I'm not going to invest more than a few minutes in this.
Okay. I also do love how where you called her, it's like, yeah, just back up like a 2 inches roll, and I need to get in. As I've said this before, it's like, I can't walk, all of a sudden I can't walk. It's like, why are you standing on your feet? Although, hold that thought, that's going to come up a little later. In a better way than that, but, alright. So where are we going?
So, while we're here, I'm going to unlock the second floor of the museum.
Okay. Sounds good.
Oh, wait, did I already do that? Oh,
well, we'll see.
There she is. So, this is the museum curator. We spoke to her once earlier in the game. Mm-hmm. So, we told her that her painting needed more red.
Yeah.
One thing I accidentally did off camera
for a second?
Was get the lipstick that you need to give to her to add red.
I will show the lipstick being gotten about here.
That's exactly what it needed.
So don't worry about that. We'll be all set. As I said, we could be a real asshole and say add some talent. You know, I'll show this just once just to show what happens because we didn't show when we played. I said talent, or I said some red, maybe.
Did you just say what I think you said? Would you repeat that?
Alright, yeah, and then if you say this again, I said no, I said red.
Really? You think so? I'm fresh out of red, which is why I haven't been using it, but I suppose it is a little drab. But there's nothing wrong with this colder look either.
So you go back to the Apple Market, and you go to the Hipbone store. You can find some red to give her in a little bit of a an orthodox way, but yeah, we can make that happen. All right, so here's Hipbone, the dressmaker shop. All right, so let's see. Hi, Mega Man. You looking for something? Yeah, I'm looking for something red. So draw. I know you're an artist. Well, there are a lot of things you don't know about Mega Man, I guess, in this game. We don't have red chalk, but we got some red lipstick. Would that do? Yeah, okay, we'll have to make do. I'll give you mine. Alright, thank you. I'm sorry I've already used it a little. Don't worry about paying me. I'm just glad I could help you. Alright, so yeah, word travels fast that, yeah, Mega Man is worth giving free lipstick to.
Oh, would you look at the time? I better be going.
Yeah, but by giving her the lipstick, then, she makes a run for it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I never knew the field here was brought to you by the K-Tox TV station.
Mm-hmm. And while we're here, I believe I have all of the Shining Laser, museum quest items.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is gonna take a few minutes, but there's, it's kind of cute.
Yeah, absolutely so. And as I said, for the purpose of that, it's also good as far as discussion or anything else, Doctor, you want to go into of what Chad has mentioned or anything else you got on your mind game-wise or this game or Mega Man based.
My real job is here, working as the curator. Why don't you take a look around?
So I tried playing .hack GU, the first volume, which I guess, because that came out on Switch recently, I believe. I could not get into it. I felt I was wasting time. I know you played the GU game, yes?
I've played a little bit of it.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't finished the first part myself.
Okay. Because I know you're kind of a big one into those games, sort of.
I loved the original .hack games. The 4-part thing.
Yeah, which was yeah, I'll put the names of what they all are in the YouTube site for this. And they put the GU one because they put that to Switch a couple weeks ago, a week or so ago. It was neat to see the actors though, Persona 4 doing performances in it. Okay, I'm not aware as far as like the voice performances of that one. Same with Persona 4, as I said. That's a bit of a blind spot for me.
And if you want, I can display it here.
It's nothing. I was just thinking it might be kind of nice to let some of the dialogue be heard.
Yeah, let it go.
Thank you so much. I bet there are a lot of people who'll come to see this.
Yeah, you can hear that one a lot though, I'll say that.
Yep, the thank you is repeated for every single item, but the dialogue before that point is
alrighty.
Is different every time.
That's a funny looking thing you've got there. It looks like a hibachi or something. Maybe they use it in the dungeons when it gets cold. Why don't we call it a fire pot and put it on display?
Then I remember the name of my hibachi dealer.
For the record, I'm actually a little surprised that they that in this PlayStation game, like PlayStation 1, they actually translated it as hibachi instead of just a grill.
Right. Because you think, like, maybe they wouldn't?
Like, just given how likely it would be that the American audience would not understand what a hibachi is at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but I really like that they put that in there.
I mean, I get that's the idea as well, as I said, a reference to Everything You Know Is Wrong by Weird Al Yankovic, which is, then I remember the face of my hibachi dealer who took off his prosthetic lips and told me that.
Yeah. I mean, of course, today everyone knows what a hibachi is. Okay, not literally, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, remember, this is 25 years now, later this year, for this game.
This would be doing underground. Oh well, why don't we call it a human doll? It could be someone's idea of a joke, but why don't we put it on display?
I guess she's thinking there's somebody who's going to come in and say it's amazing.
I bet there are a lot of people who'll come to see this.
I guess she's not feasibly wrong.
That's a catalog spell. They're found only on this island. No one knows what they're used for. Is it okay if I put this on display?
I'd say so, given what we're going to get for this.
I bet there are a lot of people
She
who
doesn't give
see
us
this.
anything.
Yeah, which is weird, because actually, when I did the off-screen for this, just because, like, I didn't know if we need to or not, I said, I'm surprised she's not giving it to us, because we're the one who's helping her.
That's quite a find you've got there. It's called a giant horn. Maybe you've seen some rich people on TV with these on display in their houses? They're worth a lot. Would you let me put it on display here, please?
This is like the one she's begging you to let her have.
Thank you so much. I bet there are a lot of people who'll come to see this.
Alrighty, so, there's one I'm definitely waiting to see her reaction on.
Oh my! Is that a crystal fossil? Do you know what that is?
A crystal fossil?
Those are made when a Reaverbot's body crystallizes over the centuries. They're considered Grade 3 national treasures. It would mean so much to me if you'd let me display that here. Please.
Guess what happens when you say no? She's like, hey, you're greedy or something?
I'm going to do that on the last one.
Okay. Fitting you're going to do it on the last one, given what the last one is.
Where did you find that? That's an antique shield. Relics like that are classified as Grade 2 national treasures. Some Reaverbot was probably using it to protect itself. You'll let me put it on display, won't you?
Sure.
Thank you so much. I bet there are a lot of people who'll come to see this.
Alright, I think this is the last item, isn't it?
Should be.
That's a Reaverbot eye. Look at it. It's so beautiful the way the light goes through that translucent red. These are Grade 1 national treasures. There have been lots of diggers who've disappeared in the dungeons looking for these. That would be the star attraction for any museum. Would it really be all right if I put it on display here?
Well...
No, mine.
What? Oh, I didn't think you were such a selfish little kid.
Well, I mean, hey, you're kind of... I mean, you could say, like, no, you're sick of getting, excited about a Reaverbot's eye. It's like the thing with the shield. It's like, yeah, it was protecting itself. Someone killed it. It's like, we could say, like, oh, no, the digger who did that, like, is evil that way. Or, like, the eye, like, think about that. First I thought, like, oh, it's just, like, a figure of speech, but, no, it is not.
Okay, fine. Take the stupid eye.
That's a good case, but they get the reward is going to be so perfect.
All
Alright, since we're done with this, I'll real quickly go back to that Dahak GU thing, because I haven't played it, but I did wonder just because, again, the idea of, hey, buying that, saying to Namco, release the other ones. And I think they have restocked the physical version, because I know you were talking about, hey, you were wanting to maybe play that. But yeah, they did restock it on their website, so it is available that way. But yeah, I'd be curious to see about playing more of it, because I like the idea, basically the idea of like the online-offline RPG, as it was.
Alright. So now there's a bunch of people running around here. Okay, not exactly a bunch, but...
Well, it's more than we were before.
Mhm. Also, here's what the items actually look like.
Yeah.
These two are already there when you first get to the upstairs, but here's the fire pot.
And they do tell you where they found them, I believe, yes? Or you found them. Name for its resemblance to a hibachi.
There's the bell.
That's a weird looking bell, but it's like I can kind of see it, the cone shape. The crystal fossil. Does look very crystallized compared to how it looks in the other version.
And actually, it does have it is translucent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in this version only. I don't think it is on N64.
Yeah. Although, for all that she talks about the translucent red,
Not really translucent.
That looks pretty solid to me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's hard to make red translucent.
That looks really opaque to me.
Yeah, definitely so. But yeah, this is the eye. His name indicates believed to be the eye of a giant reaver bot.
And here's the shield.
Apparently used for protection, but how well it worked, I don't know. A horn or fang of an animal-shaped reaver bot. But one thing, I'll say this goes to what you're saying to me off screen on this. This really goes to the idea of, like, the lore this side of the Mega Man series, the Legends stuff, really goes into, which I think makes it really unique. That's why people really love it still, even 25 years after, or 24 for US anyway. So that's the Reaver Bot's idea of what a human looks like.
Animal bone? No, that is clearly part of a Reaver bot.
Yeah, with the eye. From that side, I was thinking it looks like almost like either like a barbell or a lightsaber. And there's the not Chaos Emerald over there.
And now we talk to this random patron.
Yeah, but she has something very nice for us. There's also one who's very superstitious, apparently, too. I think we do want that, yes.
Yep, gimme.
Don't blame me if something happens to you because of it. Well, nothing's gonna happen to you or us. Other things that we can't really guarantee. Alright, I think this is the last part you need for this, yes?
Let's see.
Good to have a confirmation for
Let's
sure.
see. Do we have the weapon plans?
Yeah, you did. I did see that.
Okay. Yep, we have everything for
Alright.
the shining laser.
Which I guess is a good attention to detail there. It's like, hey, you need weapon plans so she can work, so Roll can work through that and realize, okay, we're gonna make something awesome with this.
So, I am just going to go straight and fully upgrade the thing right off the bat.
Yeah, that's why she was playing off screen to get all that Zenny.
Yep, and half of that Zenny roughly went into the weapon that I currently have, the Active Buster.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
The Active Buster and the Shining Laser are the two best weapons in the game, hands down.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, let's get
Roll,
it.
take a look.
It never felt so good to hear that. The X-Buster Prism Crystal and weapon plans. The Shining Laser. I had no idea to be able to make something this powerful. It almost frightens me. Oh no, that's gonna be our enemies. Being so highly focused, it'll shoot through an enemy and keep on going. Yeah, look for their cut. Watch it cut through the steel I-beam. Actually, I've never seen this run, so this is going to be new to me seeing it.
Alright. time to enhance the crap out of this thing.
Alright, do it.
There's the shining laser. Doesn't look like much, but, well, you'll see.
Alright, show us. So 50,000 on the attack, 100,000 on that.
100K. $500,000.
Yeah, no problem for us. Now you're swimming in the money.
Energy. 50K, 100K, 200K.
Alright. And it's an infinite. Okay, so you're all set with this. Yeah, things are not going to live long with this. From what I've understood, but see, I still haven't seen it run. And that's why she's playing this.
Okay. Rain and Rapid and Special have no upgrades.
Okay. So yeah, that is as far as it goes on all that. But yeah, look at that. Attack almost at infinite, energy at infinite.
Well, there's no infinite for attack.
Uh-huh.
It's just maxed out.
Okay.
So, now we get to equip it.
Alright. And, I guess, yeah, as you mentioned, it's more the cost, really, and all these side quests for this that are really the stumbling block to upgrading this thing like this.
Yeah, like, I'm not completely, sure. Okay, the weapon plans are, in fact, actually found by running around the ruins and collecting stuff. But the other two items, the X-Buster and the Prism Crystal, are locked behind side quests.
Okay. That laugh of Nocturne say, I'm gonna fuck shit up, which is not a bad way of putting it. Yet, that's the thing, and as I said, that's also the unique perspective she's bringing to this program. As I said, we've had guest appearances on the show as it's been, more of them coming, and yeah, it's that idea, that sense of delight. It's like, yeah, now we have this weapon, yeah, nothing's gonna live, but yeah, well, fine, nothing that's against us is going to live, but Mega Man is a good character as far as that. He'll be doing it. He's doing it for the right reasons, so don't worry about that.
He is good boy.
He is. But as I said, we're also going to get a sense more of what he is. Wait, we're going out here?
Yeah, we're,
oh, right, because we're going to do the drilling case.
To try to find, what was the thing I needed to find?
Oh, the thing for the not the active buster, the other one, the bad one. The spread buster, okay, thank you.
The old launcher.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, in that case, we'll definitely get our case going on this, as far as it.
I may need to come back with a drill arm, depending on what I find out here, but
okay,
that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Although, I will save at data here.
In the words of Johnny, everyone likes to play God every once in a while. Yeah, that's true. But the thing is also, we earned that perspective. Oh, fine, she did, because she's the one playing this. So it's the idea that we started, you know, small as far as what we could do, but now, after about 9 hours total of play on screen and the amount off, yeah, we're all set. In fact, at this point, yeah, you're probably going to want to, you know, talk to Data to save.
Yeah, we are saving after all of that.
Alrighty. But I get that he's like, yeah, everyone gets to play God once in a while, and I'm looking forward to getting a sense of what this is going to look like. Because I saw how the Active Buster runs, but I have not seen this.
And like I said, I will be doing a weapons showcase after we complete the plot.
Okay. As I said, there'll also be more showcases to be had in a couple of days. Alright, so yeah, in the case of that, let's see, I'm just trying to think about other stuff that we've gone into. Okay, fine, since Persona 4 was mentioned, since you're going to be running towards this, I'll mention this. I guess the release of that Persona 4 Ultimax was on... Oh, shit! Okay, I've never seen... Okay, that's it. Alright, fine, yeah, she's right, there you go, there's the laugh. Yeah, not wrong.
Stuff is not going to freaking live.
Okay, so yeah, there you go, that's how they shake me out of that. It's like, yeah, they'll just shoot them with that laser. So that, it is very shiny. And since you have infinite ammo, I was like, yeah, nothing, you don't have to worry about it running out. Or feasibly about it, you know, doing anything. Oh, it even reflects off the wall.
Well,
sort of off the wall.
It doesn't reflect, but it does have a particle effect.
That's pretty cool, and I think just to go back to that, just the idea of... Oh, I like that. So you're juggling the robot there, or the robot. Yeah, I don't know, like, what is the last thought he's thinking before he explodes? Probably like, yeah, I picked the wrong week to stop smoking. There you go. But that's also the great case, as you said, like, getting that inner perspective out for... Take care of those... He is holding that decently, though. That's a surprise in that case.
Oh, you can fire this indefinitely.
Okay. But still, it's like, yeah, it's still taking a while for him to go, but there you go.
Well, these guys, you need to flip them first.
Kill everything. Yeah, that's, ElecVerse on your side as far as that. Well, fine, we all are. This is, I guess, us getting our inner sadist out. I said when we did the fighting game showcase, if there's any game that's going to get your inner sadist out, it's going to be Mortal Kombat, but honestly, in a maybe more innocent way, we could say that with the Mega Man Legends game here. And in some ways, I don't know if there's a weapon that is this, crazy maybe in the entire franchise. Except maybe the Metal Blade, but even then, I was like, no, I'd even argue against that with the Metal Blades from Mega Man 2. Yeah, it is fascinating just to see this. Oh.
Yeah, those little guys are actually kind of hard to hit with this, so it's actually better just to buster them.
Although you do have the buster built up quite strongly as far as your stuff, so in that case they die quickly with that one. Yeah, you used to be afraid of these things, but no longer.
And it appears to be getting hit, but but the Shining Laser's range isn't quite as good as, isn't anywhere near as good as the Active Buster.
Right, the Active Buster, you run that. Yes, it's a reference to Toonami's review for Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. Oh, right, I remember that. Well, fine, I remember Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, which is like a DLC take of Far Cry 3 that was actually 80s inspired and totally different from the actual Far Cry 3 game. I'm trying to remember, you ever played any of the Far Cry games?
Nope, I barely know them at all.
Okay, I think I showed you 2 one point, but even then I haven't played it that much. I have 2, as far as it... At some point I do want to show Far Cry Instincts off, because that's a great game on Xbox. Alright, so let's keep going down the ruins.
Oh, wait, I think I did decide to skip this when I was...
doing the run?
Yeah, when I was going about stuff.
Okay.
So, old launcher, yeah, so that's in part 5. Okay, I know exactly where this is, and we do in fact need the drill arm.
Okay, so unfortunately...
So, I'm gonna go back, get the drill arm, and
yeah, we'll come back. I guess at that point it's also going to be a case of like, yeah, we'll put the Shining Laser away for now, but yeah, they'll come back, don't worry.
yeah, we've had a nice preview.
That's true. I do like the way you're thinking as far as that. And there's a link to that, I guess this is a Toonami review. Thank you, ElecVerse, for providing that. We'll go into the list of links in the YouTube site version. I've loved that too, just to go into that. When things have come up, we've either had links added here, or I've put stuff to explain certain things that I mentioned, or you mentioned, Nocturne as well. So that's been a great case of that. To basically have the record of our show of playing this game, or experience this game, or playing it, or both, technically, as far as it. So, yeah, thank you very much for that.
And now we go back to the support car and get the drill arm, which I have not shown yet because we just weren't at a spot where we needed to use it.
Mm-hmm. But now we are going to use it as far as that. Which I guess goes to the drill case of certain things. Yeah, we're going to be drilling like crazy, like Mr. Driller, or a game I picked up actually yesterday, Gurman, which is on PSP, but I downloaded the 3DS version because it's on sale for about $3 until, I think, Monday. And actually, I want to go back to this quickly while you're walking back there, is that I noticed there's actually a sale going on. This is a Capcom case. I forgot to mention there's a fan-made remake of Man Legends 1 in the works. There is, aside from the one you mentioned. Okay, do you have a link to that? I would be very curious to see that, but you would as well.
Sure.
Okay, so thank you very much. But yeah, as I was saying, also, there's a couple sales going on 3DS and Wii U now, and Switch as far as like Capcom and things. So there's certain things they're cutting price on, and same also with the Gurman game, which I played. It's actually quite good from what I'm playing of it. Kind of like Zelda a little bit, with a lot of really good voice acting to it.
But yeah, so the drill arm, which you'll see in a moment, is basically useless as a weapon, although it does boast extremely high attack power. Because it basically has 0 range.
Well, you were saying, I think before, it's like you could build it up, but you have to be right next to the enemy in order to drill them.
Yeah.
It's definitely less violent take on it than another game with a drill like that from 1988. I've mentioned this before. Turok 2 Seeds of Evil. Use the cerebral bore. You shoot it at an enemy, it literally will go into their brain and drill it out. Yeah, and it's bloody as hell. Thank you then for the link to that ElecVerse. I will definitely put that in. We'll definitely take a look at that later. Yeah, that's an interesting one as far as Turok 2 is concerned. As far as that, yeah, the M-rated take for that, but yeah, like, this is the not as violent drill, but things can still die to it. Yeah, it is interesting to look at this after starting to play Gurman, honestly, now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be bustering things, for the record, while I'm thinking about it.
Sure.
Here's the buster setup right now.
Alright.
Those stats are much higher than, this is one of the top 3 or 4 buster setups possible in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the one that has the best offensive ability.
Okay.
There are other setups that have somewhat better range or better rapid or better energy, but you can only really have, this one has the best balance.
Mm-hmm. And as you said, under normal circumstances, you can't max everything out.
Right. There is a buster part on easy mode specifically called Buster Max that literally maxes out everything, but that's the only way to max out everything, and it's locked to easy mode.
Mm-hmm. And with this setup, as ElecVerse is saying, Volnut is shooting lemons like his namesake because of the color of the bullets. Mm-hmm. Let's think in that perspective as well. So, like, yeah, that's the idea. Like, now everybody says, like, the lemon shooter as far as, like, the pellets for all of the Mega Man games where his pellets that way. But in this case, they're actually really hurting stuff in this explosion of gems. So there is that take as well. Actually, do you want to then go into, you're saying the easy mode, you want to talk about the extra difficulties as that?
Yeah. So when you first play the game, if it's a, like when you first play the game, you really only have access to normal mode, without using cheats. Like, as in Game Shark cheats, there's no way to cheat it from within the game.
Okay.
At least none that I know of.
If there is, I'll put an edit here, but yeah, go on. After you beat the game on normal, you unlock hard mode. Not easy mode. You unlock hard mode. Then you beat the game on hard mode to unlock easy mode. Mm-hmm.
So easy mode is actually considered a reward for beating the game on hard mode.
Which I guess is an interesting case to that, because they're saying, like, hey, we want to feel powerful. So that's the idea. Yeah, there's the drill arm. It just busts down those, and that's what you also want to use, from what I understand, to go through the ruins. Because we need to use that, unless you clip through the wall, like we showed a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Well, we'll be getting to that.
Okay. We had fun doing that on the audio check earlier. I'm glad that this is part of the showcase on this, just to get a sense of this. Because I guess it shows you what could happen.
I think I might be soft-locked.
Really? Okay, yeah, tell me then, what is that about? You're kind of stuck here as far as the movement and all that?
Yeah. I mean, I can shoot, but I can't rotate. I'm not moving.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we'll need to reload the save. So, I know I said we would be doing a weapon showcase, but I am not going to showcase the drill arm because it is just too hard to actually use as a weapon.
I mean, you mean showcase as far as killing something. So yeah,
Yeah.
nothing is going to die from this. The only thing that's going to happen is those walls are going to come crashing down.
Yeah. So, I am just going to quickly map this place out.
Which is a fun thing, because you're just like, hey, is that like a waste of time? Like, no, the idea is this gets you in the idea of exploring. So you just want to just get a sense of, like, have that whole map shown out.
Yeah, and it also, honestly, helps.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to view the map, you actually know where you're going.
Yeah, which is definitely a good thing to have. Actually, wait, you could use this on Trap Box, can't you?
Probably.
I find, yep.
Actually, no, I can't, because in order to,
okay, yeah, you have to hit the lid.
Yeah, but then the explosion of the Reaver bot pings my, HP again.
Okay, so that's how insanely close you have to be. I didn't know even how close it was. I knew you had to be close, but I didn't know it was that much.
It's honestly kind of useless. Like, great attack power, but that's the only thing it has.
I mean, as we said before, I think it's more just the idea that you're using it as a tool for what you're doing to explore the ruins. I'm trying to remember, did Mega Man Legends 2 have this?
The Legends 2 does also have the drill arm, and it actually is useful for a single boss fight.
Okay.
Or, well, technically 2 boss fights, but it's the same character.
Okay.
So, yeah, normally you really can't do anything to these walls, but drill arm, boom.
Yeah, you're going through. And I like that, as far as that idea.
And because we're coming in the way we are, we can actually just shoot most of those guys in the back.
Exploring these ruins gets the feeling of dread of the unknown, and we know that a couple of weeks
absolutely.
ago. And I agree with that. I like that idea.
Also, just the lack of actual background music, I think, makes the Legends 1 ruins some of the creepiest areas in all of Mega Man.
And that's what, as I go back to when I first played it for the first time about in 2001, I remember kind of being taken by that. Not that I was necessarily as creeped out by this as other things, but still, I like the idea of, hey, I'm feeling this atmosphere. I'm feeling the sense of, I'm underground, exploring this place, and hey, there's something that could be coming up at any point, so I gotta be careful. And I like that sense of that. You're right. Okay, so
there's the old launcher.
Awesome.
Boom.
Yeah, as I said, it's not, as you're saying, the weapon that we're going to get for it is not worth the feasibly going after, but we're going to show it. So
well, I mean, it's worth it for the showcase.
Not going to lie, I used to feel scared for this. No, and I get that as well. I'm not saying, like, no, that's an unreasonable take. I'll get into that when we do Majora's Mask as well.
I still get a little shot of adrenaline, like, from fear when going through this place.
Well, we got that a couple weeks ago. For the both of us, we had 2 separate sections of be blindsided by those invisible Reaver bots. So I get that completely, and it's understandable. Yeah, I can agree with that. No, I get that as well, and you know, I'll put that as well also out to Chad and also to you, Nocturne, as far as, aside from this game, and we're saying, yeah, this is a game we get this feel as far as that fear, what are some other cases of games where you would think that you really had that, or maybe the first case that you felt that sense of fear out of a game? I don't know if, was this the first one for you then, Nocturne, you would say?
On that level, yeah. Like, I honestly would consider this game it definitely, like, the general ruins definitely play with some horror tropes.
I agree with that.
Like, I would absolutely not consider this a horror game, but the general ruins do have some horror-like qualities.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the same way as far as, because the game that kind of made me notice that to start was actually one we're going to start in a couple of months, which is The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, where, as far as, like, the atmosphere it creates, it's almost like this, different, yes, but also the idea of this massive dread. I remember playing that game and getting a sense of, like, oh, this moon is going to collapse into this town, and thing like, there's this dread. And it's also a case where they also then use music to kind of enhance that dread on top of other areas where it's quiet, and you're like, yeah, what's this all about?
So, I forget what it was, okay, it was X, okay, so, the, one of the items for the museum was actually in this spot, which, in preparation for that side quest, I knocked down this one pillar here where I'm standing.
Okay.
But I decided to leave everything else to show you guys.
Alright, definitely a good case then. Thank you very much. I got to play Mario Party Superstars whilst at my brother's house. Have you played Mario Party Superstars yet?
I have not. I'm not a big Mario Party fan, honestly.
I mean, fine, I played most of the ones in the N64. I played this one with my, both my nieces kicked my ass. Like, okay, that's sometimes what happens, as far as that. You can kind of get into a case like that. That's what happened also when I played with, actually with, Edwack, Nikki, and, Chasm22, who I work with. And, because we played it as far as, like, on our lunch break to that. We did, Spaceland for Mario Party 2. And I actually made it specific, because I was like, I have the Nintendo 64 Switch controller. And I said, like, this is how we're playing it. I'm playing the Mario Party 2 game for that. And they also did keep in some of the games that have the analog stick rotation. But because it's running off of the new analog sticks, it's better. It was like, no, I have the N64 controller still, so I'm playing it just like I did in 1999. Feasibly, you know, getting my hands, you know, torn apart.
So I'm going to see if this... no.
Well, oh,
You can't even hit those guys with a drill arm.
Even when they're flipped.
No, no, like when they charge into you.
Uh-huh.
In Legends 2, you can actually flip a very similar type of Reaper bot using the drill arm.
Yeah, I know. We always say, we reference Chicago, the idea of, and then he ran into my knife. He ran into your drill and nothing happened. So it's like, yeah, the drill is just a suggestion. It sucked that I didn't do great, but I was proud of my nieces for that. Oh, and that's a great case of that. The idea of, like, hey, when you have family, the idea of, you know, that perspective, seeing them do well at a game that way, and seeing like that growth, which is definitely an interesting case for that. Definitely an interesting case to that. Yeah, actually, I did like the Mario Party Superstars as far as what it was. I mean, maybe it's also the case where, with Mario Party, for a while, they had them every year, and it kind of got a little... maybe too much.
I was tired of them by the end of the N64 era.
So basically after 3.
Like, I'm not even sure I got that far.
Okay, yeah, I played all of them up to that point, and 4. I have 1, 2, and 4 as far as the ones feasibly could show. At some point we should show one of them.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of tons and tons of minigames.
Okay.
Which would be why.
Yeah, I mean, but see, that's also the other case, because then you have I showed you this one, Sonic Shuffle on the Dreamcast, which by the same people who made Mario Party, and nice tie back because Mario Party is made by Hudson Soft. So going back to the beginning of the show that way, so thank you very much for that. But with that one, you're not playing minigames all the time, but even then, the way the minigames work, they're very confusing, as well as there being massive loading times and just weird cases, like, you're just going to lose something instantly. Or the AI, which is insanely horrible. Like, they're cheating constantly. I also get to play F-Zero X. Yeah, we mentioned... We're doing that next month, ElecVerse. I'm going to probably have that later in the month, because I need to unlock everything for it. But yeah, I know you were saying you were ecstatic to see that coming up on the Nintendo 64 side of the Switch Online. Definitely is a good case. Alright, yeah, we have the, speaking of things that aren't great, in this case, not F-Zero X, that's great. Spread Buster. Okay, you shoot multiple bombs. In terms of firepower, it's the strongest weapon. Is she right?
No. Then again, you're expected to make this long before you get to the Shining Laser.
Okay. I was gonna say, wait a second.
No. She is not saying truth. She is not speaking truth.
Well, fine, now because we have the Shining Laser. But that's the interesting idea. I don't remember feeling like you're playing on ice as far as F-Zero X. You ever play that?
Not really.
Yeah, I'll show it in a month, so you'll see the idea of that.
Okay,
but
next level.
That was something to get to. Then we'll go to that when we play that game. But I guess it's that spacey vibe as far as the racing take. But yeah, it is a good game. It's very fast too. Another one from 1998. Seems like we're touching the 1998 stuff and talking about a lot of it tonight. So I like that. Oh, you're enhancing this thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I have to enhance it for the showcase.
Yeah, good point. Fair enough. I mean, actually, what's the special for that?
I don't remember. Let me see if I can find out.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's because it's been years, so I don't know. Well, we'll see. And as I said, we'll talk about that when we play it in a couple of weeks. And I'm definitely looking forward to looking at that. Because it's been the kind of thing I'm thinking, I guess, a lot about it since it came out. And then also some of the other stuff. Also, I guess the other thing is some of the Genesis games they added this week.
I'm actually not sure what it does.
Okay. All right.
The special does.
We'll look and we'll find out. Yeah, because I was saying the Genesis stuff, they also added Tear from Treasure. We talk Treasure sometimes and played stuff of theirs. They added Alien Soldier and Light Crusader, and they also added Super Fantasy Zone, which are interesting additions that way, so you have that as far as your Genesis side.
Right. That's right. I was checking to see, just to make sure everything is in fact maxed.
Oh, you maxed everything out. I didn't know that.
Okay, there we go. Everything is maxed.
Awesome. So here you go. This is your view of every single special weapon in the game at their maximum level. Thank you for showing this.
Mm-hmm. So, let's see. Shining laser.
Are you
Right.
on enhancement?
And then I go back to enhance.
Yeah, first I was thinking, like, hey, if you're going to change weapons, like, is it a question... Fine, I was like, okay, it's a question for showing off stuff, but it's not a question as far as what's going to be the thing that's going to get rid of enemies.
Alright. So, data. Restore the teeny bit of health that I lost.
Yeah, he's not complaining. He's fine with whatever it is.
And save my data.
Alright, there you go. Yeah, data is saving your data while checking your data. And having no data in other places. Exactly. I love how we're in perfect unison. We didn't plan that, I swear to God, but, like, there you go.
That was perfect.
I know. We run into that every so often, don't we? As far as, like, certain things.
Yeah, like times that when we've been playing 2-player Sonic 3.
Yeah, we gotta do that, by the way.
And, like, I'm playing on Tails and just catch you, just without even trying.
Mm-hmm.
And also when I'm, like, navigating off screen to catch back up.
That's still amazing that you're able to do that, because even I can't do that. Or as we said, with going back to Sonic the Hedgehog, then when we said about we owned Sonic the Hedgehog 1 for the Sega Genesis growing up, we had the version of the game that was bundled in with the system and had splashed on the box. Not for resale. There we go. And right there, like she knew, like that was where, like that's that linkage going on. There you go. So yeah, that's the idea. We clearly love gaming here, and the idea of that celebration. Okay, so now.
Okay, so that should be the last I need from the item list.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to get rid of that. Now we've finished Jim's gang, we've finished the games shows. Okay, time to go to the hospital.
Yeah, we didn't hurt ourselves that badly. It's like, yeah, here's the thing, because here's the thing, Data's our hospital. We don't actually go here to help ourselves or get, healed. But other people do, so we're going to showcase stuff with that.
Okay, I have plenty of money.
Yeah, you do need 15,000 zenny to do this.
Are you from another island? I wish I could go places too. But just you wait and see. Once my leg gets better, I'm gonna go all over. The nurse tells me that if I keep working hard with the rehabilitation, my leg will get better in no time. Why don't you come over to my room sometime and tell me stories about where you've been? It's so boring just staying in my room by myself all day.
This is Ira, by the way. She is a patient here who is in a wheelchair currently. Actually, one thing, when you say no to her, she says, like, no, I know you're full of shit because I watch television. I've seen you on television. So I was like, yeah. She's like, I know you're not from here. So yeah, she's smart. I do love that touch. Every time I see Data dance, I think Twitch's video of him dancing to I'm Sexy and I Know It. Oh, by Justin Timberlake. Justin Timberlake? Yes, I think. Yeah, Twitch, I guess you're referencing the Retro Reploid Revo channel. Reploid Revo Retro channel?
Yeah, Reploid Revo, I'm actually in their Discord.
Yeah, ElecVerse as well, as am I. So I think that might have been the case to that. In fact, there's the video, so we'll have that case, so we'll have Data getting his moves on that way. More adding to that. Yeah, by the way, no parking from the hospital. Fine, they're driving past. I was like, there you go. Wait, we're saying why?
Well, no, whoop.
I just want to make
Thanks
sure.
for catching me on that.
I just want to make sure. It's like we're not resetting, are we? Which is fine. I wouldn't necessarily get a sense.
We're not resetting.
Okay, yeah, we have to go and go to the city hall.
Although, to be perfectly fair, we wouldn't have lost much.
No, I mean, it's fine.
Yeah. Better just not to deal with that.
Feasibly not, but alright, we're going to City Hall now, I believe, yes?
Yep. Okay, City Hall, let's go.
Alrighty. I'll see the mayor again, we haven't seen her in a while. Yeah, I guess she hasn't necessarily questioned, like, well, okay, the support cars. I was like, well, fine. She's not going to question. It's like, she knows Mega Man and Roll and the gang are going to be fine with everything. She's like, oh, here they are. Like, maybe they'll come see me. But she keeps getting disappointed until today.
Alright. Hey, Amelia, let's fix up the hospital.
Alright, what can I do for you?
Wait, what?
Reports that disappeared all over the city.
There's supposed to be...
Oh, wait, no, you have to go back. I know what you have to do. You have to go back to the hospital. You go back in the hospital, go into her room, and then talk to her. And because I did this off screen.
Whoops.
And then you come back to her.
Okay, whoops. Sorry about that.
Hey, it's fine. I've done that, thinking ahead case all the time, so I completely get that. The thought of, like, hey, do this and then do that. Because I don't think there's a time... Because thank you for bringing that up. And in fact, thank you for doing this, because then we can go into this. I know that some of the quests in this... You're literally right in front of me. I love that you did that. That's amazing. I love that. Okay. So, alright. As I was saying, sometimes I get in that case of thinking ahead, and, well, yeah, so you have to go to the hospital first to go back in to say, like, okay, we got something going on. I love that. That was amazing. But see, it's the idea of, like, making that into something that's, normal. And thank you for doing that, because otherwise we wouldn't have had that happening right there.
Yep. But, like, hey, roll, come over, like, 15 feet and pick me up.
Mm-hmm. But see, roll is good enough as far as that. She'll be fine. I mean, we gave her the ring and all those other things. You have to talk to the receptionist, I believe, because I did do this off screen. Yeah, Ira's over there, that's fine, and when you talk to her, you can go in.
But yeah, that I had to do that.
I know, that was amazing. Right, you talk to her and she says, hey, this is my patient.
Also, something that wouldn't actually be in the game if it were made more recently.
What?
Red Cross.
Oh yeah, right, because they're probably going to be a reference to that.
Yeah. Well, like, it's, I'm not totally familiar with all the details, but the International Red Cross Organization...
Oh, it'd be like Metal Gear Solid 2, where it's saying, like, hey, there's licensed content, technically, so they'd have to pay them for that.
So, well, it's actually less that. It's not so much that it's licensed, and more that, it, like, just for better... Like, just to ensure that people aren't mistaking something for the Red Cross.
Okay.
So, like, I'm pretty sure something was even done in the original Halo.
Oh, really? Oh, right, yeah. I think...
Like, the health packs were changed.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you for bringing it up. The Master Chief Collection, I think, changed that, although, was that the reason why?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. I did not know that.
I'm, like, don't quote me on it, but I read something recently about that.
I'll find a link to that, because I think that's interesting. So, and actually, that goes, because we've said this a couple times. We said, like, hey, the re-release case. I mentioned the Rob Smith thing. He's dead, so that's not a factor anymore, as callous as that sounds. But you think maybe that has something to do with it as well? The thing, like, hey, there's going to be a concern for this? Like, hey, they don't want to get to that, like the Metal Gear Solid 2 case, or Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3. Case 4 and 5 don't do it.
But yeah, chances are that that Red Cross would have been changed at least to a different color, if not a completely different symbol.
Okay.
If this game were made more recently, or even if it were redone.
Okay.
Like, I would imagine that if they did do a Mega Man Legends collection eventually, that would be edited.
Probably. I mean, which is interesting. We brought that up actually when we did Blast Core last week, because they're saying changes that they made to one of the pieces of music because it was from Donkey Kong Land on the Game Boy, although this is different in this case. But yeah, thank you for bringing it up. And as I said, that's the benefit of you being on the show, as well as every one of you out in chat land or YouTube land if you're watching over there, which is that input that you're providing. Because as I said, I don't know everything. I'm not pretending I do. So that's the idea. So thank you for adding that, and adding discussion, adding this holistic look at Mega Man Legends and other elements of this industry. I love it. So thank you again for that, because I was not aware.
Yeah, I definitely remember the Halo 1 health packs being specifically referenced in the article.
Okay, yeah, I will look for that article. It will be up in the link list.
It was either an article or a YouTube video about it.
There's something. I'll find it. Don't worry, and we'll definitely have the reference to that for the record. Okay, so now that we got the hospital taken care of,
well, almost. I mean,
fine. We got it. We're getting it taken care of now. We got it taken care of talking to them, saying like, "Hey, our equipment is not up to snuff."
Hey, Amelia.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk to Amelia. I always think Amelia Bedelia, but like, no, she'd take it literally as far as that. Okay, now with this, you get to see the equipment. Oh yeah, this costs 50,000 A.
I'm gonna say, wow, that's a lot of money.
It is. We can't afford it right now. Maybe someday. Okay, so that's the idea of like, all right, fine. She's agreeing. Okay, it is a lot. I was like, yeah, we can afford it. And we've done so much for this island before, and actually, we found out I think during the test play of this earlier when you were doing some of the off screen. There's something I think in the ending that changes based on us doing this. And
yeah,
we'll point out.
like actually, we the other side quest with that shop person.
Oh right, yeah, that too.
May have also changed something in the ending as well.
Yeah, we'll bring that up when we get to that point. All right, but yeah, she paid as far as that, and we're good.
All right. Talk to the wall beside the door. Go through the door.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Dolly Finn knows who Amelia Bedelia is. Looks a little bit like Nicole Kidman as Lucille Ball. Yeah, which I guess is fitting because the Oscars are next week, and Nicole Kidman is up for an Oscar for that. Playing that role in Being Ricardo's. Yeah, Amelia Bedelia. I'll put a picture of that. It's like, yeah, you're never going to see any other gaming show that's going to reference what that is. The idea of a woman who tries very hard, but always takes everything so insanely literally. She's like, I want to make a cake out of dates. She's like, okay, instead of the nuts for that, let me put in dates from a calendar. I'm like, I kind of love that. Like, yeah, God bless her. She absolutely tries her best, and like, the people love it. They didn't look at that and say, like, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I didn't expect this, but thank you. You clearly cared enough to, do it. So that's amazing. All right, so with this, we have the stuff with the hospital set now, or will.
Boom.
All right, and with this, yeah, it's check in. That's the one thing about this. She's in 305. There's only one room over there, so it's like, okay, that's the other case. One room we can get to.
Hey, Mega Man! Look! Look, I can walk again! The nurse told me that you bought them a machine that fixed my leg. Thank you. Here, this is for you. I found it when I was out for a walk.
All right, so this is the flower pearl. What does this do?
I'm looking that up right now, actually.
Yeah, because I didn't remember what it was, but yeah, if you help Ira out, the machines are upgraded, her rehabilitation is accelerated, and she's walking.
Oh, whoops.
What's up?
I need that item FAQ again.
Okay. No, I get that. You don't have everything set to have everything in a line. I've done that too, so I get it completely.
Okay, item list. Flower pearl. Oh, it's used for a buster part.
Okay. I guess given the ones we have, it's probably not going to be a case of that. Alright. And when you're set to that, ElecVerse is a question for you that I think you're going to have the answer to. I know I question this now, but doesn't it seem coincidental that they land on an island that's run by a former student of Barrel's? Yeah, Amelia? Yeah, a little.
I mean, a little bit. I do think it was more just circumstance than...
Yeah, that's true.
Than anything deliberate on their part, though.
Right, I guess here's the other thing. I'll say this also. You could argue with something like that. Say, like, that feels like it's a contrivance, but honestly, the way this game is written, I don't think it is. It doesn't feel that way.
I mean, it's possible that they were planning to visit Catalogs at some point anyway, or at least that Barrel was.
Right.
Because otherwise they wouldn't have been so close by.
Mm-hmm.
Or, well, unless... not that they wouldn't absolutely be... not that they wouldn't necessarily have a possibility of being in the area without having a reason involving catalogs, but I do think it's plausible that Beryl may have had plans to visit catalogs a little while, like maybe sometime in the near future.
Right. I mean, I guess as I said, it's the coincidence, but it's also the idea of when the coincidence works as far as a narrative device. Because this also comes as far as like movies. When Crash came out about 17 years ago, while people saying like, "Are you buying the coincidence of people running into each other based upon a circumstance?" Some people did, some people didn't. That was also the case with Babel, which came out the year after that, as well as Shortcuts by Robert Altman. But I think with this one, I think it does work as far as that. I mean, I don't have to think like, "Oh, this is lazy to knowing this." I'm like, I kind of like that idea. Like, as we mentioned, it kind of adds to the idea of the lore of this game, or this side element of the Mega Man franchise. This series of it, a sub-series, I should say. And I think in that case, it kind of gives it this life. As you said, it's a living, breathing world we're in here. Especially in this one, from what you're saying.
And, let's see. Before I go in there, I'm actually going to, go back to roll just to make absolutely certain that I have the Shining Laser equipped. Okay. Or actually, here I'm going to be bringing the Active Buster.
Okay. So we get to show that off as well.
Yeah, a little bit.
Alrighty.
I'm still gonna do a full showcase.
Alright. Yeah, you do it. This is your game.
So yeah, change weapon. Well, there's the Active Buster.
Yeah, look at that. That is nice.
And the Active Buster is kind of insane, but you cannot change the direction you're firing without stopping.
Is this the only weapon in the game that has that element on?
I'm not completely certain.
Okay.
There's actually a good number of special weapons I'm not that familiar with.
Right, I guess because feasibly when you get some of the really good ones, you're going to want to use those.
Yeah, there's specific ones that I use, with the vacuum arm being used the majority of the game because, you know, money's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's what got us this nice laser and what got us the Active Buster as well. Alright, so into the next subgate, yes?
Yep.
Alright.
Now...
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Actually, I remember wrong. The Shining Laser would actually be useful here.
Okay.
But, this is still plenty easy with the, with the Buster.
Okay.
Well, with a heavily upgraded Buster, it's still trivial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it
so
just
everything
takes some time. It just takes some time.
Yeah, because you just have to wait till it opens its back and then hit it there.
One segment down.
It goes back to what we were saying earlier, which is the idea of the design of the Reaver bots. I just do like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's something honestly kind of satisfying about the Reaver bot aesthetic.
Mm-hmm. It feels like something ancient, I guess, but also something that there is something, I guess, sort of that you can kind of tie it to that makes it unique. Yeah. It makes it interesting to kind of look at that. You remember these enemies. And like, well, not every game you remember even like the smallest enemy moves you hit into, but in this game you did.
And although I don't really know the names for a lot of them off the top of my head, every single type of Reaver bot has a name. Which
goes again to how deep the lore of this game is and how much they cared about it, which I think is something interesting. Yeah. I mentioned with Blastcore last week.
And not just random names, like they're interesting names.
Mm-hmm.
That sounded like a door opening somewhere.
Like, a lot of them do sound made up, but I honestly really like the way the Reaper bots are named.
Mm-hmm. No, I do too. And for that, you get the Dreamer Key. It's the same as the subgate we saw at the end of the last part, which is defeat the enemies in here, come in and get this.
Yep. Now, you know what? I really like the way the Active Buster performed when I was test playing the next boss battle. So,
okay.
I think I'm going to keep this equipped.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
So, we are going to go to the Cardin Forest.
All right.
And do the wall clip again.
Okay. Alright, looking forward to that.
And hopefully not soft lock.
Well, I mean, we did have that on the test, and I tried it when I did it for the N64 play, which it does work. It seemed like it might have been easier in some cases, but...
I'm going to... Because of this, I'm going to save.
Okay, fair enough. May as well.
Alright, save.
Perfect hands again.
Yup.
Which was the thumbnail on part 2.
Yup.
And I think we talked off screen, so what you want what the thumbnail for this last one to be,
Yep.
and I will satisfy that. And we'll bring mention of that when it comes. It's going to be a little later.
Yep.
I'll get the flutter if you need it. Yeah, go ahead. Hang back there.
And then I call her again.
I was like, no, you're serious. No.
Nope. I'm not actually serious, but...
That the idea is like, roll, I don't need anything more. She climbs up and goes through. It's like, yeah, immediately after, it's like, yeah, could you come get me? I was like, okay, fine, Mega Man.
Can you come and get me? And then as soon as I'm in the support car, I leave.
I guess that's the idea to it. I mean, then again, as we'll show either here or when I append it, it's going to be one of those two. She doesn't seem as, upset when you see her in, well, another position. Alright, there is the active buster. Yeah, it's missiles that blow up the Reaver bots really nicely.
Okay. Now, wall clip.
Alright.
Okay. This is not going the way I thought it would.
Oh, doubt
there we go.
See, that's all you need to say. Just doubt the game, and then the game says, yeah, you know what, fuck you for that. We're gonna be okay. It does, ElecVerse, as far as that idea. Yo, so you're getting that perspective of, as far as, like, the coincidental perspective, but also the idea of, like, that fitting. And that's an interesting thing to be having to that. Yeah, those things go down really easily, or the Karamuna bashes.
Yep.
Yeah, nice set of missiles, and yeah, they'll be dead.
And they home nicely.
Is that by default they home, or you have to update
well,
it?
they do home a little bit when you first create the weapon, but it's not... But you need to upgrade the special to really get that.
Gotcha.
So,
alright.
Now we're in... Well, I'm not sure how much I actually showed this during the stream, but we are now inside the fenced-in area in the old city.
Yeah. Because we're coming up to a boss, and we're also coming up to a cutscene. So, well, fine, a cutscene we saw last time, but we'll show it again for the purpose of this. Because we are fighting this, yes?
Yep.
Yeah, so in Warehouse 88, kind of like Warehouse number 8 from Shenmue. But yeah, in this case, we go in there, and we're going to have another boss. And as is custom for this game, without subtitles, we're going to mute the mic when we go in. And you're kicking because you don't want to go in or something, but alright. We were going to go in, we'll be right back.
Wow, that's pretty big. I wonder what it is. Wait! That mark!
Teasel, you better not be eating that entire pizza yourself. Huh? Hey, you! Do you know what happened to us thanks to you? I thought I was going to die! Huh?
You're alive! That's wonderful!
Let go of me! What do you think you're doing? Don't touch me!
What's the holdup, Tron? If you don't hurry up, there's not going to be any pizza left. Huh? You! What are you doing here? Tron! Hurry up, get on board. It's time to activate Bruno.
This robot is my masterpiece. You're welcome to try and stop us. But you won't stand a chance this time. See you!
Wait!
Thanks for waiting, Teasel. Let's go! Everyone ready? We're moving out! Roger! Miss Tron looks happy.
It's powering up!
We're back, and this is Bruno. Tell us everything you have on Bruno.
Well, as soon as I, okay. As soon as I get owned by those attacks,
Yeah, it's dying really quickly with this, but yeah, usually you want to run away from those blasts that can bust your shield, and did, and avoid the bombs. But yeah, there's the dodge. If you know how to use the dodge, you're in good shape. Well, you're also going to be begging for Mega Man Legends 2's dodge mechanic.
I'm actually going to let Bruno destroy a good bit of the city first. Well, the old city.
Mm-hmm. Against the bonds, I gotta say, I think this final battle always felt a little anticlimactic. What do you think? You agree? Yes, no?
Yeah, I agree. I think the Gesellschaft should have been... Well, the entire Gesellschaft sequence should have been the final battle against them.
I mean, I guess that's... Yeah, I would agree with that to a certain extent as well. I mean, I like it more for some of the elements of the story. Like, eventually, like, hey, we just want to have a pizza party. And I was like, fine, there's this robot here. Let's activate it and one more shot at Mega Man. But I get that idea as well. I mean, actually, also, since you're doing this and letting it go off this way, you mentioned something to me on the audio check on this that I thought was kind of interesting. I guess the origin of the names, because you're saying, like, this is Bruno, there was the Gesellschaft, there was a couple other ones. That was basically the idea that the designs of the names of a lot of the robots were of kind of German descent, is what they had on their minds, yes? That I found really interesting when you're mentioning that to me. Ooh, nice dodge.
This is probably, for the record, this is probably the one battle that I dodged the most in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I'm just doing it quickly with the active buster or shining laser.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nocturne gets it for sure, and Delicate, you agree, which I guess that's the idea of that. I guess, Delicate, if you played this game, I'm not sure if I asked that specifically, but alright. Nice jump. Yeah, so that's Bruno going on a rampage, but yeah, with the active buster, it's not going to live that long. And we're going to have a cutscene coming up for about a second. And now it is collapsed. With that, we'll be right back.
Huh? Okay, Blue Boy, I must know, what's your name?
Me? My name is Mega Man. Mega Man Volnut.
Mega Man, is it? You know, I've been in this business a long time, but this is the first time anyone's ever given me this much trouble. Yet, it feels good somehow, being beaten by you like this. Almost as though I've met my match.
Teasel!
I can face the facts. I lost, you won. I'm gonna try to forget this entire incident. Ah, it feels good to say that. My heart feels as clean as the blue sky on a cloudless day. See you around, Mega Man.
Wait!
Then, does this mean I'll never see him again?
Tron. Once he finds the treasure, we'll wait for our chance and take it from him.
What?
You didn't think I was going to just walk away, did you?
Oh, of course not. Now that's the Teasel I know.
You bet it is. Old Teasel never gives up. I'll get that treasure sooner or later, one way or the other.
And we're back. Yeah, despite the aspects of Rob Smith as far as the voice acting, I always like the idea of Teasel being humble here, and that idea of the characterization, too. As far as that, because the idea is like, hey, he's hell-bent on stopping Mega Man, but then he also knows, like, hey, when he's defeated, but also getting a sense of having that, you know, grudging respect for him, for sure. And we definitely got that. It is a great performance, which makes that aspect of it even more tragic and disgusting. That being said, you were going to say something on the mic as far as that boss we just fought.
Yeah, like, in my opinion, Bruno, or rather, Theodore Bruno,
okay,
is, or at least I'm pretty sure that's its full name.
Okay.
Is like, I feel like it's even more difficult than the final boss in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but I feel like it's too difficult for what it should have been. Yeah, it's the second to last major boss of the game. Well, third to last if you do the up-down subgate last.
Right.
But like, look at that. Look at the subgate boss, which is kind of easy unless you let things get out of hand with the enemies that it spawns.
Mm-hmm.
And then look at Theodore Bruno, and it's like, what the heck?
Yeah, I mean, actually, that makes me wonder something, which is, do you think, because, I don't know, I mean, maybe the thought was this was supposed to be the final boss, because honestly, you're right, this gave me more trouble than the final boss. We'll see the final boss in a little bit, but and when I first played it, I got game over. In fact, you showed us getting game over last time we played this, just as far as like, hey, I didn't mean to fight this, but then you're like, yeah, I'm dreading this, and yeah, you're seeing why.
Yeah.
Because it hurts you, and because of some of the aspects of its attacks, and we'll see that compared to the final boss.
Also, just the fact that it can double up on energy balls.
Yeah.
Like, those things really hurt.
Yeah, they bust the shield, I think, don't they?
I think there's a possibility that they can bust the shield, especially if they hit you while your shield is down. Right.
Because I know that was what happened with the digger robot when we were out in the plains in part 1. But yeah, you handled it really well and showed the dodge mechanic off quite well, too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like the dodge mechanic in this game, but it works well enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you're able to use it, it can get you out of a jam. But as we mentioned, wait till we play Mega Man Legends 2, it's going to be even better. Or wait till she plays Mega Man Legends 2.
Yeah, I do remember it being better in Legends 2.
Mm-hmm. And I'll definitely be curious to play more of it, just, I guess, when we get in preparation of that one in particular. Although next time, I'll go into this more at the end as well. Next time we come back to Mega Man Legends specifically, we'll be playing the Misadventures of Tron for PlayStation, and I'll be the one handling that one. And I will sort of play Mega Man Legends 2, because you have the actual version of the game that's like a $600 game now.
Wait, it's $600 now?
Yeah, it's very expensive.
What?
Yeah, it's fine. It costs quite a lot of money, but the point is it does have the demo of Mega Man Legends 2 bundled into it. And we're going to run off the PlayStation 2 for that. It's a PS1 game, but it's playable on PlayStation 2. And the reason we're doing that, instead of running it off of this, is because of the fact that we can do, disc switches without the feed cutting out. On the PS3, either you can't, or I haven't found the way to do it. Because I also do have the digital version off of the PS3, which is way cheaper. It's $6. So yeah, it's 100 times less than the actual copy of the game now. So there you go. So that's the way we're going to be running it. Oh, but also that digital version does not come with the demo disc. So
of course.
Well, I mean, I guess so. I mean, it did come with a digital manual, and interestingly enough, of the 3 Mega Man Legends games that are downloadable on PS3, that's the cheapest. Mega Man Legends 1 and 2 have a bit of a premium price tag at $10. Fine, not premium compared to how much they actually cost on their original versions, but still. There you go. Also, yeah, you get to destroy buildings down here.
Yep.
That's the other thing about the active buster, it can bust down buildings, but yeah, it's gonna be fine.
Strangely, the shining laser actually can't destroy buildings.
Really? Okay, I did not know that. So yeah, I joked the idea of the Rocko's Modern Life thing of look how it cuts through the steel I-beam, but yeah, it doesn't cut through these steel I-beams. Yeah, the missiles will. I mean, fair enough, it's getting exploded that way.
Like rapid explosions.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I didn't even notice they were on the roof over there. Yeah, there's also your perspective of range where you're pretty much almost hitting that thing. Okay, there you go.
Yep, just needed a small adjustment.
Oh, if you're so far away you don't hear the explosion, this idea of like, if you're far away and a tree falls to still make a noise, it does, we just didn't hear it. And here's another question, if you bust this building that has the Reaver bot on it, does it like die?
That's what I'm trying to remember.
No.
Nope. It just falls.
Alright, it survives, but yeah, it's not gonna survive for long.
Dead.
There you go. Or that going back to things with Mega Man, I'm trying to remember what this was, like this rap take of Mega Man 2, where every time they kill a Robot Master he says, dead. I'll put a link to what that is. Actually, wait, what's that locking onto? I guess the Reaver bot. Okay, that one.
Huh? That sounded like a door opening somewhere. I better take a look around.
Alright, so lastly we are going in here.
Mm-hmm. To pick up the Watcher key.
Alrighty.
There. This should be the last.
Alright, so that's the last of the 3 keys we got, and with this, I guess we're gonna go back to the main gate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
now,
wait a minute. Do we want to show off the restaurant quest?
yes. I was just completing this since it was right in our face.
Fair enough. Sometimes it's the best case. Just take whatever you need right away, or get rid of whatever you got. Alright.
Alright, let's,
I did not do this one
Okay.
off screen, so I don't know how it works, so yeah,
Okay.
show us.
So, time to go back to the Flutter.
Okay.
There you go. Support car, forest.
Actually, you know, it's funny. You're go hitting the wrong thing. I was doing that constantly playing too for the off-screen stuff, so it makes sense as far as it. It's an easy thing to do, so I get it completely. But we are all set, and Data will help us with our game.
And just a quick save. Well, not that it's exactly quick, but
It sort of is on the N64 version, sort of, but as I said, it's not bad on this. When it comes to games on PlayStation 1 with loading time being really long, this is not one of the ones you talk about and say, like, oh god, it's horrible. I'm trying to think of like the ones on the PS1 I can think of where I said bad loading. Yeah, Chad, if you have any perspectives of any game on PlayStation original that you want to get your aggression out on the loading time, feel free.
oh,
Hey.
right,
Right.
standing on the ladder.
And also the other thing is that on your shadow is a flat case, but I like that though. Yeah, this is how Mega Man climbs up ladders. The idea is like he'll climb the ladders normally, but it's like, yeah, for this one, no, he'll just jump up them. Alright, so
So, now... Oh, can't get out of the way.
let's watch television.
This just in. We've received word that armed robbers have stormed the bank and made off with a large sum of money.
I don't envy the mayor her job. What with stuff like this happening all the time?
Alright, so yeah, by us watching the news, that shows a sense that, yeah, there is robbery in progress. And since we already did bomb defusal and finding a bag of money in a trash can, I think we can handle this one too.
Alright.
Yeah, just gonna skate into town. Now, where are we going for this? Because, as I said, I'm not aware.
We are going to downtown.
And that guy wants to join you, apparently. Okay, fine, he doesn't. He just turned around right at the last minute. Seemed like he was walking with us, like, yeah, we're gonna get some help. I was like, yeah, no. Oh, okay, yeah, we got it going now.
Okay. Ah.
Oh, okay. So you have to follow the car. So speaking of the Spider-Man Batman take, yeah, we have to stop this.
We weren't doing anything! Help! 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 He's gonna get us!
Okay, that happens when I play Spider-Man 2 a lot, I will say that for sure. Or any of the Spider-Man games. By any of the open world Spider-Man games where you're doing that. I also love how they're on the sidewalk kind of watching this almost as if it's like a sporting event.
Okay, I have no idea where they went.
They don't go away. Oh, there it is.
Stop! Stop it!
We better get out of here. We're innocent! We didn't do anything!
Now, if I could just jump onto that police car, I would be in really good shape.
Mm-hmm. So you're doing okay, and it's not too hard to track them, I don't think. I think he's going on the same path. Oh,
No.
okay. Oh, well, sort of. Yeah, how much can you catch up to him with the skates?
This is a mistake, a misunderstanding.
It makes me wonder also something, which is how the surf pods drive.
What do you think you're doing?
They probably have like 3 of them. Like 2 of them are on the the 2 at the bottom. They're pushing the gas and the brake, and then the other one is steering at the top.
Now, if I could just use the active buster, this would be done.
Yeah, you blow up the car then. It's like, yeah, the surf pods die. I know we've blown them up before. It was like, yeah, they're not surviving with this thing or that thing. Or the laser.
Wow, we weren't doing anything! Help! 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 He's gonna get us!
Okay, now you're on. Okay, now you're on it. So that worked out. Actually, can you hit it from here?
Is he in league with the robbers?
We better get out of here.
Whoa, he's shooting at us!
Oh, can you destroy the police car?
I don't know. Looks like I can't actually,
I mean, it was worth showing off at the least. Yeah, they have a little bit of a ride, but I guess that's the thing of this one. Okay, they got it. Oh, and they crashed into what you didn't even see. There you go. Hey, here he is. At this point, yeah, it's worth doing this. Yeah, you were... Oh, it's only 2 of them. Okay, so probably one on the pedals and then one on the wheel. Yeah, kick the health right out of him. I love how the inspector's standing there, he's just not doing anything. He's like, yeah, fine, you do that. They gave us a lot of trouble as much as you did.
and
Alright, so here is the trunk full of cash. Now you're rubbing in the face of the fact that here's the money you stole, but now I have it. Now,
let's see, I forget if...
I know there's two things you
Yeah,
can do
okay.
with this.
So,
What are we going to do with this, out of curiosity? Oh, we're going to do that. Okay. Alright, yeah, explain...
we're running off with the money.
Yeah, explain that. Do you want to keep the money?
Yup.
Yeah, because you can not keep the money, and you go talk to the inspector, and that builds a new restaurant, right?
Technically, yes.
Okay, do you know where that is? I'm just,
I don't know.
Okay. But if you keep the money...
Although, I did save before doing this, didn't I?
I
I
think...
think I did.
You want to show both? So here's the thing. What are you gonna do ultimately?
I ultimately want to play with dark mode.
Okay, because yeah, if you take the money, you get more money than you get for giving it to him. But otherwise, you get more money, but then you go instantly evil, technically.
Oh, instantly dark.
Fine, instantly dark, I guess. The morality system. You get 20,000 zenny, but in this case, yeah, we'll have to do it again, because we're going to show, you know, us being the other case of that. Yeah, I believe you did save to that, so I was like, yeah, if you want to reload that save,
Yeah,
be the
but
guest.
I do want to go see if I can figure out where the dang restaurant is.
Okay, so we'll show that, and then we'll show the other way. So we're getting the best of both worlds as far as this.
Because I usually keep the money.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, because it could feasibly fund the Shining Laser if you don't,
Not
upstream.
completely. Not
help it.
completely.
Yeah, I forgot there's a morality system in this game. Yeah, we mentioned that part 1. It is kind of minor from what I understood in this one, but didn't Legends 2 have one too? I'm trying to remember.
I think this might be the restaurant.
Mommy, what's a hero? Well, I don't know exactly, but they say it's someone who protects everyone else. So, yeah, it's us.
I'm not sure if this is the restaurant or not, actually.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll figure that. I mean, that was the interesting thing, just to go back to the morality system of this. I mean, the idea that... In fact, I didn't even know it existed until you told me about it. Because I never really thought too much about it.
Yeah, actually, if you kick the can in Apple Market behind the bakery counter enough times, you'll start to turn dark, too.
Right, and this one, basically, if you take the money, it pretty much turns you dark
Instantly as dark as you can go.
Okay. Alright, so we're going to do that. Which is going to make the ending of this game a little more interesting, I'll say that. But with that, we will reload the save.
This time, I do mean to reset.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck in our case. Yeah, we'll be lucky, getting away alive. We'll be fine.
Yeah, like, I know I saved the stuff that mattered.
Yes. I do love, how the serve bot, threw his hands up right there. It's like, yeah, you know what? Fine. That's it. I give up.
Or did I? I may have stopped before the Bruno fight.
Well, check. I don't know. Check as far as, the items, because you check if you have, those, if you have 2 of those keys, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, no, I have all 3 of them.
Okay, so you did save them. Because you did the Bruno fight first before the third one. So, yeah, we can go do this. Perfect.
Perfect. Although, I don't remember whether...
You have to talk to the TV, yes. You probably didn't do that.
I probably do need to talk to the TV.
Okay. Yeah, but I guess to go to that morality system, it was an interesting idea, although it's something that, as I said, it's so specific, you don't tend to see it that much. But, yeah, and I guess in my case, I think, Skies of Arcadia, which had something similar, although that's another one where you do get some benefits to that as far as the shop owners saying, hey, your Vi's the respected. So at that point, they're good to that. And you ever played Skies of Arcadia?
I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I've never played it.
We'll play it eventually. I have it on Dreamcast. We'll run it, because that's another one that costs a lot of money. It's also one I'm going to put, a million seizure warnings up on that, because we're playing that Dreamcast edition.
Yeah.
Which is the best one, for the most part, as far as how it looks and sounds. But yeah, there's a lot of flashing lights. That might be the reason why they've not re-released that. Well, fine. They haven't re-released that after the GameCube version, where they cut down the graphics significantly for that reason. Alright, so back we are. There's the car right there, so just blast it.
Let's see. Special. Yeah, I didn't think so.
Okay.
Wow, we weren't doing anything!
I'm trying to remember. You have max range on this thing, right? As far as your normal buster?
Not quite.
Okay. Okay, here's the thing. Yeah, you're on front of it, so yeah, you're winning this really easily.
Better get out of here.
Yeah, you better get out of here. I was like, yeah, you better drive away.
We didn't do anything.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we're just shooting you through the windshield.
Why
Yeah,
would
now
you
this is
listen to us?
more fitting to the other way, because yeah, we're bad Mega Man in that way. It's like, yeah, we standing on the car just shooting right at the serve bots.
He's gonna get us.
In the other case, we're joining the police. No, we're gonna be
We
doing
better
them.
get out of here.
Yeah, fire, fire, or fire. Oh, at the first, like, wait a second, what happens? Yeah, fire, fire. Don't let him through. Yeah, he is up. They're done. Yeah, just keep shooting and they're gone.
Give me health,
There you go.
idiots.
Oh, that'll be fine. I guess they'll feasibly learn from this, I guess. Or, Tron will say to them, it's like, I can't take you guys anywhere. But basically, just teach them the ways of that. Like, we'll do that when we get, when we do, Misfits of Tron Bond. Yeah. Fire! Fire! Don't let them through! Yeah, we didn't let them through. And, yeah, now we can keep the money. You get 200,000 Zenny for that, yes. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that was not a mistake as far as anything. Yeah, Mega Man is, completely, darkened. Here's a question. How can you reverse that? Or can you not reverse it?
I think there are ways, but they're kind of limited in this game.
All right, yeah, because he's basically, it almost looks like he's burned. So turn around. Yeah, there you go. See, there's his face there. Mega Man's been through some stuff. Like, we can assume that, all those missiles we got hit with Bruno on, like, yeah, they dented his, or not, didn't dent it, they charred his outfit. But yeah, there you go. There's evil Mega Man. Should we feel bad considering that the serve bots are like children? I mean, here's maybe the other thing, like with the serve bots, maybe the idea that, alright, fine, they are children, but the idea is they also take a licking and keep on ticking, as people tend to say that. But the point is, like, also they're growing up to that, so they'll get a sense of, maybe it's the idea of, learning by, a tragic event, which is pretty morbid when you really think about that, but still, I get that idea. I mean, maybe more with them, or maybe, as I said, maybe because of the nature of this game, or, like, how they're kind of seen as the comic relief that way. The idea of, like, you can't necessarily feel too bad for them. You still feel bad, I guess, that happens to them, but you also like, oh, they'll be fine, they'll handle it, and we still kind of like them anyway. So that's kind of an interesting case, if you agree with that, or if there's anything else you want to go into with the idea
I guess
of it.
more or less, yeah.
Okay.
Alright, so, actually, I'm not going to save here. I'm going to go to Old City. As much as I'd like to do a wall clip, I'd rather not take a chance of it ending up taking horrifically longer than going this way.
Alright, we're going good as far as that, so yeah. Do what you gotta do. So back to the Old City we go.
I mean, for the record, I sometimes do that wall clip just for fun.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I'll go with one other thing as far as the serve bots are concerned, because, I mean, the idea of them being like children, but then you also have the other perspective of that, because actually, there is another Capcom game that has a lot of heavy references to this, outside of Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which we played a couple months ago, or looked at a couple months ago for the fighting showcase. Dead Rising for the Xbox 360, and then they ported it to Xbox One and PS4. You played Dead Rising?
I've heard about it.
Yeah, it's by Keiji Inafune, who made this. He was one of the people involved. And what they have in that game is that you have, like, the serve bot mask. You kind of put them on. Actually, you put them on the zombies and have them run around like that. Or even, like, build up, like, the Mega Man Volnut. Look, while you're kicking the dogs, they're going to kill... Oh, you kicked them and you got knocked down at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Those are the annoying dogs. They're trying to kill us, but yeah, they're fine. I guess we got bad Mega Man as far as that. Or, fine, not bad Mega Man. Misunderstood Mega Man. But I said we're going to get some stuff to that as we go along. Alright, so we're going to final boss, or what?
We are heading toward the final boss.
Okay, and quick thing, what are you gonna be running as far as the weapon?
I've switched to Shining Laser for now.
Okay. Alright, so there you go. Now we're gonna see the power of the laser.
It dies in no time flat.
Yeah. I mean, either that or the active buster, but still, either way, yeah, there
Well,
you go.
the active buster actually takes 2 or 3 times as long to kill those.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so down the path we go. And we'll definitely get also answers to some of the questions I guess I've been alluding to, and I think Chad has been also asking a little bit. So it's like, who's Mega Man? What's going on? How does he know everything that's reading off of these ancient texts and things, or the ancient computers? But yeah, all of your questions will be revealed.
And yeah, you can basically just sit there firing the laser.
Mm-hmm. But still, I mean, the shield is pretty good that they have, because, yeah, it does not hurt them at all. It's like, yeah, then they make the mistake of bringing it down. Like, okay, at that point, yeah. I mean, it could be annoying, like, holding it up forever, but yeah, that is not a mechanic in this game. Thankfully.
And I'm not gonna worry about damage here because data appears right before the final boss fight.
Mm-hmm.
As a standard save point.
Yeah.
Alright. And we should mention the flashing lights.
We'll do that after you go through the 3 doors.
Watcher.
With the 3 keys, you can go in.
The second.
Oops. I keep
It
skipping
reads
through the actual speech.
Sleeper.
That's right. The point is, like, yeah, he's going to read out what these keys are.
The third door. What does this one say? Dreamer? Well, it should be the last one.
Yep. So use the dreamer key. Alright, now before she walks in, I'm going to mention 2 things specific. This is going to be the final boss we're going to be running into. It's also going to be a case we're going to be hearing on the soundtrack, The Little Fugue in G Minor by Johann Sebastian Bach. But also one other thing is we're going silent because it's a cutscene with voice. They're going to be flashing lights. It's something with a laser. I'm not the shining laser, something else. Come to this. If you're sensitive to flashing lights, yeah, that's what she's doing for that. But yeah, if that's the case, be careful on this one. I'll put warnings when we put this on the YouTube site. But yeah, I just want to give you a little bit of warning to it now. So, yeah, we will get some story stuff going. We will be right back.
What's happening to me? This is the first time I've ever been here, but I feel like I've seen this before. Something is telling me there's danger here, that it shouldn't be opened. It's a man? A person?
Was it you who awoke me? It is somewhat earlier than I had planned, but no matter. Thank you for awakening me. Have we met before? Oh, please forgive me. You are a purifier model, assigned to the direct command of Mother. As I recall, you were designated Mega Man Trigger. Please forgive me. I did not recognize you in your current configuration.
You know me?
You don't remember? Ah, I see. You have suffered memory loss, yes? Then for what purpose have you awakened me? I assume that your reason for coming here is to purge the carbons that have overpropagated during the time I was inactive.
Carbons? Purge? What are you talking about?
According to Urban Military Security Ordinance A10, the number of carbon units is not allowed to increase beyond the pre-specified limit. If this happens, they are to be purged immediately. My observation, if left unattended, the carbons will reproduce indefinitely. Their numbers will grow, polluting the surface world. They can be quite a nuisance.
Carbons? Do you The people on the island!
The carbons fit mass population Model B. They are unstable, very difficult to control. Perhaps it would be better to simply reinitialize.
Reinitialize? Now, I haven't understood much of what you've been saying, but when you say reinitialize, do you mean no? Huh?
This is quite regrettable. It would be much simpler if I had the assistance of a proficient unit, such as yourself. Once my task is complete, I shall inquire as to the presence of a backup of your memory on Eden. Until then, please remain where you are. Yes, until then.
What? It's...
Did you hear that, Diesel?
Yep. Something tells me he's not kidding either. I really think he plans to kill everyone on the island.
Diesel, we've got to do something. We've got to stop him.
That's easier said than done. Besides, do you think we could beat him?
Well, what about Mega Man?
I don't like it, but I can't think of anything better, so... Oh, here's a problem. Hey, Tron! How do you stop this thing?
Oh, this? Like this! Mega Man, are you all right?
Thanks for your help.
Come on, hurry up! He's getting away!
Right.
It's not over between you and me. I won't forgive you if you die or anything stupid like that, so be careful in there, okay?
Right. See you later.
Don't worry, Tron. If anyone can do it, he can.
I know.
Alright, and we're back. Two things. This reveal works better in the Japanese version considering it's called Rock, and I like the fact that the Bonds realize this is bigger than even they are. What do you say to those?
I'm not actually familiar with the Japanese version.
Well, you mean as far as how they do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't actually played this far in the Japanese version.
Yeah, because you do have it, and there's something we're going to show off interesting for that. I'll keep in suspense for that. But yeah, okay, so that's interesting. They have a code of honor, and yeah, get into that because I've been asking this the whole game, the idea of, like, who's Mega Man? You said that's getting to spoilers of who Juno is here. Or was there.
Right.
Go on.
So, there is something a little bit interesting in this chest.
Mm-hmm.
It's a buster part called the Power Stream that fully maxes out the attack power. However, we already have max attack power, so we don't need it.
Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, by the way, Juno is voiced by Jeff Mallory. We heard him earlier as the police officer, actually. As I mentioned in part one, he played George McDonald in the movie Rated X about the pornographers, the Mitchell brothers, which was directed by Emilio Estevez. Interesting enough. And I think it's not the seediest aspect of this game as far as that. But anyway, so the story case is that, based on what we just saw, the idea that Mega Man and Juno are kind of interlinked, yes?
Yeah. A lot of this isn't actually explained in Legends 1. And even... and it's primarily explained in Legends 2. Even there, of course, since we never got Legends 3, grrr!
Yeah, we don't have a complete concept.
Yeah, we still don't have the complete story about exactly everything that's going on.
And as I said, maybe he's played by a man. Juno? Yes. I looked up this just to get a sense of who was the performer. It was Jeff Mallory, as we mentioned, we heard earlier in the game. That's, I guess, the idea, but I guess it's feasibly that take of, like, it could be either way. I guess here's the other thing, going back to the thing with Legends 2. Maybe the idea is like, hey, we mentioned this enough. Somebody says like, hey, we have a good idea. There are these two people doing stream case as far as this. Who knows? We get that next one. I mean, hey, we've gotten bringbacks of a bunch of other games. Who knows to that? And then get more of it. Yeah, I thought it was a woman. Yeah, I wasn't... Here's the thing. I didn't really know any of the voice performers until we started playing this. So I'm glad we did start playing this just to get a sense of it. Oh, but yeah, we have something going on here a little bit. A nice refractor shard, or, yeah, refractor.
Yeah, that's a big refractor.
Or, oh, a big one! As I mentioned, Sigvest Fishing a couple weeks ago. But yeah, that's the interesting case that sometimes, I mean, I can kind of hear it either way as far as, Juno's concerned. But yeah, that's, what they said. It was, Jeff Mallory who does the voice. Women play men a lot, and that's true because, the voice performer of, Amelia in this game voices Mega Man in the next one. She'll be voicing Mega Man Walnut in the next one. This one, in case, is Corey Seaver, who voices him here. But next one's going to be the name of Amelia's voice actress, who I can't remember now. But she plays Lita on Sailor Moon, and it's worth going into that because of the Sailor Moon Another Story we're playing next week. Or starting next week, anyway. But this is a case of that. And yeah, so, like, we're going deep in this game. And you clearly are too, ElecVerse, you, Dolphin, and everybody as well. And Nocturne as well, playing it for us. Yeah, we'll get some answers, as we mentioned, sort of, but as I said, a lot of it's going to be in Legends 2. And since I haven't played Legends 2 that much, I'm kind of sort of in the dark in it myself, but I'm going to look forward to us going through it. Susan Roman, who voices Amelia. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Alright. And here we are, right before the final boss.
Yeah, and there's data, which will help for the purpose of that, but it's not... Well, there's more to it than that, but alright. We've come a long way.
Yeah, this is actually the only time in Legends 1 where data appears in the ruins as a save point.
He does in the second one?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see eventually, because we're going to play all these games. Eventually. Do not worry about it. Alright, with this is the final boss case. Juno's in there. We got to take care of him. Him? Her? I don't know. Well, the character.
Juno is male.
Juno's male is a character. Okay. Alright, there you go.
Although it technically doesn't matter in his case.
Okay, or it's like Makoto on Ghost in the Shell. Or in Ghost in the Shell, the movie, television show, all of it. And we do have another cutscene of voice coming up, so we will go sort of silent a little bit to let you hear everything going on.
Alright.
We'll be right back.
It appears I miscalculated the odds of your ability to escape that trap. You are, however, too late. Eden was activated as soon as I entered this room. It cannot be deactivated as long as I, the master key of this island, remain here in this control room. All that remains now is to wait for Eden to enter transmission range and send the command to execute the reinitialization of this island. Once that command is received, the 10,000 workers aboard Eden will execute it immediately. My estimates indicate their work will be completed in less than 5 minutes. Now that Eden has been activated, any further interference from you will remain on file, thus tarnishing my operating record. Fortunately, you are suffering from memory loss and fragmentation. Therefore, as keeper of this island, I hereby exercise my prerogative of correctional dispensation.
Prerogative? Of correctional? What?
Allow me to rephrase. I will exercise my authority to terminate your program.
Alright, we're back. Yeah, this is Mega Man Juno. Also, you get a free spot. I'm going to ask you a question that ElecVerse had as far as this battle. I can probably show that after this, because there's another form. Shining Laser. He's quick work. We'll be back.
My. It would appear that I have made an error.
No!
You were nearly successful in terminating my life support subroutine functions. But do not be disappointed. It appears it will take longer than anticipated for Eden to reach its optimal altitude. If you can terminate me before then, you will be able to stop it. Assuming you are capable of deactivating me.
What?
Are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Okay, two things. He's like, yeah, this is nothing. I love Juno's goofy smile, and you were saying as far as his question on should there have been a time limit to make this more intense?
Yeah. My opinion on that would be, no, unless it was a very generous time limit.
I mean, I mentioned the Resident Evil thing, because it was in development at the same time Resident Evil 2 was. So maybe they would pull from that. But I was like, well, that idea anyway. Yeah, this is his final form. He does go down easily with the Shining Laser, but you still have to be careful of his blasts. Yeah, Jesus, this takes him down really quick. Okay, yeah. There you go, that was nothing. Alright, actually, I think we're going to show this boss again, yes? Is that the plan? Alright, we'll do this after the credits, but we'll be back in just a second. Sort of, I think.
It appears I was in error assuming that a bureaucratic model such as myself would be able to best you in hand-to-hand combat. However, I was successful in keeping you occupied long enough for Eden to achieve optimal altitude before you could interfere. This is Mega Man Juno. Bureaucratic Model 3rd Class. Authorization number 8677. Requesting a reinitialization of this island's systems and a memory backup of its bureaucratic systems.
Stop! Stop it!
If you wish to shoot me, please do not hesitate. My program has already been backed up in Eden's central core. I eagerly await my next activation.
Eden systems ready, awaiting confirmation. Requested backup of bureaucratic model Mega Man Juno complete. Execution of Catalog's reinitialization program will commence in 100 seconds.
What should I do?
Interrupt command. Priority command rerouted to Purifier First Class Mega Man Trigger. Under suspicion of malfunction, Bureaucratic Model 3rd Class Juno has been deactivated by Mega Man Trigger as per Ordinance 103. Mega Man Trigger hereby requests the indefinite postponement of the previous reinitialization order and the deletion of Bureaucratic Model Juno's backup data. Trigger hereby assumes all bureaucratic authority for the district and will petition Mother for guidance at a future date.
Command reroute acknowledged. Priority given to Purifier First Class's command. Eden resuming standby mode and returning to pre-designated coordinates. Deleting log of Purifier First Class's correspondence as required by security ordinances. Requesting that notification to Mother be carried out by Purifier First Class, present bureaucratic authority, trigger.
Data?
There's nothing to worry about anymore, Mega Man. Everything should return to normal shortly.
Do you know who I am?
I'm your peripheral memory storage device. You originally created me so your memory couldn't be scanned by Mother 2. I can't tell you anything yet, but soon I'll be able to tell you everything. What you are, why you lost your memory, your original function, and mission.
Mega Man! Mega Man! Blasted contraption! It's always breaking down at the worst time!
Mega Man, are you all right?
Yep, I'm just fine.
Gramps and I were working on the radio forever, but couldn't get it to work.
Mega Man, you won't believe what we saw! I'm glad these old eyes of mine lasted long enough to see it!
Calm down, Gramps. He's been like this ever since... Huh? Mega Man? Are you all right?
Oh, it's nothing. Really. I'm sorry that I scared you.
You're always running off like that, making me worry myself sick over you.
But somehow, I know you'll always make it back. I have faith in you.
Thanks. See you soon. Data, let's go!
Ready? Mega Man?
Ready.
All right, we're ready to go anytime you are.
Thanks, Roll.
Tell me, do you really have to go so soon? After all you've done for us, please stay a while longer. We haven't had the chance to thank you properly.
Well, it's not that we don't want to stay. It's just that we've got some unfinished business that we've got to take care of. Right?
Yep.
That's right. Besides, now that we've got a refractor for the flutter, it's time for us to go.
If you must go, won't you at least come to town and say goodbye to everyone?
I suppose we should at least say goodbye, eh? Hey, Mega Man, why don't you go? Give him our best.
It would mean so much to everyone.
Go on, Mega Man, and say goodbye to the Junkman's wife for me.
Okay, I'm going.
Alright, we're back, and the last thing we have to do is to talk to everybody, say bye-bye to everybody. Also, I'm going to ask you a question that Nocturne that ElecVerse has. I don't like how Juno was handled here. He seems thrown in at the last minute to have a final battle, and he's anticlimactic the same way Bruno is. Do you agree, or what do you think about that?
Like, I do think Juno's actual boss fight could have been done better. Instead of him just like throwing around relatively easily dodged attacks for, well, like, he's easier to dodge than Bruno.
Yeah, which is surprising.
Like, there's really no comparison.
Okay.
I want to say that outside of the actual boss fight, he works quite well for that point in the plot.
For the story, so that's a different argument there. Story compared to how the boss is. And I'm wondering, I think maybe the idea is that Bruno's supposed to be the final boss?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, unless there was supposed to be something involving Bruno, with the Bonds trying to get away with the giant refractor. That's the only thing I can think of that would lead to the possibility of Bruno actually being basically actually being the true final boss.
Okay, I mean, because I don't know necessarily there's any background material as far as this, but yeah, the last thing we gotta do is talk to everybody, say goodbye.
And you can't actually go into the shops this time around.
Yeah, because, yeah, we can't buy anything. It's like, yeah, like, we got all this money, we can't spend it. Though what you can do is you can kick the can still. But we have Jim and his gang, so basically gonna say, hey, bye-bye, everybody, for the purpose of that. Don't tell people all the elements of how you're my sidekick. Alright, we'll see how that happens, feasibly. Don't forget we'll let you into the gang. You're still living in the totem pole, are we? You see our armor, right?
Keep dreaming, guys.
I was gonna say, yeah. They're doing the weird, like the walk case of that though. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, that is what's gonna be. And as we said earlier, Nocturne's gonna show that battle off again. We'll skip the cutscenes at that time just to showcase how active Buster handles it.
Yeah. For the record, it is slower.
I think it's worth showing that way, just to show that difference, because you easily have either option as far as how to decimate Juno as a boss. But okay, we got another quest going on here at the vegetable store here. There's a woman here who is pregnant, but after you get the red refractor, talk to him. Well, his wife's gone, hasn't come back yet. Hopefully she's all right. I mean, in her condition, something happened. Yeah, we don't want that to turn into something. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the Cardin Forest. So let's give call to roll. Roll emergency. We have to find a woman who is probably going to be giving birth any minute now. So let's get going. Alright, they'll be at the flutter, so yeah, I guess they don't care. That's fine. Well, we'll handle this. Don't worry. Yeah, what am I doing? Let me just use the jet skates. Alright. So, we have to go to the cliffs. Basically, keep an eye seeing the woman here. Either she's in here or she's on the other side. In fact, actually, no, there she is right there. She's... Oh, no. Yeah, that's the map. Yeah, she's just over there on the side. Alright, so what's going on? I came here to get some fresh air and look at the scenery. My stomach, ooh, it hurts. Yeah, we could really be mean and say, like, well, wait it out. But yeah, we're not waiting it out. We're taking her to the hospital. Alright, so yeah, that is Anna, the wife, and her husband, who I don't know if he has a name. Can't go in without checking the reception desk. Yeah, are you kidding me? I dragged her over here. I damn well should be able to go in. Okay, yeah, I wasn't trying to go see Ira, but, you know, may as well since we're here.
Come back and see me again.
Alright, yeah, she also says, again, interesting, but alright. No more rehabilitation, and her leg will be as good as new. Yeah, okay, we took care of that, but I was like, wait a second, we're looking for the, pregnant woman. Alright, we have to go out of the hospital and come back in. Alright, here he is, let's see. You're the one who helped Anna, aren't you? Exactly. Thank you so much, here's a token of my thanks. Got the sunlight. Which, yeah, we'll have to find out what this does, so we'll make another call to roll. Hey, Roll, come pick me up. Also, thank you for getting me to where I need to go, but not for, you know, ditching me. Alright, let's, take a look and see if this can make anything. No, I guess not. Okay. Right, there is the pregnant woman saved, and, we're good with that one. Shining Laser is the better way to go, feasibly, if you can get it.
Well, especially if you can fully upgrade it.
Alright, here you go. I never got a chance to meet your girlfriend. I guess you're talking Rawl. I'm sure she's a wonderful girl. What, me? Jealous? Well, maybe a little. Well, yeah. She is, by the way, the person who we see, or you'll see when I upload this in a couple days, who you get the lipstick from. I think. Thank you for saving the city. Okay, here we go. This is the case of Mega Man becoming man. This way. Thanks for everything, Mega Man. Come back and play with Paprika. Yeah, the doggy. It's better, personally, than how Sigma is involved in Mega Man X6. Yeah, probably, from what I've gathered, of that one. At some point, we can do the other Mega Man X games. I mean, I know there's X1 we'll do eventually again, because I have to do it again, and then the others.
By the way, I was just giving a hint for what the thing is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you'll not want to miss that.
It's kind of an obvious hint if you know what.
Yeah, you know. But there is the officer. Yeah, Juno and him have the same voice performer. Who knew? Yeah, we have to get into stuff with Sigma as far as X6, which we'll figure out when we're gonna do X6. We'll do the other ones first, because I know one of the streams we wanted to do last year we couldn't was do X3 and X4. We might do that a little differently than we thought. Okay, there's Wiley, because I was saying, like, hey, you want to talk to him? Alright, yeah, you can talk to him and say goodbye. We'll figure that, because I know Nocturne's a big one as far as the Mega Man stuff, so she'll probably be involved in most, if not all of them, I would think. Personally. Alright. Okay, as you studying until all of the mysteries here solved. I think he's someone in the library, yes?
Maybe?
I'll look back. I think back at, I went through for the purpose of that. Gives me something to live through the legendary disaster. And that's what this was going into, yes, as far as this game alone.
Yeah, on catalogs there are various legends about a catastrophe of sorts that that could happen involving Main Gate, but they basically knew nothing about, no details.
They knew there's something, but they weren't sure what it was.
Yeah, and some people, I'm pretty sure, even dismissed it as just a legend.
Okay, which makes sense to that as well. Definitely better handled as far as something like that than going back to, like, Sonic 06, The Flames of Disaster. That'll come when we play that game eventually. Yeah, it'd already probably be dead right now if not for you. The irony of who's saying that, well, fine. Whether he's actually connected to Wily in the past or not is questionable.
And look who's walking.
Yes, yeah, we saved Ira, or we helped Ira. If you don't help her, she will still be in the wheelchair here. In this case, because we did, she's walking. So that's what I meant as far as the perspective of, hey, or both of us meant, as far as the fact that you do some of the side quests, and they'll go on the idea, oh yeah, she wants to take after us as well. When I grow up, take me on one of your digs, okay? That'd be an interesting idea. That'd be an idea, like, for Legends 3, I would think.
Yeah,
although,
I'd love to, like, if Legends 3 were actually done, I would love to see her appear in that.
That'd be cool. I mean, I guess going into Legends 3 itself, I mean, what they had of what little there was, I mean, the idea was a new character, Arrow, because they're going to go into stuff we're going to see in Legends 2, I do know that, but then the question of, like, okay, how's that going to potentially connect with, what we see there and what we see here? Actually, here's maybe another idea, like, Arrow's trying to get... Oh yeah, the museum curator. Hi there, Hero. Yeah, she's going about it. Or how about, yeah, here's an idea. If like they restart that perhaps at some point. Arrow meeting Ira, like they team up, and the idea of like what they're doing, like going on digging adventures. Alright, so yeah, there is her with her museum. So yeah, and they'll react differently depending on whether we did all the side quests or not. Which is a great attention to detail. I didn't even know that until we were doing the test audio check for today.
I'm just looking around for other people.
Yeah, make sure you're not missing anyone. Go back to Shenmue, as I said, when we play Shenmue 2, there's a part in Shenmue 2 that happens in as well. I'll be sure to show that off when we do that one. I'll figure out when we'll do that. We'll do Shenmue 1 first before we do 2, and when we do 1, we're going to play it on the Dreamcast.
Okay, can confirm that is not actually the restaurant.
Okay.
Because we are Dark Mega Man, and and if that was the restaurant that was created, that was constructed, then it wouldn't be there.
Okay, so it would been over there. Or it is over there.
No, I don't know where the restaurant would have been.
We'll find out. We'll put an edit in to get a sense of where it is. Yeah, because that's also the other thing. We can add that on later. So we have the live show going on, but there's also other stuff later, and yeah, the other stuff later is gonna be fun with this one. I promise you that. Alright, so there is the family again, or the husband-wife digger, or digger-spotter team. You got to go, Mega Man? Yes, we do. Yeah, definitely Mega Man and Roll do have that connection for the digger-spotter case. Alright. so I guess there's only one other thing, I guess, on the way out you'll show. Unless you want to go read pornography at the newsstand again. Or kick the can again, because you can still do that and they'll still pay you. So you say, like, yeah, I'll leave.
Although technically there's no point to it at this stage.
Mm-hmm. I know I might get flack for this, but maybe it was a good thing the Legend was canceled in the sense that I felt it was too ambitious and might not have delivered on the hype in the same way that maybe another song. It's like, look, let's get into that. And I mean, it's good we're talking Shenmue as well, because that was the question when Shenmue 3 was a question of will they ever get it? It came out, we got it, but the thing with Shenmue 3 is we never got, that perspective. But I do want to have it happen at some point. And I think that's the idea too. I don't think we're saying like, well, no, that's the idea. And I might get into some controversial elements of that too, to a certain extent. But the idea that it didn't live up to that hype, maybe that's the idea, like, well, would it be the kind of thing that, hey, if they screwed this up as far as like story or something, would that have been something that people would have hated that more than if they never got it? Oh yeah, here's the guy with the bag. If you don't do that with him, you get this. But yeah, I get that perspective because I think both of us would want to see this happen, but I mean, I also get maybe the idea of, well, would it have been the kind of thing, if it didn't live up the hype, that might have been worse than if we never got it. I think I've asked you that question a couple times as well. But then it's also going on hypotheticals, so it's not easy to tell. And look, I know people would want to see another one, I think because of where Legends 2 is going to go, but also for other stuff. But yeah, when we're done, by the way, say if we're done with goodbyes, you go, we're not leaving.
Accidentally,
Alright, I just want to mention that because as soon as we say yes, we got a cutscene. We will be back in a little bit.
Thank you so much for your help. Take care of yourselves.
Bye. Take care.
Goodbye.
See you later, Amelia.
Goodbye.
After all that, we still didn't find out anything about your mom and dad. Or the motherlode.
Well, it can't be helped. It's not like we meant to come here in the first place, right? But everything worked out in the end, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Mega Man, did something happen while you were underground?
Huh? Yeah, well, not really. Don't worry about it.
Well, I don't know, but don't ever forget that I'll always believe in you, okay?
Roll!
Mega Man, roll! Look outside! The island!
Mega Man!
Okay.
What is it?
Whoa! Roll left! Left!
Huh? Okay. Hey! Isn't that...
They all came to see us off.
Thank you so much!
Thank you! Bye-bye! Good luck! Take care!
I hope those of you at home are watching. Our brave heroes are taking off, heading for new adventures. As you can see, the people of Catalogs have come out to send them off and wish them well.
Hey, everybody!
They were all really nice people. Maybe we'll come back here and see them again.
Yeah.
Okay, setting new course. Here we go!
Alright, and with that, we have some other stuff we're going to show, or Nocturne does, but yeah, that is Mega Man Legends for the PlayStation. Nocturne, I guess we could... Do you want to do final thoughts now, or do you want to wait till later?
Oh, wait a bit.
Okay. Alright, so then... Reminds me of the airship of Teddy Ruxpin. Okay, there's a reference I didn't expect to see, but, okay, yeah. We'll go with our final thoughts a little later over the credits, because there's also a case of this later. It is a great ending. Yeah, it is, as far as, like, tying everything up. And also hearing a little bit, hear the voices going of certain things they state in. I guess, do you want to go into the thing as far as Legends 3? Because, I mean, I get where ElecVerse is coming from, the idea of maybe it was better was canceled for, like, what it was going to be, and the thought that maybe now, if they look at this and say, well, they'll try it again, or try to rebuild that again, then maybe at this point there might not be as much expectation, maybe, or maybe they still will be because of how Legends 2 goes.
Like, I feel like, first and foremost, I think they should have released the prototype version. The prototype version was actually complete.
Well, mostly complete.
Well, like complete enough that they could have released it as a demo of sorts.
And it was a prototype, so feasibly you could make that argument anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, but like, release it as something akin to the Legends 2 demo disc that accompanies the Misadventures of Tronbon.
I mean, see, I'll say this, I do think that they were right to cancel it for the circumstances at the time, even though what was going on, it was because the 3DS was doing horribly. The 3DS was doing, like, it was making the Virtual Boy look like the Wii, quite frankly, and the Shador was not off the ground, and Infonia was not open about that, saying, by the way, we didn't actually option this, we didn't actually present this to Capcom for that, and he already burned a bunch of bridges, so that's a problem that way, but I mean, at the same time, I also get that sense, like, look, we're gonna see when we play Mega Man Legends 2, that there's something about that goes into later that you wanted to get an answer for in another game, and unfortunately we never got that. But I mean, then also they made the thing like for saying, because remember, with Shenmue 3, we don't necessarily, without spoiling how that game operates, we don't necessarily get an answer to that one either. People are saying like, wow, what a massive disappointment it is, and now it means like, well, it's never gonna come. So I mean, maybe the fear like, what if that happened to Legends 3? Which is a fair point, a different argument necessarily of like, one you see, because I think he's saying, yeah, we want to see it. I think we would all want to see it just because, and I'll preface my final thoughts on this one, there's something so unique about like the feel and the atmosphere this one creates that you'd want to see more.
Yeah, like, at the very least, they should make Legends 3 to bring things to a close.
I mean, I think that's the idea. You ask anybody who's played Shining Force 3 on Saturn, like, they haven't gotten the conclusion of that unless they live in Japan, because they only released part 1 of that here. Japan got all 3. We never got that part 3. So that's, or 2 and 3, anyway, in the case of that one. So it's kind of the same way, a little, with this one, but still the same idea. Because, yeah, the other things you're mentioning, this is an interesting case as far as, like, the way they're ending it. The great music by Makoto Tomizawa, as we mentioned before. But just that idea of, this has this different feel of a lot of the other Mega Man games that make it so unique.
Yeah, I mean, the feel of Legends, I think it, if nothing else because it's an actual RPG of sorts, I would say it feels most similar to the Battle Network series.
Which makes sense then, is by the same people who developed both. And thank you, ElecVerse, for emphasizing that last time.
The gameplay, of course, is completely different.
Mm-hmm.
But the feel of the storytelling, the feel of the characters, I want to compare it most closely to Battle Network.
Yeah, and what I've played, because I mentioned earlier on, I'll emphasize this more, with the Wii U shop closure, I'm starting to buy stuff. So I bought the first 3 Battle Network games, or fine, I bought the Blue version 3 and then 1 and 2 off of that, because they're way cheaper that way than on a Game Boy Advance. Though you have 2 on Game Boy Advance, as it is. But anyway, I did play that, and I can kind of see the elements. I can see the DNA shared between these two, which makes it really interesting.
Yeah, like, at a surface level, they're not really all that alike.
Mm-hmm.
But once you start looking at the characters, the scenarios, stuff like that, there are certain similarities.
In a lot of ways, they're both, in a lot of ways, some of the most story-focused games of the aerial elements of Mega Man. Of Classic, X, Zero, not to say Zero and X, and even Classic don't have that. Also, by the way, the people who made Breath of Fire 3 were also involved in this.
Well, the Zero series has the most story of the platformers.
Mm-hmm.
Followed by the X series, I want to... Well, actually, no. Zero series followed by ZX, although there's only 2 games there. Followed by the X series.
Okay. No, I get that for sure. And is it also... We'll get into that a little more, because after the credits, there's going to be one last scene we're going to show off, and then we're going to show a few other things before we close the show up for the night. And we will be right back, because we have that scene right now.
Well, there they go. Not a care in the world. Hey, Tron, can't this thing go any faster?
No, it can't. I had to gather up all the spare parts from everything he blew up to build this.
That's right! That's right!
We'll just have to rough it until we get to the next island. If we sell what we found, we'll get back what we lost and then some. We'll live like kings! Who would have thought there was such a huge refractor down there, and all we had to do was just wander in and pick it up? I told you we'd have the last laugh.
That's assuming we make it to the next island without sinking. Oh well, at least he's in a good mood.
Yeah, and there you go. It is to be continued in Mega Man Legends 2, which we'll play eventually, as far as that. And there is a Bon having the time of his life on the back there with the inner tube. Yeah, and there's the clear time of all the grinding on top of everything. But as I said, we're not done completely with this game.
Yep. And Babu, indeed.
Yeah, indeed. I do love the idea of how, Bon does that.
I love it that he gets the last line.
Yeah, or that the Bonds do.
Yeah.
The idea of, like, okay, you were hinting at earlier, saying, like, what was this thing about refractor? Yeah, they stole the refractor that was down there where Juno was. It's like, yeah, they're powering that to get them to the next place.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so next what you're going to show is you're going to show the weapon showcase off, I believe.
Yep.
And
I'm going to finish up with, the final weapon that I'm going to show off is the Active Buster, and I'll go directly into the final boss.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah. So we'll get a little bit of a different perspective, and also showcase more. Is that will also be buttressed by about, I don't know, almost an hour probably when we put it in. By the way, as she mentioned, since we beat the game, you do have the option of playing normal and you have hard now. Normal is what they give you normally. They get hard to that way.
Now this, I'm 95% certain that this does not affect previously existing save files.
That would make sense. I would think they probably have to have some kind of indication for that.
I'm pretty sure you do need to actually start a new game to get the difficulty choice.
Okay. Or to only apply it there.
Yeah.
Alright, so for this, I guess you're going to showcase off the weapons. You're going to use the same file we had?
Yep.
Okay, so in that case, we're just going to leave. And now we understand also, guess what's going on with Data. Like, why was Data down there? That was kind of a great attention to detail. This is the only time he's there, and it's like, well, because he was telling us he knows about us, or about Mega Man Volnut, and as I said, more will be revealed when we play Mega Man Legends 2.
Or, well, perhaps more accurately for what we're talking about specifically, he knows what's going on for Mega Man Trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Juno does in fact refer to him as Trigger.
Yeah.
And his title is actually Mega Man. His title is Mega Man and name is Trigger.
Right.
Within that. Within that context.
Yeah, so it does go kind of deeper, and it is interesting that way. I mean, I remember when I first played it, it was something, I guess it was, maybe I didn't really put as much thought into it as maybe I should have at the time, when I was younger, maybe. But just the idea that, okay, maybe it's a little deeper as far as this idea of, like, who knew necessarily that Mega Man didn't know who he was, or the idea to say, like, wait a minute, who is Mega Man Volnut really? and the question of that. So yeah, it does uncoil itself really nicely. So our story, I mean, because like I said, this aside from Battle Network really is the one that I think really focuses on telling story, I guess, as traditionally as maybe like a TV show or an anime or a movie the most. Not to say that the other ones don't. You were saying before we muted before that like Zero and ZX and X kind of go into that story stuff more.
Yeah.
For how they devote themselves.
Like the X series gets more story heavy as it moves along.
Yeah. And you definitely notice that, actually, I guess, with each, game afterwards, after the first one.
Mm-hmm. Like, the first game is the first couple games, maybe even few, like, maybe the entire Super Nintendo era, is lighter on story than, I want to say the entirety of, is about the same on story as basically classic.
Mm-hmm. But then it's when it moved to PlayStation, that's when it got more advanced with some of the things it was doing.
Yeah.
But you still got bits and pieces that within, actually say probably, I don't know if you'd agree with me on this one, I'd say X2 probably is the one that has the most significance as far as story. With the exception maybe of X1 only because it's setting everything up, but X2, because we played X2, so I can say this, X2 indicates the connection that Dr. Wily has to that one.
Yeah.
And then X4 goes into that more. We'll see that when we do X4.
Yeah, and I believe it is actually more explicit about Wily in the Japanese version.
Yeah, I think so. From what I've understood, yeah. We played it US as far as X2 for Super Nintendo, because that was about a year or so ago. We played that.
Alright, Roll. Pick me up.
Yeah, so we'll be set to this. And hey, there's a good reason for that, because, yeah, she's not over here, and, yeah, you're going through the fence.
Support car. Cardon Forest.
Alright, and, yeah, so next we are going to show off every weapon that we have. And I love the fact that you got them all, because I don't think I've actually gotten every single one. So that's the other thing about this show, I guess, is that we'll showcase different cases of the game. Even though we hit the credits, it's not always going to be that, oh yeah, that's going to be all that the show is going to be saying.
Alright.
We'll give you a little more for your money. Or not money. I keep saying that. It's not money. It's never pay show. We'll go on.
Alright, so first we're going to start off with the Machine Buster.
Alrighty.
This isn't a great weapon, but it's a solid choice for the point in the game that you get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anytime I show this off, feel free to hit us with anything else as far as elements of Mega Man Legends or the lore, and we'll go into that more.
I mean, there's not a whole lot about the lore. There's not a whole lot more about the lore, anyway.
Yeah, we can really go into.
To talk about without getting into stuff that's from Legends 2.
Right. And interesting enough, yeah, the next game we're going to be playing this line is actually a prequel to this. Is that Mr. Trombone is a prequel to this, yes?
Yeah. I'm actually not 100% sure.
I thought it was, but I
think
mean,
it is.
We'll find
out.
It is. We'll find out because we'll play it. Or I said, I'll be handling that one. The Legends 2 is all hers.
I mean, it's either a prequel or falls in between Legends 1 and 2, and I can't remember which.
Which would make sense given what we saw at the end, which is that, okay, fine, if it falls in between, then they found land, and then what happens in that game happens.
Okay.
Or the other way, which is that it's before they come to Cadillacs Islands.
Okay, so,
basically the machine gun take.
This is actually weaker, I'm pretty sure, than my current Buster setup.
Yeah.
And it has an energy gauge, so I'm not exactly being completely fair to it.
Yeah, I mean, but you said, like, some of the weapons you can upgrade, they can get infinite ammo for some, but not all.
Yeah, this is not one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get the machine gun take. Or think about, like, Metal Slug, that one. Heavy machine gun! So boy, definitely should show off something with Metal Slug. You played those Metal Slug games?
Nope.
Alright, yeah, I'll start with the first one.
So actually... Well, in this file, we haven't actually been here yet.
Okay, so that's an interesting case as well. So yeah, we get to show you more of the ruins, and that goes to what we were saying earlier, which is that the idea that the ruins are basically all interconnected. Since we have everything now, we can basically go from one end of the ruins to the other.
Well, we could if we had the drill arm.
Oh, right, if you have it with you. But hold on. Did you not bust all the blocks that have drill arm on the stone?
There are 4 more walls to bust down. Well, possibly 3. It depends on exactly what I've accessed.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Actually, no. I would have knocked down 1 other wall. So there are 3 more walls to bust down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so then we showed this off, so I guess then what? You're going to be just pretty much showing off each of these... Well, okay, fine. We didn't go down this way. Oh, yeah, okay.
Right, this guy.
Yeah, I actually did try to fight him straight on when I did my test play stuff. There you go. Okay, I think ElecVerse is the answer as far as the Adventure of Tron, but I'm saying it has to be a prequel because it's basically about paying off debt that Teasel had to build Gesselstadt. Okay, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, we'll see the person who's involved in that. Loach, I think? As I said, we'll get to that when we do Miss Adventure of Tron Bond. Which is definitely a different take, honestly, on Mega Man Legends, because with a couple exceptions, it doesn't play much like this one at all. It's mostly kind of like a logic puzzle strategy game to a certain extent. You have areas where you're kind of shooting like this, but not as much. Hi, chat. Oh, hi, Protorova. How you doing? Good to see you tonight for Mega Man Legends. We finished the game, yes, but we have a couple other things that we're going to be showing off for this game as we're going through the ruins here. And I have Nocturne by my side. Good to see you. Let us know any memories you have on Mega Man Legends or Mega Man itself, and we can go into them more. Good to see you. Looking forward also to getting back with you in a couple weeks for Ocarina of Time. Let me know also when's good for you, because I was going to get in contact with you at some point for that. Next week is going to be a case I'm doing another game, 2 weeks from now. No, next week and 2 weeks from now, we're doing other stuff. So yeah, any case after that for April for part 4 of Ocarina of Time will be good. I'm looking forward to continuing that. Or as we mentioned when we first started playing this, shall we reference Ocarina with the tutorial? Yeah, in this case, yeah, we were way past.
This hallway sucks.
Yeah, just because you're in such a tight quarter.
Like, that hallway seriously sucks.
Although feasibly, as you said, you can feasibly totally avoid it. I noticed I was doing my extra content, run stuff off screen this week, that I kind of just avoided it. One thing you notice about the bonds is that they're cheap. Yeah, I mean, I guess to a certain degree, Miss Adventure of Tron, I was going to go into that a little bit. Actually, the ending kind of showed that, because, yeah, she said, I just used all the parts that I had to make this. It's like, I guess you could say they're cheap, you could also take the other case and say they're frugal because of that. I'm looking forward to this as well as the play of Lunar the Silver Star. Yeah, Protova's going to be on when we do that game at some point. I'll probably do that next year somewhere, probably after we do Shadow Hearts. We're doing Shadow Hearts later in the year as far as the RPG. We're starting the next RPG next week, which is Sailor Moon Another Story, and Dolly Finn's going to be involved on that one, for part 1 at least. And then it's going to be Crochet Nerd for Shadow Hearts, and then we'll do Lunar Silver Star Story complete for the PlayStation, which the version we'll be doing, although I have to get a PSP because I have to play that Silver Star Harmony that I have. Yeah, it's definitely a good one. I'll be looking forward to that and showcasing another game like that as well. You ever play any Lunar games?
No.
Yeah, that is a good one to show off. Another one that's...
Yeah, I'm not familiar with them at all.
Okay, we'll show them, because that's a favorite of Protorova's for sure, and for good reason of what I've seen and played of it.
Like, there's honestly a lot of games that I have basically no familiarity with.
Which is fine, because as I said, there's also cases where games I don't have much familiarity. I mean, Shadow Hearts is going to be a case like that. I know nothing about it, really. Crochet Nerd tells me it's amazing, and I'm not doubting him. But I'm saying, like, okay, he handles that, so no problem. And that's what I love, and I'll tell you this, as long as you're going through the ruins this way, that's what I love about, I think, what this show has kind of become. It's become this perspective of us sharing experiences with games, as well as also sharing games that are important to us that maybe not everybody has played. And I think Mega Man Legends is a good case of that, really.
Yeah, I mean, more people have probably played Mega Man Legends than some of the other things you've done.
Mm-hmm. No, that's true. But I mean, also at the same time, it's also something that there may be people who missed this. And given how expensive some of the releases of this, all the releases except the PlayStation 3 download version are.
And we are out of ammo for the Machine Buster.
Alright, so we'll have to go get more. Or get another weapon. And that's the trouble you can run into, like, hey, if you don't have weapon energy. Or extra special weapon energy.
In Legends 2, enemies can drop special weapon energy.
Really?
But in Legends 1, they don't.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting us know that. And that's the other thing. Something I didn't know as far as that. And Legends 2 is mostly your jurisdiction. But I love that idea as well. The idea that, okay, you said, like, this is a game maybe more people play than some of the stuff I've shown off. Which is true. But also at the same time, it's also something that, hey, we'll show off some of these other things that are unique. I mean, I remember last year we had Top Gear on Super Nintendo. That's a game that seems like it's been forgotten. ElecVerse wanted to see that. And I was glad to be able to get a sense of, yeah, you know what? They're not off limits. The idea that even if it's something that's kind of niche, the idea that, you know, we'll give it a celebration. We're going to give it a due that way, you know? Likewise, I haven't played most of the games that are on this channel, but that's a good thing, and in some cases it's been a case of, let's show off something unique to tell people why does a game like this matter to us. Like, for example, with you, Nocturne, with Mega Man Legends. This play that you've been playing, I thank you again profusely for doing this for us. Basically saying to people, Nocturne, I'm telling you why Mega Man Legends, the game we're looking at on screen right now, is important. And why is it that if you've never played it, it's worth looking into, even given how expensive it is, while also basically, in a sense, saying that, yeah, we'd like to see another re-release of this outside of the PS3 edition. And same also with the stuff I'll show, or the stuff the channel asks for. And I love that. I love that idea of that. And it's also why I say, whenever it comes to a request of a new game, or a request of a game in the show, ask you shall receive, we'll show it off. We'll show the world that. I mean, maybe it's thinking idealistically, but there you go. We have a new weapon, yes?
Yep. This is the Powered Buster.
Yeah, we've seen this before, but it's also great to see. Especially powered up all the way.
Yeah, I'm not actually going to go very far with this because, I mean, if you've noticed, we're already about a third of the way through the ammo.
Okay. Yeah, it does take a lot of ammo, but it can hurt pretty badly. Or, to quote Donkey Kong 64, if he shoots ya, it's gonna hurt. Yeah, definitely so. And it's gonna be a fun one whenever I get to doing Donkey Kong 64. We're not touching that till we touch Banjo-Kazooie, and before we touch Donkey Kong Country 1 again, and 3. That's what I'm saying. Like, the sky's the limit on the show as far as anything you'll want to see. We can make it happen. Doesn't matter how obscure or well-known it is, we can go into it. And I love that. I love that that's what it's become. And I thank all of you in chat, and Nocturne, you as well, for making that happen. And making this the direction of the program. It's a little program, but it's our program, and I love that.
Yeah, I absolutely believe that this is a game that people should play at some point if they get the opportunity.
Right, and I'm glad in my case that I did the way I did with the N64 version, but also because it has stuff special to it, really. And I think that's really what makes it interesting. And because I think I've also said this, the idea that every game tells a story, not even necessarily as far as like a plot or narrative, but saying something about ourselves and also about what it's doing and also what the company is making it. And I do think that's an interesting idea of taking it. And as I said, you'll never know, even on top of that, the games will play, but also what chat or guests I'll have or me will go into it. I love that part of it too. It is a unique take on basically celebrating video gaming. So, yeah, it's a case. Yeah, he dies really quickly with that Powered Buster, doesn't he?
Moderately quickly.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's tricky to use against him, because when you fire the Powered Buster, you're immobile for about... You're immobile for a little over a second.
So just give you that idea of, like, okay, why would you pick certain special weapons over others? And that's another thing, I guess it's like Mega Man, some of the other Mega Man games, where you have the options to do these things. and then kind of basically forming a strategy in a way, kind of making it more open as far as like how do you want to play it.
Yeah. With the Powered Buster, you're mainly using it to take care of tougher enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Simply because it's just its ammo is too low to just be able to spam on everything.
Right. And I love the idea that it also gives it a differentiation, because sometimes you have cases where you'll have games with weapons and you think like, oh, they're all the same pretty much, except maybe one does more damage. It does more damage, but also it has other things. So clearly, again, they were thinking when it came to this game of pretty much every facet of it.
And there's essentially a majorly improved version of the Powered Buster in Legends 2 called the Hyper Shell.
Okay, and we will see that, of course, we play that.
And you can get that at a relatively early-ish part of the game.
So they basically give you that early, okay.
Well, the Powered Buster is an early weapon in Legends 1 as well. So.
That's true. We only saw it only a couple hours in, or even not even.
Yeah. Now, the Hyper Shell is much more expensive to fully upgrade, even given conversion of currency between Legends 1 and Legends 2, because currency is like, you get 10 times more of it in Legends 2.
You mentioned that to me, yes. And we'll show that that's another experience right there. Experiencing that and like going into all this little minutia of, okay, what is this that this game that Legends 2 is doing, and also how's it looking as far as a franchise, even what we said on the show, which is that, hey, there's certain things we like about this one, but in the second one, also you're saying you really like the second one.
Yes. And we are, for the drill arm, I'm actually not, well, like I showed earlier, it's kind of useless in battle, but I am going to take it to knock down the handful of walls that are left.
Okay.
Show it off just a little bit more.
Yeah, so in that case, as I said, it also goes to this well. And then, see, this is also the thing I was mentioning. You were saying, like, hey, how much grinding can I feasibly get away with? Like, it's fine because we can keep a conversation going ourselves and chat as well. And I love that. And thank you again, chat, as far as jumping in on this game and on the games we play each week. Or basically each week. It's usually almost it's every week. This is kind of casual hangout, as I mentioned, at the end of the long week. And we'll have this stuff going on, and we'll go deep, and you will as well. I appreciate you all coming on this journey with us.
And I love how clear the graphics are in this game. I mean, sure, they're not high resolution or anything like that, but like, everything is, for the most part, pretty recognizable.
Yeah, wait till you see the N64 version, which is going to be appended to the YouTube site version of this. We're going to record that actually after this, or tomorrow after this.
Yeah, tomorrow.
But at the same time, it's also going to be her experience with that. Because it's going to be me sharing my experience of me playing that version, and in some ways not knowing what I was missing. At first I think, well, it's the same game as this, which it mostly is, but there's other things like, no.
Yeah, it's kinda the same game from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
But, certain things are, like, quality of life not so great.
Which is weird because that came out after. You'd think, well, okay, maybe the later version would be different. But yeah, so we'll get into that, and it'll be fun to see that. And it gives you a reason to also go over to the YouTube site. There's a link up over there.
All right.
As long as the other games we've had, we'll have additions to the ones we've been doing. All right, so yes.
Remember where I've been wall clipping to?
Yeah.
Here's the wall.
Yeah, so we don't have to do that feasibly anymore, but we also have that idea that, it's still available to us.
And there are, I believe, 2 more walls for me to break.
Okay, yeah, we may as well just dig this entire place out. That is the life of Mega Man the Digger, who is right here, as we say.
In particular, the way you put that, digging it out, let's not forget that diggers are, in the Japanese version, are actually called dig-outers.
Really? Okay. So see, I didn't mean to set you up for that, but there you go. Sometimes that can kind of come from it as well. And also that additional information, because as I said, that's she's more the expert on this game than I am, and that's what makes it interesting.
I am going to go through this in the reverse direction to get to this spot.
Yeah, and of course you could totally do that. Yeah, be careful of the mines. Or the robot mine creatures. Just keep enjoying the atmosphere.
Okay. Now... Right. I'm going to destroy these. Turning these guys basically into vegetables.
Yeah, just kind of spinning right there. Because I guess with their, you mentioned those pairs of Reaver bots that basically are like the digger spotter combo, but basically without the spotter there, they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Which, as I mentioned, goes into the lore of this in a very subtle way, and I think, as you mentioned, there is a lot of subtlety to this game for how it's doing a lot of what it's doing, from gameplay, from creating the world, or even elements of its story and the themes it's looking at.
Yeah.
And just with this one game outside of the other two that we have.
This is... I just feel like this is a beautiful game.
Oh, it is, and that's absolutely something to be said about that as well. And one that, as I mentioned, does have this kind of, very specific following to itself. And I'll go into this since we got this going. The sales figures for this, because the question was like, alright, fine, how much of a risk would Mega Man Legends 3 have been? But also, I guess, the idea that this sold pretty decently on PlayStation. From the data I was able to gather, it was a VG Charts that gave me the perspective of this. They said it was about 883,000 copies worldwide for it on PlayStation. I don't know if on PC as well, and 222,000 on the N64 version. So over 1 million if you're gonna count it that way. But then the question of like, well, is it necessarily as massive as other games of Capcom's or other Mega Man games as well?
And we are just gonna take the damage and damage boost through
May as
that.
well. Or for that matter, also, I mean, I guess the other thing is that, well, this must have been popular enough because it was on the greatest hits line for the PS1. This version we're playing was. Though that was the only one that got put that way, not Tron and not Legends 2.
And here we are. Actually at a chest that we haven't opened yet.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be...
I remember I got this when I was doing my test stuff.
The rapid fire barrel.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's a buster part I believe that makes... Is that correct?
That sounds right. It's... Yeah, there's a... I can't remember which buster part that goes to, but...
We'll probably find out, because we're going back to Z-Roll.
It's not involved in any of the optimal builds, though.
Okay. But it also goes to the other perspective, like, hey, if you want to challenge run this game feasibly, you can do that, while also having certain things where you'll focus on specific attributes.
Alright, so... We've already been in here, but I'm just going up there for the sake of,
Showing that, and also showing how interconnected this, the ruins truly are. Which, as you mentioned, the Legends 2 does not have interconnected ruins like this.
Each set of ruins is its own thing in Legends 2.
So almost like a Zelda dungeon, almost a little bit that way. Whereas I guess this one's, going more the Metroid direction, that everything's connected to itself.
Yeah. Which, I really like that.
I like that too. I think it is very unique, although there is something to be said also about, the Zelda dungeon take of it. But also the idea that this one's hey, if you're going to be going down in the ruins here, it's we have this whole island, and kind of creating that perspective itself.
Okay, so... Okay, where does... I'm actually not sure where this...
I believe this takes you out, actually, the first ruins. Basically the first one where the spotter car was junked initially.
No.
Oh, no?
That...
Oh, right, it takes you out over by where the digging site is.
Yep.
That's the other thing feasibly you can do with this game. Actually, to go to one of my experiences, when I played this, the first thing I did, I think, after I got the drill arm, is that I did kind of open these areas and kind of was getting a sense of okay, let me go over here, let me go over here as well. So I kind of find different paths to get to different areas on the island. Yeah, I remember this was
I know where we are now.
Yeah, I do too. And that's the benefit, as I said, of playing a game like this and seeing it chug like crazy on the N64. You'll see that. You're not going to want to miss it. I'll tell you that right now. Either chat or Nocturne. Yeah, at this point, with the stronger shots, they're not living long.
Yeah, stuff dies really quick with this buster setup.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it is very, very much an end-game buster setup.
That's true. I mean, actually, I'll ask this to chat and to you as well, Nocturne, which is that, do you think necessarily maybe that, well, I mean, I guess maybe the idea is like, how much do you think they should be scaling out or laying out some of these buster things? Does it make sense, I guess, that this is like the end of the game case, or would you like to maybe see it a little sooner, slightly?
Honestly, the buster is the most consistently good weapon in the game. It's not necessarily the fastest weapon or the best weapon for any particular application, but it's by far the most versatile.
Mm-hmm. Because it's also something you always have on your person.
Yeah. Like, you can literally customize it to be just about anything you need.
Which is, I think, for this game in particular, that's what I think I really attached to. Because you said the RPG connection, and it kind of is, you're right, because you basically, with the buster part mechanic, you could basically build Mega Man Volnut as much as you want, in the ways you want. And I like that idea of, the growth of him and also of your abilities. It really gets a sense that, it's dealing the stuff out really nicely, so that at that point, you kind of want to keep playing to see what can you get next, and what can you kind of get yourself scaled with next. In a way that's, as I said, very unique from the other entries in in any Mega Man game. Of Zero, Classic, X, any of them. And I do love that about it. It gives that unique feel, that you remember this one specifically against all the other side elements of Mega Man.
And it's gonna be a couple minutes before I can get back to the surface to get the next weapon.
Also, because I think where you're gonna come from in this case...
Actually, wait, no. I'm just going to go up here and,
You can't call the car here, I don't think, can you?
I can't, but it's faster than the other way.
Yeah, you can just skate. So you got more skating going on as well. Or I was thinking as far as, Jet Grind Radio, which came after this, but just the idea of, skating around. The only thing missing is, putting out the graffiti, the or then hearing, the Jet Set radio station going, let's get scratching. You ever play Jet Grind Radio?
I think you've shown, I know you've shown Jet Set Radio.
Well, fine, they're the same game. Jet Set Radio is the Japanese name of it, but there was a license case, so they changed it to Jet Grind Radio, then they re-released it, and it was Jet Set Radio, and it's just Radio Future was the sequel. We can show that, but I have to be a little careful with that, because I know there's some licensed music in it, and I'll have to dance around that somehow. I'll figure. We'll make it happen. Because I love, the style of that game, and just kind of what it's doing, so we'll definitely get to that eventually.
And now, back to the forest.
Okay. To show the next weapon, yes?
Yep.
So what is the next weapon?
The next weapon...
You've solved the island's mystery already. Yeah, no kidding.
The next weapon is the grenade arm.
Yeah, basically a grenade launcher.
It's, nothing too special, but, I mean, it's alright.
Okay.
I am going to save...
Yeah, you may as well, just to make sure you have everything.
Yeah, I mean...
Because you've shown basically
everything. It's not like there's anything to spend money on at this point, but...
Yeah, I guess not. I mean, feasibly, though, you've shown everything off in the ruins as it's been, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, it's just going to be showing off the weapons, and then we'll decimate, I keep forgetting, I keep thinking he's Nova. It's not Nova. Oh, well,
yeah, Mega Man Juno.
Though, this game was called Mega Man Nova in its early development. That I do remember. We're seeing, previews of this in GamePro magazine saying that was initially called, and then for Japan it was called Rockman Dash, and then we know it as Mega Man Legends. I guess maybe it goes back to what ElecVerse was saying as far as the ending of this making more sense that way with, fine, Mega Man being named Rockman over there. And maybe that changing elements of the ending. Okay, yeah, there you go. Just throw the grenade out. Except it missed.
It missed. It missed badly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, going back to the Mario Party thing we were talking about before. I missed! So, like, yeah, there you go. Or in the Japanese European version, Wario saying, "Oh my god!" Which is hilarious. Keep that from the US. Yeah, you're barely hitting anything.
Yeah, this is not a very good enemy to use it against.
It's also the kind of thing that, yeah, like, you think, like, well, if you hit the enemy with the grenade, they'll explode. But, like, no, that's not happening. Okay, fine, that will.
Like, if... The thing is, their legs... The legs of the ones that walk around, kind of don't really count as hitting them.
Really? Well, fine, yeah, the Miramuji got in the way and just, blew that up.
Yeah. I'm not... I'm more likely to take... Like, it's much more likely to take damage while using the grenade arm than it is to actually, well, it's much more likely to either miss or take damage, or both, while using the grenade arm than actually, well, against smaller enemies, anyway.
Yeah, because they'll be more mobile.
Yeah. Against larger, slower enemies, actually, the tank-like ones in the subgate in downtown would be a decent type to try this against.
Although feasible. Okay, that you just ran through him. That was cool.
Yeah. Well, actually, the Mirok also just did its attack a couple times.
Okay, but yeah, it's still you avoided that, so there you go. Yeah, they're all dying.
But, yeah, not a very good weapon.
It looks cool as far as, like, the throw. I was like, hey, Mega Man's actually using his hands. It does have physics of bouncing off. I was like, yeah, you're going to only use this in very specific circumstances.
Yeah. But, what I'm showing off right now is that it can't actually hurt you.
Well, that's good.
Most of the explosive weapons can't actually hurt you. Except for the Splash Mine.
Yeah, which is... Honestly, I'll tell you, I think the Splash Mine is more useful than this is, from what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I mean, this does more... Like, this has... I feel like this has more applications, but they're all kind of sketchy.
Or they're more limited.
Like... like, if you can... like, this has a... I think it has a bigger AoE and does more damage. So if you're able to, oh, plus you can throw it to bounce it off a wall and go and have it hit around a corner.
No, I get that, absolutely. Okay, so yeah, roll, come on down.
But, it's not very good.
Well, yeah, we've shown the best. I think that's the idea. We've shown what the best is. We've shown what the okay are. We showed the Spread Buster? What's the one we showed?
We have not showed the Spread Buster.
That's the bad one, right?
It's, I mean, it has like 7 shots when fully upgraded or something like that.
7?
Yeah. I'm not joking.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll see it. We're going to see the full force of what every weapon in this game is doing.
Yes, so, so yeah, for energy, when you first get it, it has 3 shots.
Okay.
After 1 energy upgrade, it has 5 shots.
Okay.
After 2 upgrades, it has 7 shots.
And that's the last upgrade, I guess, yes?
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll show something dying with this. We have to. If you say, like, yeah, you only have 7 shots, that's going to be, yeah, there's the,
I'm actually going to take this to downtown.
Alright, yeah, we're going downtown with the, Spread Buster. And they were here to take care of these things. Yeah, probably what better place to do this than at one of the subgates.
Yeah, easy to get out. But against the weakest of the special weapons, it just wouldn't be worth doing.
Alright.
So...
Oh, okay. Wait, see. Wait, you said 7 shots for the weapon entirely, or 7 shots as far as, like, the explosives it shoots out?
Oh, wait. Huh? Oh, wait, maybe...
You think it's something else?
Hang on. Maybe I was thinking of... Maybe I was looking at something else.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, that was... Okay, that was actually the special. Okay, never mind. I misread the description that I found online.
Okay.
So, with the Spread Buster, the special upgrades affect how many bombs it shoots out.
Okay. But see, that's sometimes the interesting thing as well, just to kind of show you, okay, it sort of took him down okay. As I said, we've seen the Active Buster, we've seen the Shining Laser, where there's, you could basically, you know, point it at them and they'll just die instantly.
Yeah, there's very little range on this thing. You basically have to be in the thing's face.
I would think feasibly this would be more useful if you have like a bunch of Reaver bots right next to you.
Yeah.
But it's rare,
it's also good against more mobile Reaver bots.
Mm-hmm.
Especially things like Shark Kurusu.
Mm-hmm. And I guess, as I said, it goes to the strategy. There's, I guess, a chat of people who play this game. Ow.
And then I miss.
But I mean, I guess, Chad, if people have played this game, yeah, what are some of your favorite special weapons and why? And yeah, you're not going to get yourself killed here, are you?
Yeah, no. I'm retreating. But,
alright.
I mean,
Yeah, it seems like it's going to miss a lot. You're right. So, yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, get yourself... yeah, save yourself. Yeah, that's why you got the energy canteen up as much as you did. Yeah, just walk out the door. Okay, yeah, they're blocking the way. This makes it more interesting to watch that way. Like, okay, yeah, you know what? Yeah, just pull the Buster out and blast him.
Buster's better.
Yeah, there you go. So, okay, fine. The Spread Buster was the name of this thing?
Yeah, Spread Buster.
Okay, so you showed the problem with it in the sense that, okay, even with its 7 bombs, it seems like it's not going to hit much. Even when they're, like, really close.
Hey, Roll, pick me up.
Smart to do that now, because, like, yeah, you know what, fine, this makes sense. Like, I almost got myself killed here. Or is when Protorov and I are going to be doing GoldenEye in June, it's like, I almost killed myself getting here, Alec. It's going to be like that.
And
vacuum arm,
we've already seen the vacuum arm for like 90% of this. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but we've had the vacuum arm for a long time.
Okay, I use the grenade arm, but that's about it as far as what they were, what the special weapons were. I mean, and feasibly, you can play this game that way. You don't necessarily need to use the special weapons, which is interesting that way. I guess you could also make that as far as like, hey, a specific run you want to go on this game. So it gives it a lot of variety, and I like that. I mean, in my case, I think I tended to use mostly, I guess, the Powered Buster, and I did use the Splash Mines only because of, you know, and you've got the next weapon?
Yep, we have the Blade Arm this time.
Okay, I remember liking the look of this because I did get this when I was doing my test as well. Yeah, there you go. So you get all slashy, so it's like, oh, it has the, does the blades that come out of it actually hurt?
Yeah, those are legit shockwaves.
Okay.
Now, the problem with this weapon, as you can see, is that it requires you to get in rather close.
Yeah, and it's not, as I said, I don't know necessarily if Volnut knows who Zero is, probably not. Which is the idea, like, yeah, Zero's the expert with the blade for a reason.
Yeah. Now, in absolute fairness, the blade arm does a lot of damage.
Yeah, so there is that as well.
It is a highly damaging weapon.
But that's another thing as well, because, hey, you know, if you want to go close and play this game that way, you can do it. I think, if nothing else, I like you showing off the weapons this way, just to kind of showcase just the variety and the options that you have. Yeah. Not necessarily that all of them are going to be used that much, but you could feasibly make them work if you want to.
Yeah, like, the blade arm is actually somewhat better in Legends 2 because you are more mobile while using it. Mm-hmm. And you get a triple slash, as I recall.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
However, you lose the shockwave.
Okay, so it's like a trade-off that way. Or as like we're saying, it's pretty much the slash claw for Mega Man 7. Yeah, not a bad case, because yeah, you have to be close on that one too. For that case as well. So there's that as well. Alright, so next on the list is Grand Grenade.
Yep.
It hurts a lot. I think you said You said you can't hurt yourself with this one.
I believe so.
Well, we'll find out. I said this is the full look at Mega Man Legends. Yeah, now Data, you'll help us out.
Alright.
Alright, so back down we go, and we'll see more of the killing of robots, or the killing of Reaver bots. As I said, I want to go back to this again. I do mean it when I'm saying that I like that you're showing this off, because it does show the idea that... Okay, so it's basically the grenade arm better. Yeah, basically you're tossing, like, the World War II, you know, grenade cases, and yeah, they're hitting on contact. Doing tons of damage.
Oh. These basically two-shot those tanks.
There you go. And so that's... So basically, I guess this also goes to what you were saying, which is that the point of the game in which you get some of these things. So it makes sense, maybe you get the grenade arm earlier, but then it's like, hey, it's not going to be of use, then later we get grenade grenade, and it's really nice.
Alright. Hey, dude.
We're going back to the Metal Slug thing. It's like the grenades you throw in Metal Slug. Yeah, or in that game it's called the Super Grenade. Well, fine, when you pick up the more powerful ones, it's called that.
However, because it is a thrown weapon, it does have accuracy issues. Simply because enemies can move out of the way before you can actually hit them.
Though it seems like it's because it explodes in contact, that makes it a lot easier than the grenade arm, because it just bounces off the wall, or goes through the one's feet. I mean, in the case you toss this at that one, he wouldn't be living. You'd probably hit the top, and maybe the area of explosion would be more.
Yeah. It is a very powerful weapon. I will give it full credit for that. And it's probably the best thrown weapon.
Of which there's how many thrown weapons?
There's a few... I mean, Splash Mine, Grenade Arm... Actually, we'll see when I go talk to Roll.
Okay.
Okay. So, special weapons.
Alright, what do we got?
Weapon.
Splash Machine.
So yeah, Grenade Arm, Grand Grenade, Splash Mine. Yeah, it's those three that are thrown.
And Shield Arm, it's kind of like the shield in Mega Man Zero a little bit, in the sense you kind of hold it up. It's not like that one where you actually kind of use it.
You can't throw it, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just kind of hold it, but it doesn't hurt anything. I think that's it. I think you've shown everything else off.
So, Splash Mine... I am still going to show off the Shield Arm.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Now, the Splash Mine, I'm... like, going to take on a couple Reaver bots in the subgate and then retreat, because the Splash Mine sucks.
Well, fine. For this, it does. I mean, early on, I was able to make it work, but you're right, it also is the one of the most risky. Because there's a lot of damage when you build it, or you can do a lot of damage, especially early on. In fact, there was a couple of bosses you were using it with that actually went really well. Yeah, they can run across it, which is nice. But then again, yeah, if you run across it, you get hurt. Or they run over it, so yeah, at that point, they miss the mine, so...
Yeah.
That's the problem.
The Splash Mine sucks.
Actually, did it disappear?
I'm not gonna find out.
Fair enough. I mean, it looks like it just flashed and then just went out of existence.
It may have... I think it does have a timer.
Okay. It didn't look like it exploded, though.
But
so
yeah,
that's the
I'm sorry that I'm cutting it short on the Splash Mine, but...
yeah, go back to part 1 of this play. We did show how it was working.
Yeah. It does have its uses in the game.
Yes.
It is useful at the point in the game that you get it.
Right.
And it's actually very good against the Bloom Bears. The Surfbot piloted ground mechs that you face before facing, I believe it's called, I think it's called Feldinot?
Yeah, I think it is. If it's not, I'll put it right here in the YouTube video where I'm pointing. I love that I can do that. It's like, hey, if we don't have an answer, we can get it later, or chat can help us, and I appreciate that too, chat, as well.
Change weapon.
Yeah, we'll get the shield.
Shield arm.
Alright, here you go. Basically, I guess your way of just pretty much just avoiding damage, really. So you can play defensively, too.
Yeah, I'm gonna play with these. I'm gonna play with the Reaver bots in here a little bit.
Alright.
I'm not sure whether the shield arm actually works against melee attacks, but we're gonna find out.
Alright, and that's a great thing, too, because I've always said, like, hey, you know, sometimes I'll play a game and I'll say, like, I want to try something I've never tried before, or chat will sometimes say, like, hey, take a look at this. Alright. Oh, okay. Alright, so does that actually hurt it when it bounces against the shield?
I'm not actually sure.
Well, let's find out. Yeah, just be pushed against the wall, but you'll be okay. It said it doesn't do damage, but I'm like, wait a minute. I don't know. Well, we'll see.
It's not doing damage.
Okay, so they're not lying. Yeah, which is why...
I think that's pretty cool. It does work against melee.
That's cool that way.
I actually... I was only giving it a coin flip's chance of doing that.
Yeah, still though, I mean, yeah, when we get to Mega Man Zero, the idea that... What's the name of that shield thing?
The shield boomerang.
Shield boomerang, thank you.
Think Captain America.
Yeah, Captain America, or basically better take this in the sense that, okay, you can still hurt things with that. You should run into the thing, or eventually throw it.
The shield boomerang doesn't hurt things when you're using it as a shield. It only does damage when you throw it.
Okay.
So,
yeah, so we'll show that when we get to Mega Man Zero, eventually.
Yeah.
Alright, so now we are going to go and take care of Juno again with the other weapon.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a quick run of
Shining
the
laser? Yeah, why
subgate
not?
with the shining laser.
Why not? You put in all this time and effort to make it happen, we better
Actually,
give it
wait, no. I'm going to do Active Buster first to get a benchmark.
Okay.
And then just wipe it clean with the shining laser after that.
Alrighty.
And then switch back to Active Buster and go take on Juno again.
And then at that point, yeah, then we can also go into our final thoughts as far as the game as well. Because already, I mean, as I said, it seems like we've been kind of, I guess, pre-setting up those as far as all this stuff with the game. But as I said, we'll also go into that fully.
Yeah. I know I've really been hyping up the shining laser, but it is hands down the most damaging weapon in the game.
You proved that. You've absolutely proved that as far as this. So yeah, don't feel like that's a problem that way. But then again, we'll also look at the Active Buster. You're shooting things from this distance, and they're dying like this.
Yeah. The big deal about the Active Buster is that it has power and range. Like, good power and very good range. I believe it has the longest range of any weapon in the game, including the regular Buster. But it is phenomenal in that capacity.
Yeah. It makes me wish when I first played this game that I got it. This or the Shining Laser, because that's why I'm glad you're playing this, so we can see all this.
But yeah, the area is clear now.
Yeah, and as I said last time, the idea like the music stops and everybody's dead. It's like musical chairs, but it's like, yeah, you just killed everybody. It's like, yeah, just sit down, you win.
Deadly musical chairs.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and after all the killing, we need Roll to come pick us up.
And the best thing about both of them is that they both get infinite ammo.
Yeah, that's especially when you build it up, and that's the benefit right there. And so in that case, you're basically also seeing on screen all of the maximum elements you can have for this. But also, I guess it does reward you with this. Like, hey, you were saying before we went on tonight that hey, it's boring to do level grind or item grind or money grind, but still at the same time, it's like, well, this is your reward for it. You get to just destroy things with reckless abandon.
Yeah. It does take a moment to destroy the Sharkurusu because the shining laser misses while they're down.
It does, really.
But so the active,
those die instantly.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what they're called, but the tank-like things die very quickly to the shining laser. And the Sharkurusu take a little bit longer because they can't be hit while they're down.
Oh, well, so you get to show what you're showing off to me on tests, which was,
Well, you can't actually aim that far down with a shining laser.
Oh, okay, fine. He'll back up enough so that you can kill him. And there he goes.
Alright. Now, let's go kick Juno's ass again.
Alright, there you go. And see, that's the other benefit of it. See, we can make this interesting, we can make it go, and it's like, hey, show off all the weapons. Because I'd never seen to this degree. Like, we're going the whole way. We said we get in the guts of gaming and the games we play. We're doing that.
Alright. Active Buster time.
Alright. Actually, do you also want to do, like, the, like, show her what she can make, given some of the items we picked up in the mines?
Oh, yeah, let's check that. Oh, hey, we got a Buster part.
Okay, rapid fire barrel was used to make the machine gun. Yeah, I did get this when I was playing. Gatling part and the flower pearl were used to make the Gatling gun. So yeah, we did help Ira in the hospital, and there you go. That was our reward. Yeah, we saved a life so we can end others.
Yep. Alright,
so let's take him down.
Back to Active Buster.
Of course, it's explosive, and we mentioned Metal Gear Solid 2 on this case. It's time to go back to bombs. That's what we're going to do in Metal Gear Solid 2, absolutely. I will absolutely make that happen, because I loved how Metal Gear Solid 1 went. And 2 actually is the case. I have more experience in that than 1, so at that point we'll make that happen.
Alright, so just a quick detour to top off that energy canteen.
Okay, actually, one other thing. Since you're here, could you also, I'll make a quick request, could you go to the music store?
Sure.
Because this is something the N64 version doesn't have.
Actually, you know what?
Yeah, fill the pack up. Just keep going up, go to 99. Yeah, because you can make the canteen go up to 99.
Yeah, I don't think we're quite going to reach 99. Because we would need 380,000 to get there. But we'll be really close to max.
Actually, question, will you also be able to refill it with the amount of money you're spending?
Oh, when you buy an extra pack, it completely refills.
Okay, perfect. So that works out. Alright, they're sold out, but I think we did hit the top.
Okay. Yeah. And there's nothing left. It's already full.
At 99, because I think we did just make it.
We literally can't give them any more money.
Well, there you go. There you go. So yeah, we're helping the Cadillac Island economy after we leave. Yeah, 99. There is your energy tank, energy canteen filled. And also the other thing that I think we mentioned earlier, or maybe we mentioned earlier,
right.
the Kevlar jacket Omega that we got.
Where is...
Behind you. Yeah, to the right of the electronics store.
So it's the electronics store.
No, it's the shop next door. We went in here for the purpose of the
right. That's right.
Yeah, this is High Necked Record Shop.
Okay, so where are we going?
I think you talk to the shelves. You listen to samples of music. Jazz CD. So it's basically, if you remember going into like Tower Records when you were growing up, potentially, if you remember what that is, yeah, you just pick the headphones up, listen to some music. The Nintendo 64 version does not have this. This is the one thing that that one lacks. I guess because of the CD format, they couldn't put it on the cartridge, which I guess is the other thing, because they ran 32 megabytes. They had to take this entire game, which is like 650 on PlayStation, compress it to 32. But they didn't compress it to 64 the way they did with Resident Evil 2, so yeah. And then so we get some more classical on top of the classical we've already had in this game. I believe each of the shelves have something. Yeah, heavy metal. It sounds like a
Sounds
theme.
like something that would be in Mega Man X.
It sounds like something that was actually from Mega Man X. There's some piece of music that sounds very much like.
Okay, so that's...
And then Fusion. Sounds more like House than Fusion, if you ask me, but still the
I
same
accidentally
idea.
pushed a button.
And then on the other shelf as well is Broke. Having said, I'm going to say, if this was 64 megabytes the way Resident Evil 2 was on N64, I bet this probably could have fit in. Although, yeah, we'll get into that when I show you Mega Man 64, but alright. So thank you for showing that, by the way. I just want to get a sense of that.
I've actually listened to this one on repeat from the OST myself.
It's good! I mean, it's also the kind of thing that feasibly you could miss this stuff. Because you're like, well, wait a minute, why would you necessarily go into the shop? It's just something nice to just see, like, oh, yeah, there's people to talk to here. But hey, no, talk to shelves, there's music. It's definitely good stuff.
Yes, I'm giving this one more screen time than the others.
Well, there you go. This is you telling the story that this is my favorite. So there you go. Okay, there is our take that and station where you can listen to CDs. The thing we just had to listen to the... Yeah, this is the station we listen to it, but we're not listening it from the stations. We're listening it just on the sides there. Oh, pop CD, okay. Yeah, if we could get away with it as far as, like, you know, a content thing without that being a thing, like, I'm Sexy, I Know, by Justin Timberlake, as was mentioned by, ElecVerse with, Data. But hey, Data's not here, so, like, yeah, whatever. I think Data probably would go for the Baroque or the heavy metal, if I'm gonna guess. I mean, hey, there's a lot we don't know about Data still, so that's the idea. Alright, so with that, we are going to go back and we are going to take care of Juno once more, and then that will take us to the end of the program and our final thoughts on this game.
Yep.
I like in that case, yeah, we can squeeze out like 4 or so hours of this last part.
Mm-hmm. So, not so plot heavy for this one, but...
That's fine, it varies up.
For this time around. But...
Well, it varies it up, so I mean, I like that too, so it's fine. And chat's not complaining, so yeah, if they're fine with it, I'm fine with it. Alright, there you go, nice stop on perfect hand. And tried as I might playing the N64 version, I could not get him to have the hands perfectly out like that. And you do it 3 times, so good job. Hence why you're playing this game, and not me. So yeah, you can hang by the flutter. We gotta deal with Juno again.
I actually meant to warp to Old City to have that easy way down.
Yeah, she literally got on top of the ladder again. It's like, yeah, no, we do need you to try this. Alright, so we're back. Yeah, same deal as before. Okay, there's the dog that's... Okay, yeah, he just woke up the minute you started moving, but yeah, we're just gonna leave him. But they don't ever come in here, I noticed that. Alright, Cole Fam is streaming Mega Man 9 now. Okay, so, yeah, then it's not just us as far as stuff with Mega Man. At some point, we'll come back to other stuff with Mega Man, not just Legends. At some point, we're going to figure what we want to do with that. Because we've been, Nocturne and I have been talking about that, and so at some point we're going to make that happen more specifically. And actually, Mega Man 9 is a pretty hard one. I do like it, though, honestly, as far as that, but there are parts of that that are insanely hard, especially the end of it. You played Mega Man 9, yes?
I've played a little bit of it. I was never able to beat it.
Yeah, it's insanely hard. Compared to 10, 10 does kind of make it is better in terms of how they balance the difficulty a little bit on it.
Yeah, I feel like they leaned too much into Nintendo Hard for 9.
I mean, I get why, but then again, it's also, you're right. I'll tell you the part of 9 that really, in chat, let me know if you agree with this, of those who played Mega Man 9. I would say really the Wily Tower, really, because, or the Wily Fortress. Because, like, level 2, there's an area where you have to make a very specific jump through water, but you don't have much of a clearance for it. And it's over a bit of spikes. And honestly, the only way I beat it was using the spike gun. But you walk on the spikes once without getting killed. Not to mention, when you leave to go to the shop, you have to start the entire Wily Castle all over again. So yeah, that game took me a while, and I was going for the achievement, no coffee break, so no energy tank usage on the 360 version of that, and the PS3 as well. So at that point, I was like, okay, yeah, that was me being, challenging myself more, but yeah, that was really hard compared to it in 10. But whether I'd say 10 is a better game or not, I don't know, although then again, 10 probably is better balanced with its difficulty. 10's probably a better Mega Man game if you're like, you've never come to one before. That or 11, just to kind of get a sense of, okay, what's it working like, especially because you have adjustable difficulty.
I mean, I've beaten 1 through 8 of the classic games. But, that doesn't mean I want more Nintendo Hard.
Although even of those, I mean, what would you say is the hardest of those 1 through 8?
Definitely one of the classic.
Okay, I mean, of 1 through 8 specifically, I would probably say the first one, I guess.
I'm not sure I don't know for sure whether I'd specifically say, the original classic is harder or what. But,
No, I get that. Okay, ElecVerse, I detest 9. Alright. Okay, so yeah, you hate 9. I guess, is it for the same reason that, Nocturne was saying as far as the difficulty? See, I like the idea of what 9 was doing, but then the question, like, wait a minute, maybe it's too much. I guess feasibly also, what would you say is your favorite classic Mega Man game, you or chat as a collective? I mean, for me, I like 7 a lot. 7 is a personal space for me, and also, I hinted this like first last week. Nocturne and I, we're going to do Mega Man 7 again, I think at some point, both of us. And we're going to use the Wii U Virtual Console to play that for it. 7's your favorite? Yeah, pretty much is your take. Okay, so you agree. But I know you said you want to be in on that, and I think, like, yeah, you know what, we can rationalize doing it again. Also, because we'll show that different version, because it's a straight port of the Super Nintendo game, and there's some Easter eggs that only that one has.
Alright, now we're back at Mega Man Juno.
Alright, so at this point also, I don't think, there's probably no point to, mute on the cutscenes or even watch the cutscenes, because we saw them before.
Yeah, I'm just going to skip through the cutscenes.
Yeah, if you missed them, they'll be here as far as the YouTube site, so don't worry about it.
Well, honestly, I like the post-battle cutscene.
Okay, fine.
Where Data starts talking.
Alright, well, we'll hold on that one. But do we want to mute on the...
I mean, we can chat a little bit during that. We can chat during that.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if you want to mute it.
But I just like that cutscene.
Alright, let's take care of Juno once more. And see it go maybe a few seconds slower than with Shining Laser, but still will go down.
It's gonna be a bit slower.
No, we'll see. It's still that case.
But it's my main point with this is to show just how overpowered the Shining Laser is. Again, for basically everything.
It appears.
Alright, so there is Juno again. In this case, we're not talking during a cutscene with dialogue, because we showed it already, so there you go.
However, too late.
Alright.
Alright, so same deal as before, just to shoot him. And watch out for his shockwave attacks, I guess, and his explosives. Yeah, at this point, you have an active buster. You have 99 shots in your energy canteen. We're not losing this battle.
Yeah, no. Juno is going down.
I love how he teleported out of the way and then he just died again.
My.
Or as ElecVerse said earlier, the end, he's like, I love the smile he has. He's like, yeah, he feels like, he's fine to this. Yeah. It goes the idea of the characterization in that way, and also how you remember Juno as a character.
Oh, I mean, I love Juno. He's fantastic, I think.
Mm.
Some people might not agree with me.
Well, I don't know.
But...
I mean, is there a thought that Juno's not liked as a character?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, I mean, yeah, Chad, if you disagree, let us know. But I mean, we had questions as far as like the idea of like the fight concept of this, but as opposed to him as a character. I also thought it was something interesting, I guess, if nothing else, and something unique again from the other Mega Man games.
The Active Buster is a little harder to use against enemies that move quickly and dynamically. Fortunately, there aren't very many enemies like that.
Yeah, at this point, hey, you're using that on the final boss. Okay, nice dodge there.
Whoops.
So as you said, I guess there is invincibility frames when you do the dodge.
Or at least I thought there were iframes.
Well, they were there. Or maybe something that's so specific. Because we talked about games that do that. I mentioned Alien Soldier earlier. I mentioned Astro Boy Mega Factor. Enter the Gungeons come up, which also has a mechanic like that. It seems like this one's very specific as far as how it is. And when you get his health down by about a quarter, he starts doing that. With the laser shooting down.
But, like, this is really more showing the boss fight than showing a curb stomp.
Which is fine. I mean, we showed that like an hour ago, or an hour and a half ago, which is fine. The full look at Mega Man Legends, as you know, giving you the feeling of base there. Yeah, but Mega Man Volnut is, yeah, he's fine. He'll be surviving. Oh yeah, this is like his last desperation attack that he has, or that he starts doing. With, like, the shooting fire.
How dare you!
I'm just going to go,
Yeah, blow him up. There he goes. He's gone.
Shoot, 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 shoot.
Yeah, just keep shooting. Or nice shoot. Which is going to go to a game we're doing in about 2.5 months.
It appears I was in error assuming that a bureaucratic model such as myself would be able to best you in hand-to-hand combat. However, I
Whatever one of the easiest final bosses, I would say, for this. Yeah, I mean, I guess especially when you come prepared.
Yeah, I mean, it is, like, even using the Shining Laser, if you let yourself get comboed by him, it is possible to die.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you don't have the Kevlar Armor Omega.
Right. Yeah, that probably that's the other challenge. If you like, don't even have any of those, like, yeah, you'll probably die in 3 hits. Yeah, as far as Mega Man is concerned, yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Requesting reinitialization of this
like, there are ways that you can make his boss fight actually difficult.
Mm-hmm. I guess hard mode maybe probably goes in that too as well.
I believe.
If you wish to shoot me, please do not.
Yeah, we're pulling the Mega Man 7 thing, saying about this. Yeah, I'll just pull the Buster out and shoot him. But yeah, like with Mega Man 7, yeah, we can't pull the trigger.
And Eden's.
Well, in this case, he's not able to do it. Whereas in Mega Man 7, there's another reason.
Eagerly.
Honestly, I think it's more that
next
that Mega Man here is just not like he's probably like, well, he realizes that shooting Juno really wouldn't change anything.
It would satisfy him briefly, but then again, like, everything else is going to go down until, you know, Data comes and helps.
Yeah.
As opposed to Mega Man 7, where he's been through it 7 times, and then, well, you know, he kind of wants to take that aggression out.
Priority command rerouted to Purifier First Class Mega Man Trigger. Under suspicion of malfunction, Bureaucratic Model 3rd Class Juno has been deactivated by Mega Man Trigger as per Ordinance 103. Mega Man Trigger hereby requests the indefinite postponement of the previous reinitialization order and the deletion of Bureaucratic Model Juno's backup data. Trigger hereby assumes all bureaucratic authority for the district and will petition Mother for guidance at a future date.
Command reroute acknowledged.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, yeah, to think that Data is voiced by the same person as Pikachu in Pokemon.
Standby mode and returning to pre-designated coordinates. Deleting log of Purifier First.
I guess now we have the what do they call this thing?
It's called Eden.
Eden. Oh yeah, you're right. See, I always look at this. I think 2001: A Space Odyssey is like the monolith coming down, which would be fitting. That what? I wonder maybe they have on their mind the idea.
People have made that comparison.
Also, here's the irony that way: is like, hey, it's Data the monkey who is taking care of that, whereas in 2001, the idea is that no. The Dawn of Man sequence in that movie from 1969 is the idea like learning how violence works with the bone, the old bone, throwing it up with one of the most famous cross cuts or jump cuts in film history to classical music as well. So there you go. I don't know if they specifically said they had Kubrick on their mind for that. That'll be when we play Conker's Bad Fur Day, because there's a lot of ties to Kubrick in that one. And as I mentioned last week, arguably one in Blast Corps.
Tell you anything yet. But soon I'll be able to tell you everything. What you are, why you lost your memory, your original function, and mission.
Mega Man! Mega Man!
Alright, I'm gonna skip through at this point.
Alright.
I really just wanted to hear Data talk again.
I just love that shout there, like, where to skip there. It's like, yeah, just taking a look there. It's like, Mega Man, yeah, that's fine. It's like, be like the quick end case before we go off the island. And also, I guess before we now say to Roll, it's like, yeah, we talked to everybody an hour and a half ago.
Oh, okay, so you can't actually get onto the flutter right now.
You should tell Roll you're ready to go first. Like, yeah, like, no, Mega Man's attitude is like, no, I can fly this thing. Or as you said at the beginning of the game, Roll crashed this thing, so like, no, we shouldn't have her managing this.
Can I get on top of it?
Except he doesn't tell him anything Yuna does. You're talking Mega Man Legends?
Well, the data,
you're talking
the
about
memory data is still stored on Data.
Okay.
So, Data is still responsible in some capacity for.
Okay.
For that.
All right, and there are all the cats as well. I guess we had to let them out. Is that the idea too? Yeah, we can't take them with us.
No, I'm pretty sure some of them are still on board because there were 8 cats.
Yeah, there's
and
only 2.
There's only 2 out here. The same 2 that were out there anyway.
Alright, so...
So, yeah.
There you go.
I am going to just do a quick reset.
Why is that?
I kind of want to put on the music that plays in the Flutter.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Okay, good place to end.
That's why I wanted to get onto the Flutter.
Alright, just want to get a sense. We showed the credits as far as that as well, so we're all set. So, okay, good luck. And we'll go somewhere to get on the Flutter, and we'll go into our final thoughts, and that'll be the show for this week. Alright, so where are we going? Actually, do we want to go... Wait, that's at main gate.
I mean, I can get out pretty quick.
That's true. Alright. So, yeah, we'll have the run. Actually, while you're doing the run, do you want to go into your final thoughts on Mega Man Legends?
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like I've already said a lot of, I've already said pretty much most of, what I would have to say about it. It's, I think it's a fantastic game. It's short, sweet, and to the point, honestly. All things considered. Like, if you're not going for maxing out every single special weapon like I did, it's, like, to be generous on the time, like a 10-hour, maybe 15-hour game. Something you could easily do in like a weekend. If you're, or if you're crazy, like I can sometimes be, you can do it in a single day.
No, you may as well. Hey, if you love a game like that, you want to go that whole way. And clearly you love this game, which is why you played it. And I thank you very much for playing it and for joining me on this experience and this journey for Mega Man Legends.
But yeah, it is absolutely possible to beat this in a single day without even needing to stay up too late. Without even needing to stay up quote-unquote too late. I think it's a good one for just kind of running through.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, and it's well put as far as that, and it's that this being one that was very special to you, and I can definitely tell that, given everything you're saying. I guess with that, I don't know, do you have anything else you want to add as far as your personal thoughts on this one?
don't know. I mean, characters are great. Not sure how much I've actually complained about it on stream, but as much as I can sometimes complain about the controls in this game feeling clunky, they are solid. Like, I will complain about it, but also love it.
No, I get that. So you have that game you love, but there's things you can kind of pick apart. Or it's, actually, ElecVerse pointed this to what you're saying earlier. It's like, yeah, I did this game with a single day with no memory card once. Yeah, there you go. That's your dedication, and why this game is definitely an interesting one you'd want to do that with.
Yeah.
All right, one last trip. We're going to go back to our nice ship.
Yep. Hey, Roll. Let's just fly off and leave.
And what? Leave? Who would be leaving?
The island.
Oh, that's true. All right. But we're doing that. So we did our piece that way. So we're all set. And also at some point I will maybe here, I don't know where, I'll also maybe for good measure I will put in for good measure us seeing Roll in a compromising place about here. Okay, so I want to add this in from what happened after the Gesellschaft destruction that we did last month. Basically, we forgot to do one thing, and on Nocturne's request, we were going to be editing this in, running the N64 version for it to see it. So yeah, you're going to be getting this idea. If after you destroy the Gesellschaft and go through that boss, you come into Roll's room here, you're going to get this cutscene to show a little something interesting. So let's have a walk in. Okay, no, never mind. That was my room. Yeah, her room is right here. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, Gramps is over there, so yeah, we'll let him be. So now, go in this room, and we'll see this cutscene.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Whoops. Get out of here now. Next time, knock before opening the door. Sorry, Roll.
So yeah, he accidentally saw Roll naked, although it's interesting, her voice, I guess the voice of Roll basically didn't seem that upset about it. And he was kind of surprised, but he also had the fist pump, so yeah, he got something nice out of that feasibly. But anyway, so yeah, here we are in the ship. Yeah, is there anything else you have to say as far as the Mega Man Legends game you want to go into, Nocturne, before I take it on my thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, although the controls are definitely dated, I feel like it still has a place in the modern gaming scene.
I would agree with that.
It definitely shows its age. 100%, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, the fact that this game has aged as well as it has, despite some of the things we can say on it, you've been saying on it, I think that speaks volumes to really what this game has done. And I guess with that, I may as well go into my final thoughts unless there's anything else you want to add first.
Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, in my case, I came to this... Actually, technically, I think I came to this before you did, but I think in some ways, it didn't completely hook me quite the same way it did with her, but when I played it, for my version, we'll show off that version and the YouTube site version of this. I still was surprised, like, okay, this is not like other Mega Man games. I didn't have much perspective, like, what Legends was at the time. But I still said, there's something about this that still is intriguing me, even with some of the concessions that N64 version has. Some that were enough to make me have to put it down after an hour because I felt sick and had a headache. That being said, I still want to keep playing. I just love the feel and the atmosphere it creates. And just... there's a nice artistry to this game that really, especially now looking at it almost 25 years after it came out, that you're right, it does have a place in modern gaming as far as what it's doing with this series and how it's operating as far as storytelling. And for the first 3D take of Mega Man, really taking a different take, but also making it in a way that is kind of permanent. Something you do remember, and it is something I do think back to it quite a lot. Whenever I hear the name Mega Man Legends, I kind of think back and like, yeah, it's kind of certain memories kind of come flying back of certain things, maybe some specific elements, and just some of the character that it has that makes it so unique. And I mean, look, if nothing else, I think that's the reason why the Mega Man Legends 3 thing stings for so many people, because the thing like, well, this is a special case for the Mega Man series, and just the idea of, well, continuing the story, and we'll see that when we get to the next, after the next 2 games, but just also that idea of, this is not like any of the other ones, and I mean that in the best way, as far as it being this unique take on itself, and something that has this strong permanence, and it is something that, if you liked what you saw and you haven't played it, the cheapest way to play this is on the PlayStation 3 as downloadable. It's $10 on that. That's the cheapest way to get it. It's on PlayStation itself, where it's about $100. On N64, it's the cheapest, which is about $70, $80. Interesting that the PC version is the most expensive. I saw copies on eBay, looking at this today, like almost $500. And that's supposed to be the worst version, shockingly. Because like it's not modern PC. It's not like, oh, you can go on Steam and get this. It's like, that's the case to it. And hopefully we'll see Capcom say, like, all right, let's take another look at this and maybe bring this series back, because we've gotten a lot of Mega Man classic collections. Like, go to Legends, go to Battle Network, maybe even Star Force, only because I've never played any of those. Just get a sense of, all right, here's the rest of them, and then maybe from that, the third game comes. And I would definitely like to see that, because this is something that is a unique one. And, Doctor, thank you very much again for being on the show for this game, and also for guiding us through it. I couldn't think of anybody better to have played this for us, and to showcase everything for it.
Yeah, I mean, I've really enjoyed showing this game.
Oh, I mean, I thank you for that,
and,
for sure.
Thanks for having me on this.
Of course, and yeah, you're welcome anytime on this program. And as I said, just because we're done with this game does not mean, yeah, the Nocturne will never be on the show again. Absolutely not. She'll be for other things she wants to be on. Yeah. Anything she's called dibs on, or that I've called dibs for her on, has been the case. We'll be doing that.
Yeah, like, well, like I kind of insinuated earlier, like we both kind of insinuated earlier, we're at some point going to play through Sonic 3 and Knuckles with 2-player co-op.
Yeah, I mean, we'll figure out when we want to do that, because actually I do have an empty space as far as the scheduling coming up for next month, but we can decide as far as that or whatever's going to be working for you. And yeah, for other things, and anything she's called dibs on, or as I said, I'll call dibs for her on. Whenever we get to Final Fantasy VII Remake, that's hers. Whenever we get to Nier Automata, that's hers. Whenever we get to Mega Man Legends 2, well, we've already said we're going to do Mega Man Legends 2, and that's going to be hers. And the next time we come back to Mega Man Legends itself, it will be with the Misadventures of Tron Bonne. I will be controlling that. Yeah. As far as other Mega Man games, we'll come back to those, or go to those probably sooner than that, but we will definitely cover them. You were going to say something else?
No, I'm feeling pretty good about this one.
All right, well, thank you, and you did a great job for this, and thank you everybody out there in Chatland for watching. And as I said, on the YouTube site version, there's more goodness for you when it goes up in a couple of days, or on the YouTube site you'll be watching this and like, yeah, what's he talking about? Like, yeah, you'll see in a few minutes for that. All right, with that though, that's going to close the show for tonight, but let's go into the schedule for the next couple of weeks. Next week, we're going to start the next role-playing game for the channel. We're talking role-playing game with this one, which is sort of is, and actually, in that way, this is kind of a nice, teaser for starting the next one. Because we finished Kingdom Hearts early, so it's like, all right, Mega Man Legends kind of filled the gap a little bit that way. But yeah, next week, we're going to be starting Sailor Moon, Another Story for the Super Famicom. Dolly Fingers in the chat over there. She's going to be on with me for part 1 at the very least for that next week. You ever played that game?
I think you've shown me a little bit of it.
Yeah, it's a game that never came out of the United States, so it makes sense also as far as it being, something maybe most people haven't played, whether it's emulator or whatever. I have a reproduction cartridge of it that is full translation, so we're going to run it that way.
Yeah, I remember you showing me a bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting one. It also gets more into the anime vibe, the same way I guess Mega Man Legends was, and kind of tying with elements of Kingdom Hearts that way. Yeah, we will show that game off, like with the stuff that runs long form. We'll do a couple, 5 hours bout, give or take, each month for one part until we finish it. I think this will be 5 or 6 months, maybe. We'll see. And then after that, the next RPG in the line will be the Crochet Nerd, who's going to be playing Shadow Hearts for PlayStation 2 for us. And then Protorova will be on for Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the PlayStation as far as that. But yeah, next week we're starting the next RPG with Sailor Moon Another Story. The week after that is the April Fool's Day episode. Every April Fool's Day, or the weekend surrounding that, we play a game that's not very good. We're playing Batman Forever for the Super Nintendo. I have told you the stories on that game. Hold on. Yeah, you see that. There's loading times in between each screen on that version. And we'll get our Batman take going. We're We can go in aspects of Batman that is good, bad, and going to Angry Video Game Nerd perspective. He said about Batman Forever. Batman Forever, it sucked back then, and it sucks forever. And we're going to go into exactly why and give my perspective on it. And yeah, feel free to join us in chat if you would like to, or if you're able to. Nocturne's, we'll have that running. Yeah, Batman Forever. Yeah, we are going to be playing it. And yeah, I'll go through the whole game. I got to do some practice. Neat. Well, I'm glad you're looking forward to that. And we'll have our experience that way. And I'll be looking forward to any of your inputs if you'd like to come by on the show for that one in 2 weeks. As far as the rest of the month, that's, I have to talk a couple things as far as this, because I'm not sure what the schedule is going to be looking like completely, but I do know what games we'll be playing. We're going to be playing the next part of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Protorovo, who's in the chat tonight. Call me. We will figure out when is best for you for the weekend for that. It's anytime you want to do it for the rest of the month is good, and we'll do that, as well as the next second part of Sailor Moon of the Story. And later in the month, I'm pushing this back a little because I want to make sure I have everything unlocked. ElecVerse wanted to see F-Zero X for Nintendo 64. We will be playing F-Zero X for Nintendo 64 with everything unlocked. We're going to go through that entire experience. I mean, ElecVerse, you said you bought, or we're going to be buying a Switch again and buying the expansion pack set up for that to play this game. Like, there you go. That tells me right there. You love this game. You have a lot of memories with it. We'll go into that. And more racing action for this channel as well. And as I said, I also have a free week for April. So, I mean, Nocturne, if you want to do something for that weekend, we can figure that. And I can announce that in the next couple of weeks as we go on with the show for that.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah,
and we'll figure that out. As I said, Nocturne will be back on the show for sure. And is it in the chat? So, yeah. And thank you for welcoming her with open arms to the SuperOldGameSaturday family, which everybody out there, you all are part of this, and I thank you so much. I say this every week, but I thank you so much for joining us for this journey that we go on each week with the games we play, or the games that she plays for us, or whoever's going to be playing. So, I can't thank you so much. She's awesome. I agree.
Thank you.
I agree 100%.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, ElecVerse. Thank you, Dollyfin. Thank you, Protoro. Thank you, everyone, for all of your support, for adding to this show. It's all you as well. We don't want to necessarily just be the two of us, talking this. Like, we want your involvement, and you're giving it to us, and we appreciate that so much. And thank you from the bottom of both of our hearts. I think I can speak to that as well.
Absolutely.
All right. So with that, yeah, we'll close on the show for tonight. But thank you so much for watching Super Old Game Saturday. We'll be here next week, as I mentioned, every time. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You want to be here for classic gaming goodness. This is where it is. It's a smaller show, but I said we'll look at the stuff you want to see, whatever you want. It's not out of realm. Even if it's small, you haven't heard of it, or if everyone's heard of it, we're going to do it. And with that, I will see you all next week for Sailor Moon, Another Story for the first part. Till then, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for all your support. Keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night, and take care.
Good night, everyone.
Peace off. I'm off to watch Far Cry. Ironic, huh? Well, true that, but I mean, certainly so. Well, different case as far as being trapped on an island. But have fun with that, ElecVerse. Thank you again, and have a wonderful night. We'll see you next week. Hey everybody, Captain D-Trek here.
And Nocturne Phlegm.
Alright, yeah. We have this addition to the Mega Man Legends play that we just showed last night. Or as we're recording this anyway. Basically, I said for this one, I mentioned my experience with Mega Man Legends. Started on the Nintendo 64 with Mega Man 64, which is the cheapest option to play this if you're not going the PS3 download route. And I said, you know what? I want to show Nocturne this game, because I mentioned this a few times. I said I was doing the play on it myself, and I said, hey, this is some weird stuff. And as someone who's a big fan of it on PlayStation, you're probably going to say, like, what did they do to this? Well, feasibly, along with, I guess, some of the stuff with, difference of versions. And difference of, we were talking about this off camera, it's like a minute ago, pretty much. Differences between consoles that got the same game.
Yeah. I can already notice that the text seems a little bit choppy.
It's
like
also
the
different.
Text scroll.
It's also different.
Yeah, the different font.
Also, I mean, I don't think we're going to get as much bleed over, so I think it turns up a bit.
We have a fabulous treasure. The legendary Mother.
You guys are probably hearing the voice, which is more compressed, which makes sense, because we're going from a CD to a cartridge.
Yeah, and there's not really a good way to do that.
I guess so, but
without losing some audio quality.
That's true, although then again, I said this before when we were playing, I said, probably two of the most, fine, I'll say, I guess the two most voice-extensive games on the system aside from this, there'd probably be behind those, I would think, which would be Conker's Bad Fur Day, and another one from Capcom, Resident Evil 2, which have a lot of voice performances in them. Both of those are on 64 megabyte cartridges. This is 32. So in this case, like, well, if this is 64-bit, that might have been better. But yeah, what truly motivates the diggers is we go to the island we saw before. But yeah, as you're noticing, like, yeah, feel free to jump in on anything you have as far as Nocturne, what you're seeing on this, because this is your take on this game.
Yeah.
Or seeing, like, okay, here it is on the 64. It was weird when they changed the name, I guess. And it was late in the system's life. This is 2001. It says 2000 there, but I think it was Japan for 2000. So that was the idea of it. And there's certain things I'm going to be editing into the video. But yeah, we're going to have some fun with this. I'll show you some of the stuff that we were doing. And I did beat the game at one point, so I had the normal and the hard mode as it was. But everything else is the same to some degree. Well, sort of. But there's... Okay, yeah, this is the case. Yeah, like the turn thing. Actually, I guess... Because the PlayStation had this, where I guess you could use D-pad to turn, or Z and R. I guess I used it with the stick, and then I used the ZR buttons for the strafing. While everything else is the same. Autograph map on, and I know that wasn't the PlayStation version, but I guess that would just be like to just not have one. That's weird.
I don't know actually.
You know what the hell's turn on because I haven't necessarily seen it.
Good luck.
All right, now we're still in the case of this with the loading data. Like PlayStation though, it does have 16 slots. At first I was like, why is that? But then I remembered the PlayStation has that for the 16 spots of the memory card. So yeah, I do have a bunch of saves down. I'm going to show some certain things. And also, I guess the other thing I'll also show at some point is because it does have the reset. I should probably show the beginning of this. Maybe we'll just do this like a little bit of time. Like,
sure.
Half hour or so, but whatever. Let's,
Here we go.
Yeah. Also, we're not going to mute the mic on the cutscenes just because I want to hear your reaction on all this. Just go and have nuts. Go nuts.
Transmission is too clear. I got worried because the transmission got cut off suddenly. I'm okay. I think this is the last door.
It was interesting, as I mentioned, when I was doing, when I was preparing for part 2 and also for the off-screen stuff outside of this, I was running this side by side with the first part we did. And it was just kind of fascinating to see, like, how do these line up or not.
Yeah. I kind of do like the texture smoothing on the character models.
That's the best look, I think. The problem is, I think, with everything else.
Yeah. I mean, it's not much of a difference, but I do think it's a slight improvement.
Which I guess is the question, because, I mean, maybe you think, like, well, on N64, going from that, technologically speaking, it's more powerful, but it sometimes gets negated by the fact it's a cartridge format. And also, to go into this, this game does not use the expansion pack. I made sure to check it, because the manual lies and says it does. And the initial box for it said it did as well. It also said it used the controller pack before, but it does not. It does use the rumble pack, which I have here, but it does not go off on the cutscenes. So I was just as fooled as you were when you were like, hey, it was rumbling when the flutter crashed. But it was like, I thought it did in my version, or this version, but no. Yeah, you also notice one other thing, frame rate.
Yep.
Everything's all right here. Don't count your chickens yet. I'm picking something up on my screen. Looks like a Reaver bot. You'd better get out of there. Come on.
Right. If you see anything, let me know. Here we go.
Also, it looks like the mic that when I hit start back up briefly. Loading, although even then, as I said, there's one part where it loads slower than the PlayStation edition. Yeah, so one thing I am noticing myself, just to also say, is that it definitely seems much darker down here than it did when we played it for the PlayStation.
Yeah, it does. A little bit, anyway.
And the smoothing, as I mentioned, like, yeah, Mega Man, Volnut, and all the other characters look smoother. Actually, I never even noticed that door over there before. But definitely, it does look a lot darker, and they just smooth it over, which is nice to some degree, but you do lose some detail. I'm going to show that.
Yeah.
Wait a second. There should be a Reaver bot around there somewhere. Can you see it?
And since you're the expert on Mega Man Legends, Nocturne, I guess this is your take of saying, like, what are you thinking on anything you're seeing here?
So far, I'm not really seeing much difference.
I mean, it is pretty straight as far as the port is concerned. It's just there's difference between what you're doing with playing. Also, let me run to the Reaver bot. Yeah, you get rumble. It's not much. The most of the time you get the rumble really going is you get knocked on your back. I mean, it is there, but it's also something that, yeah, I'm going to assume it's better with the Misadventures of Tronbon and Mega Man Legends 2, which I know both have rumble to them. I think Tronbon does. know it has analog control, sort of, but it was not running the same case that Legends 2 did.
Can you see a door nearby?
Yeah, it's over there. We will take care of it. Yeah, one other thing. What do you notice about the Zenny? When I can shoot the other one.
It doesn't tumble?
Well, I guess it doesn't tumble. It also is not as... I guess... It's not shiny as it was on PlayStation. Also, yeah, look right there. Oh, boy.
That's slow down.
Yeah, insane. But this is also what happens a lot in this game, even when there's not really much geometry going on with this.
Yeah,
Where are you going, Mega Man? That's not the right way.
And I think the reason also to bring this up is because this came out about 3 years after the other version.
That's what you were saying, like 3 years after or something?
Yeah, 2001 for this one. It was 1997 for Japan for PlayStation, and then 1998 for the US. I mean, because it is the same as I said, hey, if you don't have a PlayStation 3 and you want to get a copy of this cheaper, this isn't too bad. But yeah, look at the Miramiji here, like, tanking the frame rate even more.
Yeah.
I don't know how much the expansion pack would have helped, though, because I know in a lot of cases, I mentioned this to you, some things with that is that the expansion pack tends to drop frame rate a lot, even when they enhance the graphics, to some degree. I mean, it depends on the game, but certain other things, it doesn't do that, or it does do that.
Do you see a door? That should be the way out. It's not far from your current position.
Yeah, in this case, as you only have, like, the A and the B buttons, they do use the C buttons pretty extensively for this, which is fine, because they have to, you know, set it for this controller. But is it also because we do have an analog control, technically, in the sense, running with the analog stick as control, but you can also use the D-pad if you so desire, as well as L and R to do the left and right for the strafe. But it is still, and maybe this was my confusion initially when I played it, which is that I thought, okay, I knew nothing about Mega Man Legends. I didn't know it had only D-pad. First time I played this. I said, wait a second, why am I, you know, moving the stick slightly is moving really fast? And then I realized later, oh yeah, hit the C down button to do the walk. But it was running on the same element of what we had before.
Yeah, like...
Stick, with the D-pad controls.
Yeah, it basically maps the stick of the N64 controller as if it were just D-pad buttons.
Right, so I mean, because it's more of a placebo effect, which, I mean, maybe that feels better in some way, but I mean... Then at that case, like, well, it's not really analog, even though it's like, fine, I'm using the analog stick going on. So that's definitely the weird case of it. Like this right here. That takes longer to load that than on the PlayStation. That's the one case where that's happening. Also, because I think you were going to show this when we played it before.
Huh? A platform? Try jumping up on it. Grab the ledge if you have to.
Oh yeah, same case as before. I mean, it's basically, it's the same game. The only real differences I mentioned are the tech reasons, and then also when we went into the music store last night, the CDs you can't listen to, which is weird. I would think, well, they'd be able to still have that. And so yeah, we missed the re-rebut. But yeah, same case as before. But yeah, Nocturne, feel free to jump in on this as far as anything you're thinking, because you're probably looking at this and saying like, PlayStation. Oh, actually, well, let me also look at that. Different draw distance there, because there's the block. Yeah. Let's walk up to it a little bit.
Yep. Pop.
Yeah. I don't know if it did, see, because you'd think... Go on.
I'm not sure it did pop like that in the PlayStation version.
Which goes to the other thing of, wait a minute, was this necessarily a port that they... Look, I don't know if they necessarily put a lot of love into this port, only because, well, this was late into the system's life. This was amongst the last games the Nintendo 64 had, and I don't know if we mentioned this explicitly when we played, but Capcom kind of balked at the Nintendo 64 for a while. It wasn't until 1999 they started to put anything on this system. At that point, you could argue that they were still kind of, you know, maybe half-assing with this one, or maybe the answer would have been to, as I mentioned, give Angel Studios, who did the Resident Evil 2 port, this, because that's a fucking miracle, the fact they got the game running on the system.
Don't give up. It's gotta be around.
And it's actually a pretty good version to get, and also the cheapest. Alright, fine, that's okay.
I still love it that doesn't damage you, but there are other barriers in the game that do. Or at least I think there are.
No, there were. I think you ran into a couple that did.
Yeah, I think I may have deliberately run into them.
And I might also have a couple save files to show that off.
I'm picking up a Reaver bot. He's above you, watch
And it does still have the same thing with the target. You're using the Z and the R button, though, to do it this time, as opposed to have the PlayStation do it. There's just one button, right, for that?
Yeah, you just pushed R2.
Okay, which is, I guess, weird that way, because, yeah, you're playing with the N64 controls. You either use Z and R, or use L and R if you're playing in D-pad mode. So, yeah, you can feasibly play in home position, as I'm showing, I'll put a picture for that, or into the right position. Not as much on... Well, actually... Okay, fine, no on left position, because left position is all left for L and the Z button. So, as I said, I'll show certain things, but also in some cases, like, yeah, Nocturne, don't feel afraid to just jump in and say, like, what the hell did they do to this, or just kind of have anything random to say about it. Ow.
Yep, explosions hurt.
Yeah, they still do, so it is mostly the same, as I mentioned, as far as how the game is, as well as the same power razor that we got at the beginning of the game.
Well, specifically, enemy explosions hurt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not much of our explosions,
and
except
splash
one.
mine.
That's true. Which I think is worth, repeating that way. Okay, so yeah, I want to put on the Buster Mark just because I have it. And
it's always worth it equipping Power Razor when you first get it.
Also, you still have the reset thing. I'll show this off later. You hit the C up button for the purposes on the menu.
C up. Cool.
Because I guess the question was, because we've mentioned this before, the fascination of, like, what are the differences between versions of games, our experiences with them. With you, it's PlayStation, which is what most people were, because this game sold way better on PlayStation than it did on Nintendo 64, because it came out earlier in its life. Whereas, in this case, like, yeah, just all these little things, like, what's different. And giving my experience along with all of yours for playing the game, and I appreciate that for us being able to do that.
Can you hear me? I'm losing you. The transmission's breaking.
Roll? Are you alright? Can you hear me?
Yeah, she'll be fine, but as I mentioned before, yeah, she's not, she's not gonna be around for this boss. Yeah, so here is the, what do I call this thing again?
Hanmaru doll.
Alright, thank you.
It's technically something of a broken one, because, I mean, then you see that other blue one with both arms in the regular ruins.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what I mentioned when I said, hey, there's another one of these later on. It's like, oh, that one of the ruins.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same way as playing as before, but at least if nothing else, to just show, like, what that is. The fact that the game is slowing down more when it has the explosions. I guess the way the textures are. Because, yeah, they smooth it, but then also kind of affects it negatively in some ways.
Yeah. Like, I do think that the models look a little bit better in this version. I will definitely give it that credit for that.
Mm-hmm. But there's other cases where I think you'll see, not even necessarily this, actually, in some ways, I'm kind of showing this game off best. You could argue, like, hey, am I trying to, dog on this version exactly? I mean, compared to what I saw on PlayStation, I'm thinking, well, that is the better option, but then again, also, what Nintendo got. I mean, it's not a horrible port. We've sometimes talked about horrible porting on things. Yeah. This is not a horrible port. If I'm saying the PC version's worse as far as what it runs with. But you do notice some of those things. I guess that idea of, like, the PlayStation N64, you think, like, with the extra power, the Nintendo 64 would be better, but not always.
I do think I'm seeing a little more fog in the distance in this cutscene than on the PS1 version.
And all of a sudden, there's no fog over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fogging in this thing is pretty insane. I will say that. There's other parts of this. Yeah, there's one part you did in the boss battle of City Hall in part 1 that you did. Yeah, it's way harder in this because of how that operates. There'll also be audio bleed on this one. I'm not going to, say, no, that's a problem, because honestly, I want her to hear this. I want her to know that, how this is operating. Also, yeah, because of the way they compress the voice, you're not going to always hear it as much.
See ya.
But still, same idea.
Also, fog. No fog. Fog.
Yeah, I know. So basically, within the same shot, it seems like the fog went away, and then it came back, and then it went away. So it's like, yeah, those days sometimes where you get the sense the weather just doesn't agree. It's like, hey, it starts really sunny, but then it gets foggy, and then it rains, and then it snows, and then it's sunny again, 70 degrees. There are days that I've been alive that's happened, and probably you as well. So, yeah, to be able to have that as a perspective, and say, like, no, like, look, I guess better this game doing it that way and not making an excuse for it. It's not like Superman, because you remember what the excuse of the fog in that game was, yes?
I don't remember.
Kryptonite fog. He's going into the case. Yeah, they're going past the sun and they're blocking it, but because of the fact he's in this other world, like it's kryptonite fog that's weakening him, which narratively okay, fine, but then you look as far as like the way it looks, and you're like, okay, that doesn't completely solve it.
Phew. Nice timing, Roll.
Anytime, Mega Man. I'm sorry, Mega Man. I had some engine problems, and...
It's okay, Roll. But I'm glad you showed up when you did.
The audio is definitely my biggest issue so far.
And as I said, part of that comes with this system, but then again, we've played games on Nintendo 64 where they used the voice compression. But actually, I don't know. I'll look up this. Because we've talked Factor 5, the people who made Star Wars Rogue Squadron, Mega Turrican, and Lair. And with the Nintendo 64 specifically, with Rogue Squadron especially, they had their own voice compression tools they used, and a lot of other companies used it for things. Sometimes to not good effect, even worse than this one. Rugrats in Paris on this system especially, it's horrible the way they do the compression. They use the tools of Factor 5, so they don't have an excuse. This one, I don't know if they use the same tools for that, for the compression. It's like, hey, they have to do it because of all the voice, but still, it sounds really, low volume, and it's kind of hard to hear it.
Yeah.
Compare that again to Resident Evil 2, or to a game I know I've shown you, Conker's Bad Fur Day, where that one, it is scratchy still, but you can hear a lot of the voice still at like a higher volume.
I can't do much more by myself down here. Can somebody give me a hand?
Sorry, Gramps, but my hands are a little full right now.
Actually, one other thing to go to the sound as well. I don't know if I have something I could show you this with. I might, but when I did the mini game for the skating, they use a different sound for the echo. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how to describe this, or maybe I have something with the echo. And yeah, it's not rumbling here, so I was wrong as far as that. But yeah, for that, it actually the music kind of sounds different. I'll see if I can show that. So it is all these interesting things you think like, wait a minute, it's going to be a straight shot on the system, but not completely. And Rip Bottom Fin again.
This looks pretty bad. I don't think it'll be safe to set foot in here for quite a while.
We've been pushing her so hard.
Which I asked one other thing, which is like how I guess because of the smoke, yeah, they'll
We'll just have to fix
they'll
her
get
up.
into a case like that.
Looks like the repairs aren't going to be finished anytime soon. We'll be here for a while, I guess. This island, what do you call it, Mega Man? Cattle Locks? Must have a town or a city somewhere. Think you could go take a look around?
Yeah, we will, but I mean, yeah, this is where I think the game really slows down the most, when you're out in the fields. There's Data. He looks good as far as how he's there, but...
His animation is a bit choppy.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think he has the frame where his hands are even.
Or, okay, so... Because I'm going to show you something else later that... It seems like there's missing frames in this game. Again, maybe because of the compression of the cartridge, but I don't know. But, see, that's also what I want to show you. Yeah, we already knew that. And we definitely do that after we played this. And actually, I'll say this, going back to that. Now that we know how this game ends, this is kind of a great piece of foreshadowing here. Subtle. Not the kind of thing you ever pick up on, necessarily, unless you know the game. But just something, too, that... Also, I'll show this just because, hey, the way the save speed is, it's a little faster, but, Yeah, you have other concessions.
Yeah, like, honestly, the save speed in the PS1 version doesn't bother me.
It's not that bad. I mean, as I say, well, you could have gotten way worse games on PlayStation with loading, but yeah, in this case, no. I mean, if it was really, really long, it'd be one thing. Or,
oof, that fog.
Yeah, welcome to the Nintendo 64, where you're having fog all over the place. But as I said, you're going to see one of the battles that makes that way worse. Actually, you know what? Fine, we'll get the police over here. And they'll go into town and they'll open up a save file, because it's something I definitely want to show off. Yeah, there you go.
That fog is horrible.
And as I said, this was 2001, which is kind of another question about it. It would be one thing if this was early in the systems, like Turok, Dinosaur Hunter, if you ever played that, has fog to it, but it was an early release. This is later. And it's porting a game from about that time. I don't know, maybe the expansion pack would have made it better as far as it, but I don't know how frame rate would have helped it or hurt it.
When the frame rate's already suffering a bit.
Yeah, in fact, you know what? While they're doing that, well, I'll have to go to town anyway, so we'll just talk to Barrel again to get this rolling.
Mega Man! The police saw us crash land and came to check up on us.
Well, you certainly put on quite a show. But it looks like everyone's all right. Let me welcome you to Cadillac.
Now, maybe some of the stuff with the voice sounds a little better with some of the characters. Like, with the Spectre, it sounds maybe more, but I don't know, maybe because of the way the voice is recorded more, or, like, maybe the way he puts his emphasis in his voice.
You can get your registration and ID card. You can't enter the city without one.
Don't worry. It won't take very long. While you're waiting, you can spend your time in the shopping arcade next to the city.
So far, what is your overall first impressions of what you're seeing here?
Ready to go, Professor?
Audio and fog issues, but character models look okay.
Okay, so I mean, as I said, it's not necessarily a completely, as I said, I would not say this is disgracing the game we played, the better version, the one of yours.
Well,
still.
I did say issues and not problems per se.
But there are problems there. It's like, right there. Boom, boom. So
Yeah.
Just the pop-it of the sign and the fog.
Yeah,
And frame rate.
I can definitely see how the fog could be a problem with some things.
And so also the frame rate, because I said when we were playing this, I said, why am I not getting a sense of maybe I'm not getting sick of this? I said, I first played this, I felt sick to that way. I was like, wait a second, why was that?
Yeah.
But I was like, I think that was why, but I never really knew until I saw the PlayStation game. So I'm glad we went through that version, but also was able to kind of get that, so I got a perspective too.
But yeah, the frame rate looks like crap.
It's half of what it was on PlayStation. I think it's like 1520 FPS, which is something you see a lot on this system, but still something that it's very weird how that is. And we'll show how the surf bots look. I'll say one thing that would have been interesting. Unfortunately, I don't think... Capcom didn't do this. If this had gotten a Dreamcast version. Or fine if Legends had gotten a Dreamcast version.
Well, there's even fog in Apple Market.
Yes, there is. Actually, I didn't even point out to that.
What the heck? That's terrible.
Well, it is... Yeah, it's not very good. Yeah, because also I'm sitting in the C-down button to talk to stuff over here. It is the C-down button for that, right? Yeah, because C-left is the kick. The first-person thing is the C-right. C-up's the map. C-down is the talk. Yeah, I'm trying to listen to our sample CDs before you leave. Not on this version. Not hitting C-down. It's not doing anything. So, okay, they couldn't get everything into this game. Wanted to get a CD, but didn't have enough money, so I'll just listen to the samples. Cool for you. In fact, actually... Oh, they even took out the dialogue saying of, hey, you can listen to sample CDs
Are you
here.
sure it's not on A or B?
A is jump, and B is your kick or your attack. C left is your kick or your secondary weapon. C up is the map. C right is that first person look. Z R is strafing in the way I have it. Analog stick movement. Yes. So yeah, it's totally gone.
Yikes.
Look, that makes sense, I guess, for the space of it. As Resident Evil 2 had extra stuff when they added it. It was like, yeah, they compressed it down, but they also added extra stuff to it. Stuff that's only in that version, like the tofu mode. And I'll put a picture of what that's looking like. So yeah, you're gonna lose stuff from this. This is not a totally complete version.
Yeah, no, it is not. And
that being said, they do have a little bit of a change here, which is that this is the new game called Mega Man 64. They changed the dialogue for this one. Although it'd be funny given they didn't update the manual to have screen. They had the PlayStation screenshots in the manual for this. It'd be funny if they just had this way saying, "Oh no, we're just gonna keep it the same way as Legend." People's like, "Wait a second, what game did I buy?" All right, so yeah, there is that. Actually,
unfortunately, we cannot kick the dog.
Well, I was gonna say one thing. You know, let's I'm gonna do a reset because I have a bunch of save slots for this. Because remember, we were saying that this game has a lot of things where, you know, let me think. Oh, all right, fine. I'll show you the fog thing with downtown. But I was gonna say is that since there's a lot of things they didn't change from the PlayStation version or from the Japanese version, that maybe they kept that kicking in, but I don't think they did. I did the test of it, and I still couldn't kick Paprika in this version, so never mind. Okay, yeah, I did have success only destroying one building during the Tron fight using the splash mine, so yeah, you can use them effectively, but it also is putting you at massive risk, and yeah, you do have tons of fog. Oh yeah, fine. Not even just fog, but like, there's the library there. It's kind of popping the texture in that way as well. Also, I'll show you the thing with the trash can when I can find one.
Trash can.
Alright, so yeah, like before, we just talked. Let's make sure I didn't... Okay, it's empty, so let me kick it. Alright. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I have to take my kick off. Oh, wait, can I not do it?
Go to special weapons.
Okay. Oh, right, I did take it off, right. I forgot about that. Okay. Alright, so let's do this.
Oh, oof.
Yeah, you were saying I'm missing frames.
Terrible. That looks terrible.
It's weird. It looks like... I was trying to describe this. I think I may have said that in part 2. Just it seems like the lid's going side to side that way or something.
That looks so bad.
It is weird that way. It's like, yeah, why is it looking like that?
Like, that looks so bad that it's funny.
I think that's part of it as well, Art.
Yeah.
You're going?
Oh, I was just reminding you how to... I was just reminding of the menu how to get the weapon equipped again.
Well, alright, one thing I'm going to show is the battle with the tanks at City Hall.
Indications are that the mysterious...
And also seeing, you know, not Leanne Forget. I keep mentioning her. I probably should mention who that is if you're not aware. If you ever played Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and some of the later games in that series, she's one of the news reporters for there. And the Forget, that is actually spelled out Forget, but they have the T is silent, which is pretty funny, actually, as far as that. So that's why I was kind of getting that perspective of, with Leanne Forget with San Andreas Radio. Yeah, it's pretty funny as far as that. Particularly in GTA 4. 5 not so much, because I think it's too pushy with some of its stuff, but 4 especially.
I've just been handed this update, viewers. It appears that the robots and machines being used to lay siege to the city have been destroyed by a single young boy.
Yeah, this is like the 3rd time we've done it, feasibly.
And now, that same boy has come through the gate and is heading towards City Hall. Wait! There he is! I can see him! He really is alone! Can this lone hero save the mayor?
I'm gonna try, but it's harder in this version because of what you're seeing right there.
Because of fog!
Yeah, I mean, as I said, this is not Turok Dinosaur Hunter. This is, from 1987. This is Mega Man 64 for 2001. Although, honestly, for this, as I said, the splash mounts kind of work favorably here. But then you still have to do the target on the robots that way. And so, the other thing is that you think, like, well, okay, fine, the fog, that's one thing as far as not looking great, but it also hurts the playability, because, like, okay, fine, I can take him down, stand here, they'll do that. But what also happens is you can barely see some of the buildings in the distance, so I was trying to see, like, okay, fine, I saw what you did for this, can I try and do it better in that I don't destroy as many buildings? But then I realized, like, yeah, I can't see even the police station there. You can see it fully when we saw the PlayStation, so there it is, he's going for it. I could feasibly put the mine down.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you see this? The City Hall is catching...
Oh wait, I didn't touch anything, by the way, so I think I cut that off. So I don't know if it was intended that way or not. So it makes it way harder on top of it not looking as good or running as well. Like I said,
You there! Those robots are being deployed by a flying carrier! You should go after that first if you want to stop them!
Okay, first, like, wait, what was that beeping? I was like, wait a second, why did that happen? And wait,
I think there might still be a yellow carrier.
There is, but I was also saying, like, wait a second. It wasn't even,
there it is.
It is, but then I was also running in that case. It was going off screen or going off there, so I couldn't hit it. But the other thing is, like, yeah, she was doing that. She was like, hey, you got to go after that. But I was like, yeah, I can't go after that. All right, that's mine. So yeah, as I said, it works favorably, but is that you have to be very specific on how to use it. And where you were at the game, yeah, you're right. It's not very good. And also, even like the way the targeting's working, it's like, well, it's still hard to hit it from there. I think it still does the same thing of, well, sort of the target on that, but you still have to keep an eye on it. Oh no. Okay, no, he went down. Yeah, if there's anywhere that's going to be getting a sense of, okay, yeah, I did get a roll pack hit pretty bad by walking into that. Yeah, that is the challenge. You know what? Let it go. Actually, it seemed like maybe the City Hall caught fire quicker for me this way. Alright. Let's drop it. Alright, no, I think that happened on PlayStation. You hit the spotlights or the lamplight there.
And the carriers generally don't stick around unless you let the ground-based ones build up.
Yeah, here's the other thing also, is like I didn't even notice the bank had gotten destroyed. So yeah, I don't remember what set I'm running as far as this. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, but I'm not saving the bank, which is fine. I guess I'm missing something, but unlike the other one, I can't see where they're coming from. So yeah, this is the full force of this. Where's the last? Oh, there it is. So honestly, in that way, it's like, this is harder. But not necessarily for a good reason. Actually, that way I could barely see the K-Tox. Okay, there you go. The K-Tox blimp goes into the distance.
It went through an interdimensional rift.
I like that. That could be the excuse they use as the kryptonite fog take, but I mean, yeah, okay, fine. They didn't necessarily use that. Well, I mean, still the same thing as far as with Bon. It's just that I noticed the way the strafing is working is better. Well, fine. That's the way to do it. I mean, you showed it really well as far as how to do it, but outside of that, sometimes you'll get stuck. While getting hit by his, birthday party favor. Yeah. Yeah, I may as well let that happen. It's like, yeah, it's like, if you've ever played Mortal Kombat 2, the fatality that Jax has. Let me also check to make sure I have health, or if not, maybe I'll just let myself get a game over here just because I want to show that idea. You know what? Let me see how much health I have. I have a shield repair, and I have... Yeah, you know what? I'll let myself get a game over here. Yeah, it's like... It is exactly like the Jax fatality, except my head doesn't explode in bloody chunks. Alright, fine. The game over case is the same. It also means a quicker way to get back out to the menu for showing off something else.
Good luck.
Yeah, wait. Well, Lake June. Okay, yeah, we did the Lake June thing. That was after I did the stuff at City Hall. I do want to show off. Yeah, I want to show that thing off I was showing with the skating, assuming I have it. And if not, I can go back and. Okay, I don't have it, so let's reset. Oh. So let's go into this one. Gonna show another difference as far as uptown. Yeah, feel free to jump in more Nocturne on what you're seeing on this. Yeah, where'd the town go?
Buildings where?
Actually, you say that. Also, there's one other thing as far as the buildings where. Actually, that's even more than I thought. Actually, that's a difference because, yeah, the game development school is not
the
here.
entire building is gone.
Yeah, which is weird because, as I mentioned, they reference Resident Evil, but Resident Evil was on the system by that time.
No, I'm just kind of going, they removed an entire building for this version.
I don't get that. I mean, they was thinking, well, they say we developed Resident Evil here, but Resident Evil 2 was on this system. It came out 2 years before this, so they totally got rid of the building. So I don't know necessarily if that was the reason. It's not like a licensing thing because, hey, Capcom has Resident Evil. Fine. The same case as far as the museum. That's the same. I think this is the file I was running when I had everything. Yeah, I did. Okay. Had everything unlocked. As far as how everything looked, which is the same as how you showed. Let's turn around. Yeah, but not as shiny. Yeah, I do want to show that one mini game. I do want to show off. You know what? Fine. If we can't do the thing that we were gonna say with the Japanese version, I'll at least have some kind of replacement. Also, wait a minute. That's weird. Is it a K-Tox Yeah, it looks like they missed something with the texturing. Alright, so let's go in here because I do have that, don't I? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm a pretty good runner. I do want to show you what I was talking about with the skate course. Yeah, we're under a fog case, so okay, so that's gonna make it harder that way. Okay, fine, we know the rules, I just hit B on it by accident. Yeah, rank A, I'll show you rank A, but I'll do the technical course just to start. I don't want to show this. Yeah, you're hearing this with the music, yes?
Not sure.
They did so. I mean, like the beginning, it's much heavier as far as how it sounds in this version than it is on PlayStation. Oh, we'll go back to the video. I'll show you that. Oh wait, did I do one? Okay, fine. I missed that, which is fine because I do want to show off one other thing with the straight course. Let me show you how rank A is. You only hit one of these things. I think the way okay, fine. I missed it. Okay, fine, I missed it that way, but I'll try it again. Because, yeah, you get barely any leniency in this version. I think that might be the frame rate getting in the way, honestly, of this. Because the way the clock is going, you're seeing that, right?
Yeah. What?
Yeah, I just missed it. I got this, eventually, but yeah, I did miss it. So it's not like the PlayStation version. You're saying, like, wait a second, it should be fine because I'm going fine and hitting all the... Okay, fine, that was my fault. So, like, okay. So it's one of those cases where it's harder on this. So, yeah, you know, fine. I'll try one more time just to show if I can actually do this. It's not that you can't do it. You can do it. It's just that you have to be, like, 1-to-1. I just got it. In fact, let's see how just I got it. Yeah, look at that. I think you got it faster when we played it for last month.
Probably.
I'll put a picture and just remind everybody as far as that. Yeah, in this case I got money because I had done it already for everything you need to.
Yeah, wow, that's bad.
Well,
that's really bad.
That's weird. I mean, it's harder now. It's like, but also, it's like, well, it's probably the tech reason.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'll show you the other thing as far as this. So yeah, we were gonna do. Yeah, well, I'll show that just because, like, hey, we need to do the dog kick somehow. I mean, this is the same. In some ways, this might be easier this way. Sort of. No, we're good. There you go. So there is our dog kick feasibly. Although, actually, I don't know. I mean, on the PlayStation version, when the dog comes out, as far as you kick, that always causes the other one to run across. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
The dog came out there on screen right there.
It's not. It doesn't necessarily line up. The dog target that runs across comes at fixed intervals during the like the dog that runs across quickly comes at specific points during the music.
I want to see. I want to see that because it seems like it's every time the dog comes up for me to kick that it happens. So maybe it's a difference between version again. We just saw that with the skating.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit here and not do anything. We're just gonna take a look at this. Okay, you're right. Alright, I wasn't sure. It's like, wait a second. It seemed like every time the dog comes, I'm able to do that. So yeah, just kick. Oh, wait! You saw that. How did it go off to the side? Alright, fine. There you go. Okay, no, maybe... Oh, no, it went offside anyway. I'm just keep hitting the B button. Yeah, it just went to the side there. I don't know if that's supposed to do that. Alright, that's fine. We won already. But then I gotta show you, yeah, your nemesis. I mean, I had to deal with this last week when we did Blast Corps because I said Baboon Catacomb in that game is the equivalent of, this to you for that one. Alright, so Balloon Fantasy. Same case as before, except you're also gonna hear something different as far as music right now.
This game sucks. Well...
Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry to have beaten it. But yeah, alright, fine. You heard the music at the beginning there, like, the intro is gone for some reason, for the Waltz the Flowers. Alright, so there you go. That is the Balloon Fantasy, at least. That's just a weird case, but yeah, the one that really inhibits it the most is this gating.
Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad.
Yeah, I don't understand that, specifically as to, like, why that is. What that was all about. Ooh.
Ooh. Choppy, choppy.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I guess we're in an area with a lot of geometry, but we saw this on PlayStation. There's more geometry on that version, because you have another building over there. Something, wait a minute, that's just a weird case. Like, yeah, it is kind of weird as far as how the programming of this is going. It looks better as far as the models, yes, but then again, it's also that, well, no, it looks worse as regards to everything else. Yeah, that is the part that hurts the most, hitting by the police car. Whoa! Actually, yeah, one thing I did want to show, I'm trying to think if there was... Okay, yeah, I showed the fogging there, I showed the stuff. I'll also stitch in whatever else is there. Is there anything specifically you want to see in this? Like, what are they going to do with this?
I mean, I'm kind of interested in seeing what the 3 subgates look like.
I'm trying to remember if I got the... Oh, wait, I did get that far. Okay. So let's take a look.
Good luck!
Alright, so... actually, I believe it might have been that file, because I did beat the... Oh, wait. Because, hold on, what do you have to do to get the, subgate? I beat the Gesture Shaft, and then... There's something else.
You need to get down to, main gate. You need to...
Main gate, right,
You need the first visit to main gate.
Right, okay, yeah, we can do that as well. And we could also show the underground to that. Actually, you know what? Right, I'll tell you what to do. We, Okay, fine, I went there already, but I'll do what we did before, which is, it's at Carpenter's, I believe. I'm gonna show you the going through the wall, which is the same, it works that way.
Oh, you mean the wall clip that I was doing? That's actually easiest to get to from Carden Forest.
Alright, but that being said, I could also show you this, like, yeah, here we go, out here, ooh. Carden Forest, okay. Alright, it's on the other end. Yeah, so let's do that. See, this is also why she played this game and I did not. Yeah, I'll still beat the Flutter, that's fine.
I mean, I still did occasionally, mostly off-screen, but make the mistake of going to Carden Ruins instead of Carden Forest.
Well, it's Carden, so it's like, hey, you get that sense of like what that's all about.
Yeah. Like, it is a mistake I make every so often.
Mm-hmm. But it also does show also what the ruins are looking like.
The mini-map looks a little bit different.
Oh wait, no, hit C up.
No, the mini-map.
Oh, is that because I turned off the... Oh, right, because it's not, it doesn't have, like, a border around it, I think.
Like, it just looks a little bit different to me.
Okay. So actually,
like, I think the colors might be slightly different.
That might be it as well. I also want to see something if I turn this off. Okay, you still have it, you just don't have the mini-maps. You can turn off the mini-map for some reason, but why would you want to?
I think you actually can do that in the PlayStation version.
Yeah, I think you can, but it's like, I just keep saying, like, wait a second, why would you want to do that? Let's just go to the wall.
Whee!
Alright, I'm filling the map out at least some way. It was like, wait a second, I'm not going the right way. Look. There we go, got it. So we did make it work that way, but it is, you're seeing a lot more fog in here as it's been the case. Alright, yeah. I was going to turn around, so I was like, yeah, because you use the same button for that for the turnaround. Actually, wait, can I get to that area from here?
Have you... no, you actually have to go through the main gate entrance. If you haven't been there once. If you haven't talked to the console.
Okay, so maybe that's what it is. Yeah, because I was doing, just to give an idea of this, I was doing this off-screen for the purpose of doing everything for the side quest that we're going to show.
Yep.
But, or they'll put in probably at that point.
And now you just call roll.
Oh, no, special items. Yeah, because I have most everything here as far as like the stuff for this, except for those
and
keys.
You're actually really close to the main gate from here.
I also have the, I've been there before.
Okay.
I've been to the front of it before. Because I think part of what I was also looking at is I want to see about the thing with the cats, because this is where you first see him.
Oh, it's that cat that you can... I'm pretty sure it's that cat that you can take.
Alright, now all of a sudden it's gone. Okay, so let's do that and we'll show those sub-gates. Actually, I don't know if... I didn't actually see the sub-gates when I did this, but alright, so let's go through and...
It is definitely darker in here.
Careful. I don't like the looks of this place.
Which you could argue that maybe is better as far as like the, maybe the atmosphere, the dread of this, but I'm not saying that, but honestly the PlayStation version kind of captures that fine, so like, we'll know.
Yeah, and honestly, this, main gate is supposed to look, brighter, like it's actually somewhat well maintained.
Well, yeah, also, that.
Yeah, fog
no,
bad.
Not even fog.
Oh, the line.
Yeah, what's that about? Even the PlayStation version doesn't have that. And people say like, hey, you know, warp textures on PlayStation. Not like this.
Honestly, the warp textures don't bother me at all.
I mean, they're not really that much even in that game. It's like, yeah, that kind of avoided the warping. Also, for some reason, I don't know, did the PlayStation version do that where it kind of splits the map there?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I didn't remember. Yeah, I remember I brought this because actually one of the things I was doing in my test was that I had to go through the ruins before the ones that you need the flutter to get to, and I forgot to bring this. I was like, yeah, I need something to bust that through. If I want to just get that.
This one is right here.
Okay.
It's right behind you.
Oh, whoa. Up there?
Yes.
Oh, there. I was like, wait a second. Like, I thought it was like down the next side.
No.
So yeah, you're the spotter to my digger in this case.
It's more that I just know the game.
Okay, so now we can do this. All right. So let's unlock the sub-cities. May cause breach of security protocols, but yeah, we're not going to do
screw
it.
the protocols.
Well, we already went through that as well. And that explains where Mega Man Juno was involved, why, you know, that was all about. So I appeared somewhere on the island, let's take a look, and then also operate the central gate. And, you know, okay, no, say that I need those things for that, and so now I can go through and get it. Right.
If you have anything to... Well, never mind, you got to the door in time.
Yeah, to avoid, as far as that, to recover myself. So, yeah, I'm just, look, I'm totally going completely, you know, completely cavalier on this, just because, like, this is more of a showcase this way, because, look, she played the whole game for us. This is more of a, let's show this version off, and let's also show what's unique and different, sort of, about it. And also get her first reactions to this, because you've never seen this version of the game before, am I correct?
Wait, oh, I see what we're doing. Okay, so yeah, let's check out the downtown,
the downtown one? Okay.
Sub-city, rather. I've been calling them sub-gates, they're actually called sub-cities.
But see, I called them sub-gates all the time when we were doing this last night, so fair enough. Alright, so let's get my buster parts set as far as what I had. Okay, yeah, that's because that's what I was running. I was running Energy Max and then Laser as far as that. So auto battery, sniper unit, and Laser.
That's not a bad setup.
It's more just, I want to kill stuff quickly. So actually, in that case, you're right. If I could just, you could feasibly, how to speedrun this game, I guess. I mean, this was 5 hours worth of playing. I would skip the cutscenes because, like, hey, we're going to watch them. So I say, oh, wait a minute. Okay, now I'm behind the door. Also, I don't know why it's flashing. I don't think it did that on the PlayStation.
this is choppy as hell.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I didn't even see this. Oh, also, yeah, look at the fogging in this.
I mean, honestly, the Reaper bots here are actually a little more visible. At least the closer ones.
Mm-hmm. And they're sort of smoothed over, but not completely. Yeah, in this case, as I said, I didn't really, get everything set as far as, getting a lot of massive weapons.
Yeah.
But also, yeah, there's not as much translucency on the refractor shards.
Yeah, the refractor shards look dull.
Which is weird, because you think, like, wait a minute, they would look, maybe because they smoothed over, so that's one of the cases where the smooth over doesn't necessarily make it look that great.
And you're right, you really can't see anything that's on the other side.
And as I said, it's not like the PlayStation version didn't have some things of this, but even then, I mean, I'll say this, because I'll also go to this story. When I first played this game, I said, this might be one of the worst looking games on this system, this N64 anyway. But, okay, fine, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I don't think it looks as bad as Superman. I'm trying to think of the games on the system that look really bad. But, I mean, I think honestly more than anything it's really just the fog, honestly, and it kind of, I'll say that's maybe the negative of this one, because it made me think like, oh, Mega Man Legends is a bad looking game, but like, no, it looks pretty good as far as PlayStation with some of the stuff of this, and even with this I was still impressed by the character models.
Watch out, I think there's a Sharkurusu near you. Okay, it must have gone into it must have not seen you.
I mean, at the very least, we'll bust one of these. I mean, if nothing else, it's also showing what to do if you're like, hey, you're not powered and ready to go. Just circle strafe everything. Which does feel surprisingly natural with the Z and R buttons and using the analog stick for this. But I mean, as I said, it is also a weird case still. Where is the next one? I'm just holding that B button down.
Other one could be anywhere at this point.
And with the way it's well, also, why is it flashing? Is that supposed?
The sky? You mean the sky?
Was it doing that on PlayStation?
It pulses. It pulses on both versions, it seems.
Okay, maybe it was more subtle on that.
It is more subtle in the PlayStation version, definitely.
Okay.
But it's definitely there.
Okay.
I honestly think it's a really cool effect.
I don't know if it looks as cool in this one.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look any good in this version.
I was gonna say, like, wait a second,
but,
I don't think it looks that great here.
But in the PlayStation version, I do think it looks really good.
And PC, from what I understand, is even worse, which I don't know if it was necessarily based off of this one, but you think like, the PC version would be the best by far. But, no, it's not. I mean, we've mentioned that before, the idea, and it's not, and just, I guess, to put a note out to this, that's not the reason why I said, no, we're not doing PC for a while. I had to figure out how to connect stuff for PC, and then we'll do that.
I would, like, if this wasn't your first time to, on this file to this area, to this subsidy, I would have said it would probably be better just to leave and reset the space. But you can't actually leave on your first time in. It locks the door behind. It locks the door, keep trapping you inside until you beat all the Reaver bots.
Okay, I did not know that. So actually, in that case, it's good we did this then.
Yeah.
Got it. I better get back to the surface.
Okay, so, because at first, like, I just want to find this thing. It's like, okay, fine. So you're also seeing, I guess, the one thing it's doing from a gameplay perspective, which is that you could usually, on PlayStation, as we saw, you can keep an eye on where all the Reaver bots are and get a sense of, okay, fine, maybe they're in corners, but you can see far enough to get a sense of where they are. Whereas in this one, you have to kind of go out there further.
You're
just
kind of blind. The place. Like, you're kind of blind after a point.
Yeah, which is very surprising, really, when you think about it. But alright, fine, there you go. And, yeah, just for the adventure. And I'm trying to think, fine, I'll go save to this, and I'll try to think if there's something else that I want to show to this, or anything else you want to see on the back of this version. Because you're also going to
Not
see
that
when
I
I
can-
do the... What? Go on.
Yeah, not that I can think of, but
I mean,
but I'm glad. But I did really want to see the sub-city.
Okay, and actually one other thing also to go into that is like you're going to see you, Nocturne, and everybody also in the YouTube site where you're watching this now, because this is where this is being added. You'll see stuff from this game because we'll have the side quests that were off-screen done that way. Let me just also check one last thing. Wait, no, I want to go in here. I'll do a reset. I just want to think off quick.
Good luck.
I'm trying to think. There was. Oh wait, no, we were gonna show. No, yeah, yeah, the paprika thing is fine.
Yeah, I think. Unfortunately, I think we're gonna need to skip the kicking the dog to get the paprika away from Tron, because I cannot find my Japanese copy of Rockman Dash as opposed to Mega Man Legends for PlayStation 1.
That being said, I'm gonna try one thing. We're gonna see just to make sure that skip all this. Yeah, you can skip it really quickly because of the lack of loading. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to play up to that point, which is going to take like 5 minutes, the way I'm going to do this. Actually, I think about 5 minutes. Right, because I'm just going to go down and save him, and we'll be set. And, yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. And I think that should be about it for, the complete picture of Mega Man Legends for SuperOldGameSaturday. And again, thank you, Nocturne, for playing the game for us and for making this go. And also, I'll try one more thing, because we didn't get to show this. I know you wanted to do it. I did do it on my play. Okay, no, I just gotta try and hit it up on the awning if I can. And you can also still go back and read pornography if you so desire over here. Or as the Younger Video Game Nerd Take said, it's like Mega Man X, more like Mega Man XXX. Yeah, fine. I'll try it like once or twice just to do that. But
yeah,
way to go.
Like, if you kick it, you'll hit it.
That was close. All right, fine. I'll give up that way. We'll do the thing with the doggy.
Like, the can getting trapped up there happens a lot when you don't want it to, and it's really hard to deliberately do.
Yeah, I know. That's what I noticed. Well, I still remember the Super Gaming Brothers play this, where I think they were doing he said since they were doing off-camera case, they don't do the stream case like we do. They're saying that's fine. They don't do it that way for it. They said, yeah, I'm gonna can kick. He says cut back, and then he does that, and then later he brought in the idea to just land something. And I said yeah, way to go, asshole. It's like okay. So there you go. All right, so fine. We'll help the guy. I guess this is usually gonna be the speedrun take of it, and yeah, I guess with the strafing you can kind of avoid the turbobots, or not the turbobots, the Zakobons. Thank you. I was gonna say the Reaver bots, but it was like, well, I knew they had the name. But yeah, I remember these things, the Maramijis, and also that was why I said, hey, we missed one, or I thought one was missed because it's the one in the corner. But yeah, you have to. What snake thing? Oh, that one. I was like, wait a second, I can kill the other, because you only have to kill the Maramijis here. I don't think you have to kill those. You can actually probably run past them. Yes? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, go run past those Reaver bots. I'm basically putting him in more danger now. But he is a fast runner. It'd be funny, though, if, right there, he ran out of the explosion. So basically, there was an explosion. We'll assume we can say he died, but, no, he got out fast enough. But it would have been hilarious, one of the Zakobon just came around the corner and said, hey, you're not getting out of here alive. But, yeah, that's the case. Yeah, because we can do this really quickly. There's the car. Actually, wait. I don't remember if I have to talk to her first.
No. I'm pretty sure you don't need to talk to her, but,
yeah, north. Alright. Yeah, just because I'm trying to do this quick, feasibly, because at that point, then I think that will be our take of this. Alright, so we did get him back. Thank you much. We got the Minecraft kit. We can use the car if we so desire, as was the case we played. And we're looking for parts, help. And my name is Hippopotamus. which is a personal joke from developers from what I understand. I put an edit in part 1 for that. Yeah, and I want to read some porn. Let's do that. Oh, no, not the novels. Yes, they still have that. So they still have that in this version. And as we showed the thing with the not comic book, that was what that was all about. Oh wait, I need to go. All right, I need to go back and get the citizen's card, and I can go through that. I can go see the mayor, and then she'll run, and then we'll run out of Tron. All right, so yeah.
There!
Yeah, alright, so yeah, there we are, and there's my mines.
I'll get you.
Yeah, fix it, I'm fine with that, we'll go, bye.
I roll.
Yeah, well, we saw a lot of roll, we just see this cutscene. You're right, I think, about the animations missing on Data. I didn't really notice that.
I mean, he needs those frames on the PS1 to really look
now
right.
You'll be able to use the city gate.
Yeah, there is the officer. Yeah, Jeff Mallory, same person who's voicing Mega Man Juno, voices him. Which is a shock to me. As far as that. Yeah, why do we need the citizen card? Yeah, we know why. Go back to part 1. This is more, as I said, the showcase of the difference of the version and same walking with the gang. So, let's see up or see down. Yeah, and all of a sudden they're gone.
I kind of hate it that they make you walk when there's never again any point to just walking.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is weird that way, because I think I mentioned at one point, like, Tomb Raider has the thing with some of the later entries, you have to do the walk on top of, like, running. But in that case, it's more to line up your jumps, whereas in the case of this game, there's not really much reason to it.
Hi, Tron.
Yeah, hi, what's up? Yeah, huh, she's not believing this game either. But she does look better as far as it. Well, she didn't look bad on PlayStation. I think the style, as far as PlayStation, as we mentioned, made it look really, really good. So, and honestly, I think in some ways, maybe the more simplistic look of that helps it.
Yeah, like,
especially compared to this. Look at that shit. All right, go on.
Like I said, I do think the character models specifically look better by a little bit in this version, but the game as a whole looks so much better on PlayStation.
Right, which is a surprise because you think maybe with more of the technology would be better this way and with more time, but then again you're like that's not always the case.
Yeah,
and can be a fascinating thing for it. I guess also a fascinating thing like how much of a bad version is this. Yeah, let's try the thing with Paprika, because they said they forgot stuff from the Japanese version, so I just want to at least confirm that, yeah, this is not something they forgot. I think it isn't, but I'll take a check. So if it is, we'll be set in for this.
Although, they did forget to swap out the magazine.
There's something else they forgot, too. Alright, fine, let's try kicking them.
No.
Yeah, that part they didn't
Cannot
forget.
Cannot kick. Sad. Sad face. Very sad face.
Alright. Yeah, I think she's that way.
What are you staring at? I'm not a circus clown or something. Go on, get out of here.
Yeah, may as well just have the voice of Tron that way on top of it. Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, I can't kick him. Also, I don't know. Is this like the perfect way to end the Mega Man 64 playthrough with Tron up on the lamppost with me standing there not doing anything?
Yep.
Okay. Alright then. So that is definitely the way to end that way.
I mean, I love the Bonds, but it's okay to torment them every so often.
That's true. Also, you know what? I was gonna say like I can show more of the fogging, but honestly, no, I can't really. You know what? Fine. Let's get a little closer. Yeah, you keep waving Bond or waving Tron. We'll see you later. Okay. But alright, so that is the look of Mega Man 64. Yeah, what is your final impressions of what you're seeing?
Definitely glad that I played the PlayStation version instead.
Well,
I mean, this doesn't look terrible. I'm going to be completely fair here. It doesn't look terrible, and it doesn't sound like it controls badly.
I mean, it's weird to control because of the controller, but then again, also, you know, I got used to that.
But at the same time, having played the PlayStation version, I'm not gonna lie, this game looks a little bit like crap.
And it's also worth pointing out, this is actually the first time we're going to be using this. S-Video, I'm running my Nintendo 64 with now because of the cable. And I think the mixture of the stereo sound is okay from what it looks like. But anyway, point is that, yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I'm glad I got to play it this way because I got to play this game. I got to see it. I got to experience what this was. Now I understand its concessions more after me having seen the PlayStation version, you and played the PlayStation 4 version for us. And I would say then, if you have the option, all of you out there, if you haven't played this game, you're liking the game with what you've seen of it, and you haven't played it, PlayStation's the way to go. But this is the cheapest method, quote unquote.
Well, the cheapest method if you don't already have a PS3.
That's true, because it is on PS3, and as of the time of this recording, they've not turned off the store. The only thing about PS3, I may as well mention this, is that a couple months ago they made it so that you have to add funds from Sony's website in order for it to count on your PlayStation 3 and PSP and Vita that way. Or Vita, maybe. Because you can't add it from the store specifically, because that store sucks, by the way. But they took that out anyway, so you can get it still. It's $10. That is the cheapest way to get it, but whenever they turn that off at some point, the cheapest method is this one, but still, you're going to have to deal with these things. I mean, if you can get it on PlayStation, get it on PlayStation, or maybe by that time, Capcom will re-release it, which, I mean, they've been re-releasing a bunch of stuff. We had that Capcom Fighting Collections coming out.
Fingers crossed, and I am actually crossing my fingers here.
Yeah, as I said, also, the other thing is, like, buy the stuff they're putting out. I'm buying that Capcom Fighting Collection to say to them, yeah, send this. I bought every single one of those Mega Man collections. In fact, I'm going to be buying one of them again for something we're going to be doing at some point. So at that point, it's like, yeah, I'll send that message to Capcom saying, like, yeah, I like all this classic stuff. We'll make it happen. I'll do what I can to make it happen. I guess Nocturne will do what she can to make it happen as far as that idea, too.
Make Legends 3 happen.
We can make Legends 3 happen that way as far as showing that idea. And I think, yeah, I mean, as I said to the Crochet Nerd when we do Shadow Hearts, he's saying, like, when will Aruze, who developed that game, kind of jump out and come back with this game? And I said, you know, everything that's coming back, you'd think all these stuff that would never have a chance of being re-released again is getting a chance of getting re-released again. I think that idea of, as I said, retro gaming to more of the masses of people, like, because as I said, there's a lot of people who might have missed this game compared to maybe some of the other ones, but hasn't been collected that much. So, like, their opportunity to play it, and as you said last night so eloquently, being able to see this game as having a place in modern gaming discussion, even with some of the ways it's aged.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, like, graphically, it is absolutely not on par with today's games, obviously. But as a game, I think it can still hold a candle to modern games.
But honestly, I'll also say this as far as the graphics. One thing I'll say about the graphics on the PlayStation, sort of with this one, as far as it, even in spite of the fact that, yeah, it doesn't hold a candle technologically speaking, I think artistically it does.
Yeah.
For sure. And we're seeing that right there with just the idea of how this is.
Yeah, and stylistically as well. Like, it still works. I mean, it's still very playable. I mean, yes, I've mentioned the controls are clunky, but they're very workable once you get used to them.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about this game is that I think you kind of want to get used to it. As I said, when I played this version, I think this is what it was. The thing with the frame rate. I had a headache. I had to stop playing it when I first played it. And I only realized, like, about a couple weeks ago that I think that might have been the reason why. But I wanted to keep playing this. I didn't want to stop playing this because I said, I want to see what other things this game has to offer. I want to get sucked up into this world and into the story. And I want to see what's going on. And at that point, I mean, in that case, this version served its purpose, even though it was late, and even though it's not necessarily as enhanced as you'd like it to be, and denigrated in certain ways. But still, that way it did its purpose. It spread it out to other people that way, and we'll see now, soon enough, we can have it spread out further again, which would be nice to see. And I'll also take a look as we'll look at this later. There's like this fan remake of one, I think ElecVerse gave an indication of. We'll take a look at that just to get a sense of what it is. But yeah, I think with that, I think we're going to be good with this extra part for it. But thank you again, Nocturne, for everything with Mega Man Legends and for joining us for that game and for this 64 exhibition.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
I did too, and look forward to the other stuff we got in the pipeline for the both of us with her on the show and all this stuff. So with that, thank you for watching the rest of this extended take on Mega Man Legends from the YouTube site on the stream we did last night. Had a great time with this one again. Thank you very much. I'll see you next week with Dolly Finn for part 1 of Sailor Moon, another story for the Super Famicom. Until then, take care, everybody.
See ya.